on the pauses, there was that screen where we were supposed to take a snapshot and post that screen. Are we doing
Yes.
that? Or no? Are we just not streaming?
There is, oh, it worked. Wonderful. Okay, so we are connected here. There are placeholder images. I'll email you the link. It was nestled in the setup guide. So it was easy to miss. And I didn't send reminder emails this time around.
Okay.
So I'll email it to you here in a minute.
I can go find that one. That's okay. You don't have to email it.
Okay.
But I'll go grab it. But thank you for narrowing it down. And then I guess I'll take, nobody's in my preview meeting, so I will just check out the preview guide or the setup guide to make sure I didn't miss anything. So
Sure. Yeah. All
I just
right.
used my class setup for this meeting, so hopefully it'll run well.
Well, I mean, you have the live stream option here, so you did that portion right. That's one of the big check marks.
Okay. Sorry. And then and so we're live on YouTube now, but we're gonna stay, and I just leave this now.
Yes. Yep. So you can, if you just wanted to mute yourself and turn off your video and just walk away until closer to 10, that's perfectly fine. If you want to put up
and dance, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Toby. I'll let you move along to the next one, but thanks so much for your help.
Of course. You're welcome.
All right. Don't worry. Hey, is this the last year, or I guess we're always going to do this?
I'm not sure. We've gotten feedback that people have enjoyed doing some online version of reviews because it allows for reviewers that we typically wouldn't be able to invite to be able to participate easier. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the future holds for us with final reviews. It might be a hybrid of sorts.
I know.
We'll see.
Hopefully it doesn't get more complicated for you. So, right.
All right. Have a good day. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Hi, Allison.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Um,
Hi, Amy.
Let me introduce our guest reviewers to each other. Amy, Augustina, Amy.
We remember each other from grad school.
Yes. So we have a little class reunion, so that's super fun. So Amy, I don't know if you know, but Augustina was teaching with us this semester in the interior design program. Um, she she filled some very big shoes for Nerea Feliz. And I got to see some of the work yesterday. It was so exciting. It was really lovely to see.
Yeah,
So
that was really,
congratulations.
yeah, there were great comments and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's really different being on the other side of the desk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, so students, hello, good morning. It's Thursday, who knows? Um, so I want to introduce our reviewers, and we have nary a minute to waste. So we like to start our class, chatting and warming up a little bit, but we'll try to circumvent all of that, and we'll get right to business. But welcome to your final review of Technical Studio and Design 6, and made it right here, or made it. So that's good. So as you know, Amy, I'm sure you know, and I think you've Amy has come and reviewed this class before, and we're now marking a full year of being online. This one was start to finish, which is quite something to endure for one of their sort of capstone courses that they have to get through. So I don't want to undermine Amy's lovely bio, but what's really important for her to know is, for all of you to know about her, is that she's brilliant. She's a brilliant designer, and I always invite her to come back because she can span and speak almost any design language. She taught as a professor of architecture at Savannah College of Art and Design, and she won a fellowship. And if she can do anything. She has this particular interest in construction and materials at any scale and texture that she can handle. So at her firm, with her all-around partner, Mark Levino, they have produced amazing architectural pieces, interior design pieces, furniture pieces, and continue to do so. So we are so happy that you could join us. They're up in Dallas. If you ever get a chance to go up and see any of their work, you should. There's even some in Austin, right? The Houndstooth Coffee, you can go visit, which, we probably have needed in the past few weeks, lots of coffee. So this semester started, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to not introduce Augustina. Augustina joined us at our mid-review, and so everybody knows her. So welcome back, and we're so happy that you can be back and continue on and see where the work went, because we were just starting out. This semester was particularly interesting, given that this studio is built on the foundation of how building systems can become integrated and become a design tool. So getting to know the building very well is crucial, but we couldn't visit the building until February. So we got kind of a late start on things. The students did a fantastic job sort of, bobbing and weaving and getting their research done ahead of time, only to then go and, uncover that next layer of discovery once we did finally get out to the site. And then we had the storm, which shut us down. So they missed a whole review, and we just kept going. So that first initial programming and feasibility review, they didn't get the level of outside feedback that we like to incorporate just to really test their ideas. But we just, carried on, and so we did manage to still get our mid-review in there. So that was great. But this particular group of students, this is the largest group to come through. This is the only group to come through that's been purely remote. And they've really shown their worth this semester. I've been really impressed with sort of the dogged nature with the approach, design, and all of the hard work they've had to do. I think, Augustina, you already know this, and Amy knows this too, but this does go hand in hand with all of the wisdom of Marla Smith coming in, and we teach it concurrently. So it's a little bit different from the architecture program, where the architecture students, independent of their studio project, they come together to have Revit sessions with Marla. We do it more seamlessly. So she's with us for every class period, and I will introduce a topic and talk about content, regulations and codes and things like that. I will talk about standards, and then Marla shows them how to do it. So she's sort of the magic maker of all of this, but she will be joining us when she can. Unfortunately, she got put on other reviews today, so she'll be popping in and out. So we are pretty evenly matched with undergrads and grads this semester. Our graduate program is really growing. So that's really fun to have that balance there. The students traditionally have always worked in partners, but because we were fully remote, I gave them the opportunity to work alone. So I'll wait till after the review. We'll get some one-on-one feedback from the students about how much they appreciated or regretted their individual decisions. But I wanted to very briefly introduce the site and the context. We have the benefit of Augustina and Amy both really knowing Austin very well, so we can go pretty quickly. But I just want to get you into the building again. Augustina, this will be a reminder for you, but we'll just kind of get in there and see how what the students were given to work with to begin, and then I will let them take it from there. So bear with me as I get to where I need to be. Are you seeing the slideshow in full format? Thank you, Augustina. Okay, so this is our welcome screen. This is what some of the projects that we'll be looking at today. We'll start with Emma and then Bree, and we'll see Paige and Ani and then Shannon. And this is, I have, for the record, stolen all of these images from the research that the students did beforehand. So they deserve all the credit for all the work that is done. And so just keep that in mind, I guess. But here we are at 300 Baylor Street. And so if I'll give you a larger orientation, but these are just some quick images of the building in its found state. And just to give you a better idea of, oops, I skipped over where we are. Here, it's immediate adjacency. You'll see here the tracks, the train tracks that are coming through. And so we are working in the TIPS Iron and Steel building. And then just to give you a little bit of context, off in this corner, we've got Whole Foods over here as 5th Street continues down. This is where like the West L building and the old Home Away locations, and Saks is right here. Right here in this corner of 3rd, you're seeing this image here, and that is this Emily apartment unit. You can see the train tracks and where they run right there. Across the tracks, and the tracks located in this dotted white line here, we have the only existing train station for larger transit, not the Metro line, but this is the Amtrak station here in Austin in its current state. It is on the south side of the tracks, and then the train station immediately backs to the YMCA. And then over here, we have the Better Half bar and cafe bar, just to give you an idea of what's starting to creep in at the edges, the character of the places around us. And so the site is actually owned, it's 4 acres, which is kind of amazing, but they actually own, if you substitute, this used to be the Mexican consulate here. If you pull out there and just remove that building, the owners are actually, and it continues on beyond here, and it's sort of this pork chop shaped lot, this amazing plot of land. And so some students chose to think about a master plan entirely, and most people thought about just the building itself. So getting to that building, what we were working with here is this is a historic sort of plat map of the area, but we're working within this major warehouse. Right here on this drawing, you can see those are the train tracks. It's very close by, like really, truly immediately adjacent. Things kind of shake a little bit in the building when the trains go by. We have about 20,000 square feet of total usable area available to the students. About half of that is going to be outdoors. So this main warehouse area that you're seeing here, plus this little leg here, is about 10,000 square feet. So this is also the largest building we've done in Technical Studio. So, just piled on all the challenges. We are treating as an auxiliary area and used for secondary programming for the students to, unfold their ideas, is the parts storage and maintenance shop area. And I will show you that's really, really falling apart. And so we treated that as primarily outdoor space so that roof would come down. There's a grade change where there's almost a full story between this driveway right here and then the ground level here. Its current occupancy radius for limited industrial service because it was a steel foundry. But prior to the operation as an iron and steel building, it was owned by the city of Austin, and it was used as a water pumping station because it was so close to the river. And the original pump house is still on the site. So here's that building that we're talking about. And you can start to see how there's a retaining wall put in place here. And then this all drops down again as we move to outside that building. This is this primary entrance off of Baylor Street. And then just some historic images of what it used to look like. The Tesla is now an old-fashioned car. This little steel shed that comes out and reaches to the tracks, we are imagining in most cases just goes away. The other pieces of information that are really good to know is that there are two platforms here and here, and they are the main access straight to the train. So they used to actually unload the steel, and they had these big swing arms, and you can still see the markings of that in the building, swing arms that could come and unload cars as they went on to the tracks, or from the tracks into the building. Just another view of the approach. This is the Amtrak on the south side, and then our building here on the north side, and then its current state. Its interior, while it was in use as tips, iron and steel, and how they worked, and this is now the same alignment. These windows are currently blocked off, but even still, and the pictures don't do it justice, there's this really magical ethereal glow in the building. Part of it has to do with the masonry walls. The people who worked at Tips Iron and Steel actually painted the walls silver so as to reflect some of the light back to really get that into the space, to lighten and brighten the space. There is a single skylight that exists. It's a concrete roof, and the students were allowed to cut through as needed or desired. And it's currently housing a plethora of anything you can imagine. If you're looking for it, it's in there. Here's a view looking back at that main entrance towards Baylor. It is possible to have a multi-story space. The trusses themselves, meant to carry large loads of steel across the building, are super over-engineered. So students were allowed to utilize that fact within their designs. You can see some of the archways between the auxiliary space and then the main warehouse building. So this would be on the north side of the primary space of the building, have been bricked in, but the existing window arches do still appear, and all of between, and this is a masonry loaded building, so they just could not cut below the trusses because those are directly load bearing surfaces, but they, if ever chose to, could certainly reopen areas that are already opened here. This is one of those steel doors that lead out towards the tracks. And then this would be just a view into that auxiliary area, just to show you there was a fire in here at some point. I think a number of fires have actually occurred because this was a steel foundry. Some sort of brewing happened in here. We are imagining wiping this area, or keep this steel frame if so desired by the student, or they had the option to take it out. The roof absolutely comes out. And then this is where the grade change happens. So this is the original brick masonry wall here, and that's actually acting as a retaining wall to the grade outside the building. And so this is grade level outside. They were not allowed to take this out, but this secondary yellow brick above they could take out should they desire to do so, and treat something different. This does not fit into the character of the rest of the historic nature of the building. That's my spiel. I will let Emma take it from there. She's going to have much more information, hopefully, about it. And off you go, Emma.
Okay. Hello, I'm Emma. So my idea for the program came from my experience with the Capital Metro. I've always lived in North Austin, and I've commuted to campus every semester that we were in person. So I became very familiar with the public transportation here. No matter what route I would take, if it was the Metro rail or the bus, I always just thought it would be super convenient to have a place to work and be productive while I was waiting. So instead of just standing in line or sitting on a bench waiting, I thought if there was some space dedicated to getting work done, that would be really nice. So I've designed a public work area that I'm calling the workplace. So here people can come, they can work in some private areas by themselves, or they can work with colleagues and collaborate on projects. So the majority of my program is workspace, but you can see in this diagram that I have on the bottom here, I have dedicated a little bit of space to a coffee and refreshment bar, some picnic seating outside, and then an area for food trucks to come as well. Okay, and then this is the first floor. So this view you're looking at is when you enter the building off of Baylor Street. And the first floor is pretty open. There's about 15 tables that I have situated along the perimeter, and they all have good natural light and are ideal areas just to get work done and sit. The flooring is marmoleum, and it changes in the work areas to help distinguish those spaces and kind of separate them from the rest of the building since it is so open. I chose this because it's easy to maintain, and you can see this swatch. The lighter swatch is what the majority of the first floor is, and then the green is what is in the work areas. I've also included some wood. All the tables are oak just to warm up the space because I'm leaving the original brick and all of the metal trusses in the building as well. And then this last swatch is kind of a fun geometric wallpaper that I'm using on some of the walls in this central area. Okay, and then looking on the second floor, so there's just more collaborative work tables and a few more private area workspaces. This plan of the second floor, you can see there's two loft spaces. Here's the first one, and then the second one's kind of pushed towards the back of the building. I envision both of these areas just being a little bit quieter, but still having that same program of being a workspace. The chairs that I'm using around the work tables are plastic, just easy sanitizable surfaces. And then the second seat is more for if you're just coming to work by yourself, or if you're waiting, it does function as a desk as well. You can fold up this little wood part of the chair and sit and wait while you get work done. The lighting fixtures I'm using are in this first image are these like sapphire globe kind of lights. They are hanging throughout the trusses within the space. And I also have, from the same manufacturer, these wall mounted lights. And those are situated on the first floor, more direct to where the tables are located, whereas the hanging pendants are scattered all throughout the space. You can see there's the darker circles in this reflected ceiling plan that kind of leads you through the space. The second image, I'm showing that there's a light on each table, so that can be turned on and off when people are using the table or not. So it's just more direct lighting that the user will have control over. And the last light down in the corner here is going to be hanging from, there's a kind of dropped ceiling over each workspace that also helps to clarify what area is being dedicated to that work table. So that is hanging directly on the wheel structure that's dropped down above each table. You can also see that wheel over, like the oversized structure in this reflected ceiling plan. Okay, and then this curtain detail. So the curtain element was the main design driver throughout my whole project. It is made of this braided felt. It's 100% biodegradable and completely VOC free. And it is hanging from that wheel structure that is above each table. So I have a image here that kind of calls out each part of it. There's these suspension cables, and that's what's connecting to the steel wheel. The wool felt, it really just softens sound throughout the space, and it also works as a physical separator as well. I didn't want these workspaces to be completely enclosed, but I did want to promote collaboration, so having visibility through it, but also kind of using it to help define the space. It works well. And then some other programs besides the workspaces. I have added a sanitary kind of hand washing station, because like when thinking of public transportation, it doesn't always seem the cleanest. And I know I would just feel better if, like, when getting on or off the bus, if you could wash your hands before going and sitting down somewhere to get work done. So I've included that hand washing station close to the doors that are direct to the train tracks. And then coffee and refreshment bars is just convenient to have around a workplace. People are always seeming to want to get coffee or a smoothie. So I've included that on the interior. And also I've cut through here, there's a exterior coffee refreshment bar as well. And it features this another fun kind of geometric design with tile that I've blown up a little bit here so you can see it better. And then the last space, in addition to the work areas, is just dedicated waiting space. So I've included some images of the seating here. There is a little surface if you wanted to get work done. I mean, it's not as large as some of the other workspaces, but there is a surface that you would be able to get your laptop out, and there is a direct connection to power, so you could charge your devices as well. Sorry. So a stair detail, the stairs are pretty typical. There's just a single landing and there's one staircase leading to each of the loft spaces. They both have the same materials. They have this dark steel railings, and I'll move on to some of the elements of the workspaces. So you can see this image here is if you're coming down the front set of stairs, and there's multiple work tables. They all have that oak wood top, and they have a colored base. There's two different size tables. There's a larger one for groups of 6, and then there's a smaller one for groups of 4. And I've just used the color of the base to kind of help distinguish the difference between those spaces. So the darker brown base would be for a 6-person seating table, and a lighter blue base would indicate that it's a little bit smaller, so only 4 people could fit at that table. And the tables themselves are connected to power, so they have outlets that you can charge your computer in as well. Just seemed a little easier than having the power connection in the wall or on the floor. It would be your charger would be able to reach a little better if it was just right there under the tabletop. And then the adjacent exterior space. So that's what I'm trying to show here in this section. I have decided to keep the steel structure that was already there, and this little loft space balcony that was also outside. So there's the refreshment and coffee bar is located directly on the other side of the wall. And then there's some picnic seating and tables further over this way, and balcony seating up in this little structure, and just the chairs that I've included in the balcony, and an image of the tables as well. Looking at this plan, this is where the section is cut, and then the food trucks would be, there's about room for 4 food trucks could come into this space here. And then this is my final slide. So it's just a map of all the renders I've showed and what area of the building they were took from. And I'll just end with how I see this space kind of helping us transition back into the in-person school and work. I think people have become pretty tired of being alone in their space, and they're looking for somewhere that they can safely be around other people. So that was really my main objective here with the workplace. And if you have any questions or if anything wasn't clear, I'd be happy to answer them and hear any feedback that you have.
Thank you, Emma. I'm just absorbing all of it. I think one of the things I like about this project is the way that you took, it's nice to have these big open spaces that you can really embrace with a little bit of freedom, you know? And so I like that you've taken this circular form and said, how can I insert these sort of naturally flowing spaces together, and how do I intersect them? How do I push them to the edges? And how do I allow people to walk through them? I think that's sort of a good initial move in the whole project as sort of a design direction. So I think you've organized the space well. I think it would be, one thing that I think would be helpful, or would have been helpful for me, would be to understand the flow through the space. I don't think it's clear where entry point, I'm not clear, at least right now, where the entry point is, where the waiting space is, where you go to the train, that sort of general organization. So if you could point that out to me, I think that might help me kind of talk about this a little bit better.
Yeah, is it okay if I just use this image here? So this
Absolutely.
door is the road right off Baylor Street. This would be the main entrance that you come in, and there's work areas on both sides of it. And then these 2 doors, these big openings here, are looking out towards the adjacent exterior space. The waiting area right here is looking towards the train tracks. So the windows, that wall that you don't see, is where the windows towards the train tracks would be. And then the loft workspace above it, more workspaces through here. And then the back kind of area, restrooms are back here, and there's more workspaces just along the perimeter of the back of the building. And the second kind of loft area with the workspaces is above the restrooms back here.
Okay.
I can go back to maybe my plan on the first slide, if that would help.
Sure.
That entrance again, here's the waiting area that looks out towards the train tracks. Restrooms back here. Workspaces just all along the perimeter.
Okay. I mean, I guess, so there, Allison.
Sorry, drawing all over her drawing. I said no red lines, right? Just pretend they're not red. These are the existing and main circulation axes that you'll see throughout the building through every project. The students were given the option on the west side of the building to keep that open or close it. So just FYI, I'm out.
All right. I know it's always hardest to be the first one where you have to explain all this stuff to us, and then we just get it for the rest of the reviews, but thank you. So to me, I mean, I like the way that you're engaging the space and you're using that three-dimensional space and trying to have multiple levels and set some volumes. I do think that it's missing a little bit of that intuitive wayfinding, and it's really dark. And I feel like when we talked about this space, it felt really light, or had the potential to be very light, and you have all these windows, but it feels dark. And a part of it's the material choices, and using the black on sort of everything from a color point of view. I do really like the idea of these woven dividers and using this wall, because I was looking at it and I was like, when's she going to talk about acoustics? Because the acoustics in here are going to be bonkers. So I'm glad that you're using those. I kind of wish they were bigger and stronger and, you know, tied all the way in with everything, because I feel like they're a really strong design element that, and clearly you put a lot of time and thought into how they work. And I want them to be, you know, bigger, maybe with a little more variety. Like it's got this, you have this great mesh, and I like the idea that it could be stretched and be more open, or compressed and be more solid. So you could, sorry, that's my dog barking. If you can hear that, he's having a bad dream, I think. But the idea that you could use that to even more further define the spaces based on the levels of privacy that you want, that you can use this screen to say, you know, if I squish it down in both directions, it becomes, this is a very private space and it's very sound blocked. And if I stretch it out, maybe it's a more social space. And maybe instead of it just being panels, it actually has like openings, like where you actually grab it and pull it away. It's just got so much dynamism to it. I want you to play a little bit more with it. Augustine, I'll let you pop in.
Thanks. Yeah, no, Emma, this is a cool project, and I think you did a really good job of responding to the design brief, because not only are you providing kind of constructive work areas for commuters, but you also have like the concessions for outside visitors, because I think that was part of the brief, right, Allison? So not just commuters, but other folks that may be drawn. You're providing an opportunity for them to enjoy the historic building, especially from the outside, where you're keeping it relatively intact. So that's always a nice, appealing thing. I think in terms of your plan, the first thing that stood out to me, and I tend to focus in on details, so I apologize if it's too micro of a comment, but that kind of straight wall in your employee area, I think is like the one thing that kind of stands out to me in terms of like a change of language that you don't necessarily see in other areas except for the restroom. So in that way, I think that that's kind of a smart move, because you're kind of delineating the back of house area with the restroom area. And those are like two very utilitarian pieces of your program that are delineated by that wall. You could have maybe experimented with like completing the form, so it would have been uniform everywhere. But I love the little pods, and they're very egalitarian. The fact that you kind of did them the same everywhere is pretty cool. But I kind of, you know, like Amy's comments, she mentioned color, and I was thinking the exact same thing. I think that introducing some colored elements into those individual pods would maybe appeal to like an additional group of people, like children or teenagers, like set a little bit more of a playful vibe. It feels very cohesive, which is awesome, but it does feel a little bit slightly weighted down, I think. But I think your furniture choices are really smart, providing the hard surfaces and then delineating the 6 tops with the 4 tops with like this color coding. But also piggybacking on what Amy was saying about the lighting features being a little bit more of a grand moment, that could have been, you could have like taken advantage of that dramatic vertical space and created like a whole design object that's hovering and picking up maybe on additional materials. The The wood element seems like important to your project because it's the thing you're using to warm everything up. Are you just using that for the concession areas, or like, was there a rhyme or reason of when you use that? Because I only saw it kind of on the fur downs of the concession areas.
Yeah, no, I just implemented it in a few different spots just to try to like warm up all the different areas of the building. So that's why it's above the coffee bar. And I was thinking this wall here could maybe feature the like the workplace logo.
Yeah.
And also be wood, but I didn't get into much detail with that.
Well, like I was saying about your furniture being smart choices, I think that that's a really good introduction of that wood element that really warms it up, especially with such hard surfaces. You're providing a little bit of a relief with that. But maybe like in terms of the overall concept, what would have been interesting to see a few thresholds amongst that really open space. So like perhaps to define the entry, because I was a little bit confused too about where the main entry was, you know? Perhaps there could have been a threshold there with either material treatments or fur down treatments or lighting features or some kind of furniture delineation, something to kind of create a sense of a threshold that you're entering into the space. Because it's all kind of right there when you enter in. And that's not necessarily bad, but I think that it could have introduced maybe one additional element that might have been interesting. And another place you could have introduced it is maybe in the hand sink area. That stood out to me too, as an area that you might want to have more privacy. At least I would, because I still kind of feel like my pants are down when I'm washing my hands, you know, because I'm checking for food in my teeth and things like that. So that might have been an opportunity for another threshold. And then you could have anchored both ends of your project with like this additional language to complement your unitized pods, which is so strong in your project, you know?
Yeah, I like that.
I love it.
Yeah, I think what you're saying about the hand sink area, I kind of forgot about it, but I love that notion. And I like that, you know, it goes into all, if you think about other, as we sort of think about buildings moving forward and sort of post-COVID and cleanliness and all of that stuff, you kind of want to think back to other kinds of buildings that already incorporated this stuff. And the thing that I think about are mosques. And mosques have the process of entering a mosque. You have this point where you have to do the foot washing, right? So there's this, so looking at how other buildings deal with process and movement and sanitation, even if it seems like that's a building type that doesn't have anything to do with a transportation hub, it's still about a movement and a process through the space. So like leaving the train, coming into the space, having this hand washing station, layers of privacy. You know, this is another opportunity to use the screen, right? Where you can kind of dip into the hand washing station behind the screen and then dip back out into the flow, and how that kind of moves you through the space. I think those ideas are something that we're all going to have to start thinking about in buildings moving forward, especially this type of gathering space. But I think one of the things I liked about what Augustina said is the idea of how do you create this building as something, as a place that people want to go to, even if they're not going to or from anywhere. So that you've created, that's part of creating an active piece of architecture, is that it's not just for people getting on and off the train. It's a place where you just want to go because it's a great place and it's active and it's exciting. And you've created a program that makes people want to go there. So getting that environment together, I think that's very smart.
I think too, going back to the wayfinding that Amy was talking about, there's an opportunity there to use maybe just surface materials or just a change in, you know, maybe delineating wayfinding through paint applications on the floor. You know, this building has like a natural patina that you're obviously expressing in your design, which I think is really cool because it's a way to honor kind of what's already there. And there's certain materials that patina really well, right? That they're really attractive, that may be consistent with that base building. So like painted concrete is cool because it does wear out eventually. Like in 5 years, you see all the track marks. And maybe if that's interesting to you, the idea of a patina, that could have been an area of exploration, perhaps in just like the most basic surface treatments, you know, whether it be on the floor or maybe select areas on the wall in certain locations. So introducing kind of just an additional element of, I guess, surface application might have been interesting for the wayfinding comment.
I love that comment, Augustine, about, and it's actually the introduction of time. It's the blending of the immediate of the wayfinding, plus letting it's sort of restarting the clock on a not officially historic building, but really what should be. So I think that's a phenomenal idea. Emma, thank you. I definitely wanted Emma to kick us off today because I feel like Emma really presented the program from day one from a very thoughtful place. And like Emma's project is exactly what the city should have done with the C Home building. And I think that it's egalitarian, as you said. I love that word. And I think that she's really thinking forward to what it means to pass through something, but then also to make a place, as you know, as Amy, as you were noting, like anybody will come here. And I think that's the idea, is that it's a place, it's not owned by WeWork. It's not, it's not a privatized area. It's a city infrastructure amenity, both to pass through and also as a destination. And I think it's gone through many iterations. And Emma has been such a good sport of like, can you try this? Can you try this? And she's done all of it. She's the end results phenomenal. So thank you, Emma. And
The amount of work is really impressive, Emma. I hope you're proud of the project.
I just don't know. They all baffle me. And,
no, it's incredible.
I don't know how. At some point, I'll have you all reflect on how you managed to do it. But it's lovely. So congratulations, Emma. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bree, I think you are next, right?
Yes, I'm next.
What's something to follow?
I know. My goodness.
Your project too, so we'll see. All right.
The trash man just drove up, so sorry if you can hear him. Okay. Okay, so as Emma stated, we got to do this really cool project on a transit hub, and I added some of the pictures that Allison showed earlier, and it's just where the site is and then a bit of the original building shell. So for my transit hub, I wanted to create a well-conscious building with an open floor plan. I wanted the building to have clear spaces and for people using the building to not only get the experience of a transportation hub, but also have the opportunity to enter into spaces that foster community and sustainability. On the right are my inspiration images showing the various colors and materials I was interested in exploring throughout my project. I wanted to create a unique transit hub that has a luxury downtown feel, and I wanted the elements within the building to be cohesive and for some of the original elements like the steel beams to show through and have a more rustic feel in a more modern space. So here is my design process, or a little bit of it. I always enjoy looking back at my projects over semesters because they usually never finish how I think they're going to finish. So I just showed a little bit of the design process. And so on the left, you can see the axon, which is how I was kind of working out the different spaces and kind of figuring out, okay, what is this space going to look like? And some of them changed and some of them evolved, but some of them stayed the same as well. And then above that, you just have the well principles. And these are things that I just tried to implement throughout my building. And you'll get to see those as the presentation continues. And then on the right is just a floor plan that kind of was like a little, just like starting to think about the different spaces. And then below that is a stair that I feel like I worked really hard on. So hopefully y'all will get to see that later. And then, but yeah, it just is fun to see where things start and then where they finish. So here's my floor plan and the 8 spaces that I kind of Added into the existing floor plan are the waiting area, of course. I added the COVID pods, which are the hexagon shapes, right kind of at the bottom here. And then I added the coffee shop, which is in this rectangle to the right, the farmer's market, which is in the back, the farm to table dining area, the kitchen / cooking class area, and the last space is the greenhouse area in the back. And of course the bathrooms too. So this slide shows the materials and furniture of the waiting area, where people will be waiting for their respective transportation. So the two wave waiting benches, which you see kind of at the bottom here, are kind of inspired by Lake Austin, by that wave shape. And so kind of bringing those elements of Austin into the building. The brick wall is painted white here, just to kind of bring more light into the space. And then of course, like the large light window or the large windows bring in a lot of light. And one of the WELL principles is having like buildings that are very light and let a lot of natural light in. So that is something that I was hopefully conscious of. These are the COVID safe pods within the building. After the global pandemic, I believe that as architects and interior designers, we have to start thinking of ways to make our buildings more pandemic friendly. The COVID pods are places where people can remove their masks, have meditation times, make phone calls, or just sit by themselves. One of the WELL standard principles is to have an area for meditation. The COVID pods are serving as this. The pods are hexagon shaped and have a simple chair as a furniture and a gold lighting pendant as well. And then below you can just see the section and plan of the COVID pods to kind of help you get a better grasp of their layout. So this slide shows the coffee shop, and it can be visited by people going to the transit waiting area or by people who just want a good cup of coffee. The shop has unique bubble pendant lights hanging from the ceiling that give a very kind of ethereal, luxurious feeling. The coffee and goods are locally sourced as well, helping to support local vendors. These slides show some of the views of the open air farmers market. The market is a well-conscious design encouraging health and fitness within the different booths. The market has local foods and local brands that are allowed to sell throughout the week. The market is covered by large black steel beams that are intended for shade and to complement the repeating rod beams within the two stairs that I'll show you in a second. The white tables are custom made for vendors to use. Shown in the right corner down here is how the white tables are constructed, using a flat twin circle clip to stabilize the union between the tabletop and the table leg. Through the week, vendors of all kinds can come and sell at the market. People who are waiting for their respective transportation can also visit the market, or people who just want to come to the farmers market from downtown Austin or anywhere in Austin can also visit. So this is the first stair leading up to the second level of the farmers market. The stair is made of soapstone with steel cables and brass handrails. It is constructed using 3 steel cables, and the construction detail is right in the center here. So it's constructed using 3 steel cables that have been threaded through each stair and connected to a steel plate underneath the soapstone stair. The construction of the stair allows for the stair to look like it's floating in the air. The stair is grand and complements the large steel beams. And then this is the second stair. And this stair is constructed very much like the first, except with 1 larger single rod attaching to each metal plate rather than 3. You can see the construction, the stair, and the detailed diagrams to the right here. And the stair leads from one section of the second level of the farmers market to another. And the stair is also made of soapstone as well. And this is the last slide, and this is probably my favorite area in the whole building, but this shows the greenhouse. And so the concept here is that residents in downtown Austin can rent out greenhouse beds for their own personal gardening purposes. The greenhouse fosters a WELL principle of having outdoor areas that help foster community. And then here's is some of the vegetation that is growing within the greenhouse. And then the greenhouse beds are custom made to fit within the space. But yes, I'm excited to hear you guys' feedback, and thank you for listening.
It's a beautiful project. I think you did a really good job with all of your presentation materials. I think this thing that stands out to me initially is, do you mind going back to your plan? If that's
Yes.
It feels your greenhouse area is so beautiful. It feels slightly programmatically a little disparate from the rest of your plan. It would have been, I wonder how you could have interrogated that a little bit more and figured out a little bit more cohesion with the rest of it. Maybe it's by introducing vegetation and taking advantage of all that natural light in the main space. But it's such a beautiful piece of your program. It would have been nice to see moments like that on the interior of the space. I like the program layout. I think that's really smart. Is that like an information booth right at the entry?
Yes, I should have mentioned that. It's kind of like you walk in and kind of.
I think kind of in terms of these sorts of kind of micro program elements, it feels slightly confrontational, which may be okay, but it's just so close that you want a little bit of breathing room because the floor, you've got 20,000 feet to play with, right? I think that maybe that could have spread out a little bit. Regarding your pods, I think that that's a really cool idea. I love the shape of them. But kind of going back to my earlier comment about like cohesion with like the beautiful greenhouse, I wonder if that would have been an opportunity to spread those out a little bit so you give the user a bit more space. Because it kind of feels like you're in the dunce corner, like you got in trouble and you're sitting there and like you're waiting for someone to let you out. But it's functionally like super important, you know. But I wonder if it could have expanded, and at the center there you create some kind of peekaboo moment with like a green element or something like that that maybe provides a little bit, you know, additional floor space and a little bit of visual reprieve. But I know that you're trying to get. You don't want to introduce a voyeuristic element where you're seeing people in the other pod or anything. But yeah, I think those are my initial comments. And then your very, very first rendering. I'm not sure what kind of, so I know that this is kind of like health oriented, right? And there's places for meditation, for contemplation, reflection. What kind of precedents were you looking at when you were kind of designing this? Did you have very specific projects you were looking at?
The main one that I looked at, which was really just for my stair, was a building done by CGF, which is actually the CGF, like where the office of CGF. And I looked a lot at their stair and how they constructed it.
Okay.
So that's really, in terms of like the overall building, there wasn't one that I specifically built.
My only comment is on upon entry, for some reason, some of the design choices, it feels a little bit institutional in the sense that it feels almost like a community college, or it's got like an educational vibe to it.
Yeah.
Which is cool because it's a wellness center, but that's just it kind of sets the tone for when you're entering into the space. And I wouldn't necessarily know what the program was if I was a visitor entering. And then the last comment I'll make is about the stair. I think the stairs are really pretty design. I've seen hung stairs like that before, and I think that's a good use of the massive overhead structure. But it's gonna bounce, and so I question the soapstone. And I don't mind bouncing stairs. I think it's kind of cool if it's like an all steel stair, but it's like you're introducing this really super rigid material. So I wonder if it would feel a little bit like if you would get some lateral movement, a little. You know, like maybe the stair could have been all steel. So maybe the tiny bit of bounce that you would get is kind of a little bit more recognizable rather than, I'm not sure physically how it would work. It's just like an intuitive kind of reaction to it, even though it's a beautiful design. And it feels very luxe. So I'm not sure if you were going after luxe for this interior space, but it's definitely fine materials. So that's impressive. So yeah, those are kind of my initial comments. I think
Mhm.
overall it's really good, and it's obvious like you slaved over these drawings. So
Yeah, I think on the stair, I was like trying to convince Allison to let me use marble, and she was like, "No way!" So we settled on the soapstone. It was like the middle.
limestone is cool too. I don't know how
Yeah.
good it is for stairs, you know, but
I agree with Augustina. Yeah, I mean this stair is it's nice to see you taking the time to really get into all of the details of a part of the project, because I think that's what these technical studios are about. It's about actually exploring something all the way down to the tiniest bits. And I think what I would have loved on this stair, because I know you spent so much time on it, is maybe beyond the sort of section elevation, like a little detail axon that's not a rendering, something that's a little bit more technical to show all these parts, because you have these threaded elements and that sort of thing. But that's, you know, that's all time. But I do like the way that this element is put together. I could just kind of to build on what Augustina was saying about like materiality. I love the idea of trying to incorporate the well building logic into this project. And I think that doing it with a sort of material palette that is more luxe and is more rich is an interesting way to approach it, because I think when we associate well building and lead buildings and all this stuff, we tend to go on this like more I don't know how you say it, hippier side of things, right? And I think it's important that it's important to be able to see that you can do an environmentally friendly building at all sort of aesthetics, because environmentalness should not have an aesthetic, right? It should just be a logic. So I like the way that you're pursuing this sort of the rich of the black and the brass and these higher end materials. And then you have this greenhouse space, which is very green, obviously, and soft. And I think the meshing of those materials would have been interesting. And I also, in looking at your farmer's market space, I think the logic of the greenhouse and these materials need to be incorporated in the farmer's market space. I think that space felt a little weird to me, partially because my sister is a farmer and I've worked at her stand at the farmer's market, and it's very messy. You know, you're watering things, you got a lot of dirt, you got a lot of, and you've created this like pristine space that all I could think about was like the first smear of dirt in that space is gonna like make you really unhappy. So I think that space is a little too refined for that function.
I agree.
I think you can take a lot of that logic, but I think that would be a really interesting space to merge these things together, right? The greenness and that you're using in the greenhouse, and then these luxe materials. Where can you use the luxe materials in a farmer's market, and where do you need to go to something that's a little bit more just rugged and off the land, basically? And maybe it's about cleanability and drainage and that kind of thing. But that's sort of my thought on the farmer's market space, unless you're just selling flowers. But even when you're selling flowers, it gets messy.
Yeah, no, I love that comment. I think that is a wise comment and definitely something that needs to be.
Or hydroponics, no dirt allowed, Amy. Just no dirt.
Yeah.
Or even
exactly.
just a tile choice, like Amy was saying, something cleanable. There's plenty of tile choices that are affordable and they have a glaze. So just the sheer change in finish of something can provide kind of the functional need you may be looking for with the luxe kind of quality, just simply because it's shiny, a shiny surface, you know?
Yeah. And then on sort of the interior space, I think bringing a little bit of the exterior into the interior and the interior out to the exterior would really bring these two spaces together. And I like that you had a few spaces that weren't like traditional framed windows. You had these sort of bigger openings that you'd kind of carved. And I think maybe there were these moments where like the old building was not eroded because you're your project too refined for something like erosion, but where these two things crisscross together.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that shot that you just pulled up. You know, those two elements on the side, how could you use those moments to bring the outside in or push the inside out? You know, even making like, when you put this image up, I kind of wanted that window on the right and the bottom rendering, the window on the right to kind of pop out, you know, to be something where you could like actually walk out of the building and see not just out, but see around. And I think that could be a really nice addition, especially when you're, I'm assuming we're on the second floor, right? There.
This is the first floor. Yeah.
Okay. Same thing. You can still see all around.
Yeah.
If it was on the second floor, it'd be even better. But yeah. But I think overall, I mean, I think that you've got a nice design logic in the space, and I think, you know, having this. Oh my God, my dog is so loud. Having this waiting space right in front of the door is sorry. Can you hear that? No, okay. Having this waiting space right at the, what?
I guess he was being generous. The heavy panting, yes.
Oh, I don't
He's
hear
wearing-
it at all, honestly.
He's wearing a cone and he's trying to scratch himself and he's scratching the cone. So sorry, I digress. I think this waiting greeting space is very nice when you come in to the door, but I do agree with Augustina, it's kind of right there. And when you have all that space and all that flow, I think, you know, shifting it to be asymmetrical, because you got to think about like a lot of people walking through a door at once, you know, bigger groups and stuff. And you don't, when you have a space like this, the last thing you want is a bunch of people to walk in to the door and then just like stop and look around and just, you know, and then everyone's running into them and it just kind of clogs the space up. When you have this space, you want to think about, you know, what's the flow of people going in and where are they going to stop and what's that going to mean? And how can you kind of design to make them, how do you design to make people go where you want them to go without you telling them, right? That's what you want to, that's how you place things in space. So, but overall, I think you've done a really nice job, and you've attacked this from, I think, a very different point of view than the last project, which is always fun. I love seeing all the completely different approaches to these projects.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bree. Congratulations. Big pat on the back. I know you're getting to see 3 of our soul teams, 1-member teams. And they had a lot to undergo this semester. They're like, well, division of labor just falls on one, which is always difficult. But we do have a partnership coming up here, Ani and Paige, who at times worked in studio, like together, once they were allowed back in. So it's very exciting. So we just have a few people who went back to campus. So anyway, I will let Paige and Ani get started here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ani. Hi, I'm Paige. And we are sharing. All right. Is my view control in the way here on the right? I don't think so. Okay, great. All right. Guidepost Transportation Hub and Event Center strives to alleviate the stress and discomfort that's typically associated with travel. A guidepost is a post with a sign giving directions for travelers, usually placed at a crossroads. With this project also intends to, this project also intends to provide clarity for its users, not only in their travel endeavors, but in navigating the space as well. Thirdly, Guidepost aims to create a versatile space that can be used by a variety of different users and user types. The color palette for this project consists mainly of soft and muted tones in combination with our main materials of oak wood, veneer, and precast concrete. So the first floor plan to walk you through our whole idea, since we wanted to create a space that was very clear and defined, we wanted to establish a loft system. So the underlevel is beneath that, and the program's meant to be more of a transitory or transitional space from the front of the building to the back. So starting from the entrance, you have the reception, which is where you can get tickets or inquiries about certain things within the building. And then you have the middle transition space that has lockers in the bathrooms, as well as phone booths and then further on, you have a gallery space and eventually transitions into a waiting area. We'll go further into detail into these later on, but we also wanted to, in the future, accommodate for things like food truck court, bike and scooter rentals and offices. And then in the back, and that outdoor area is where our outdoor auditorium is located. But initially, this lower level is meant to be more of a transitioning space. We have another level on the second floor that's meant more for lounging, but this one is really meant for people to experience as they're walking through, as they're observing, and then they finally end up in a waiting area in the back that's a little bit more secluded and its own individual space separate from this loft structure. As well, with this idea of the loft design, we focused on design for deconstruction with this concept. And so we built around the building, essentially, with a shell that would be a little bit offset from the existing wall, creating a service corridor, allowing for ease of maintenance, as well as organization of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing.
Yeah, and you can see that service corridor right here, and then also in section that would be right here, even though this section isn't cut through it, you can see the elevation of where those walls are. And our decision to include a second floor loft level was driven by our desire to create a design that is comfortable and proportionate in a space with a very high ceiling height. Along with the division of materials with oak wood veneer on the second floor and precast concrete predominantly on the lower level, the inclusion of a loft helps us divide the space into two separate zones with relaxation and leisure on the second floor and circulation and transitory space on the first floor. And the programs for the second floor loft level include a coffee bar and then multiple lounge spaces that are divided by partition walls with large gaps in between for circulation. And then on the outdoor side, it provides a loft level observation seating area for the auditorium space.
So we split our project into 3 sections, basically to embody our goals. The first section would be titled Lucidity. So this means clarity of expression and intelligibility, and it has to do with our goals to provide clarity for travelers in this heavy travel culture that we have. You know, how can we bring light to certain things that might be confusing to people? So the first way we experimented with this, we have an image on the left that actually shows one of our early study models that we made. And this idea of having the underloft be this continuation of these transit lines going through, kind of mimicking what you would see on bus maps or any kind of map, really. So this started with the vertical plane on the walls themselves, where we had certain apertures or doors, or we had furniture being placed. We use these transit lines to really map out the space and navigate around them, kind of informing people what you could interact with, or what was something that somebody could potentially see as usable. So we use this to really map out the space vertically. And you can go to the next slide. And then these continue onto the ceiling, mapping it out horizontally. Now the transit lines on the ceiling go more towards defining space. So we have areas where there seems to be enclosed loops that really tell, well, this is an area where there can be benches placed or there's gallery space placed, but they also allow for directionality. At the entrance, we have 2 lines going forward that almost lead you into the space. So it's another way to direct people into and through this underneath loft area. So taking this idea of the transit line underneath, we actually upped the scale to have these larger wooden, like millwork transit lines going throughout the space. And this really took our idea from under the loft into the entire building itself. This way it had the cohesive idea of this transit line going through, but further dividing the programs in the space into what they are without actually putting in some dividing walls. But with these lines, we have the same LED line lights going through with these transit lines, providing illumination on the second floor that continues from the idea with under the loft on the first floor. And these transit lines, these larger transit lines also extend out to the outdoor space to connect the interior and the exterior programs that we have in this project. And they meet in the middle to produce a shading structure.
So this is a render showcasing how these transit lines really go beyond the loft and extend to the existing walls to define those spaces. And the transit lines above also mirror on the floor with a change in surface materials to really further visually separate these different areas that we want people to interact with in different ways. So going through the information that we want to provide, in order to provide clarity, we have this reception desk that's placed right at the front entrance. It's visually, whenever you walk in, it is the first thing you see. So we want it to be something that's approachable to people. At this reception desk, we would provide information for show tickets, for tours, for bicycle and scooter rental, and for Amtrak tickets, anything, and even inquiries about the building itself. We wanted to create it as a visual aspect whenever you're walking in to be sort of like the main entrance, but to kind of conceal what's behind it. So then you're curious about what's beyond the wall. So the transit lines actually on the ceiling, as you can see to the right, lead you into the rest of the building, but you have this central focal point whenever you walk in to really feel welcomed, but also understand that there's immediate information access at the entrance. And then further along to the back of the building, next to the waiting area, we have this, since the metro system is such a huge thing in Austin, we wanted to really highlight on this and create a wall map that's illuminated and interactive for patrons at the, or for people coming to the transit hub. So we have this map showing the bus routes, and then to the right of that, we would have a digital display letting you know the bus times and when those, when the next bus would be, which one you want to take. And ideally, we would want to connect this with a technological aspect of having a phone app that lets you log into whatever this bus schedule is. So then you're free to go about the building and wait in the area you want to, so you don't have to stay in this area. But we want this to be something that's very interactive. And then to the right of that, we've also provided space for advertisements or brochures, because we also really want to connect with the community of Austin and really bring in that culture. So allowing for businesses to advertise here or to place brochures and to really inform people about what's out there in Austin, because we want to also highlight that aspect too. Sorry, the next slide. And then the last part of the clarity is we wanted our furniture to also reflect this. We have many built-in custom pieces. And so this is one of them. It's in the cafe area on the second floor. We wanted to really reflect something that comes from the space itself. So it comes from the walls that we built and has a very clear, distinct function, but with a simple form. So this bench extrudes from the wall, and it has bench options, but also places for tables and places for you to sit down and work, but it's meant for more of a lounge type. While you're waiting for your coffee or you're waiting for a show to start. It's just meant to provide one of the options for people to sit and make the space their own, but it has a very clear and distinct function as it comes from the wall itself. This is also continued onto the other side of the wall in the form of these really small tables meant for studying or just chatting with a friend or having coffee, but it's to provide a different perspective on sitting in this upstairs space. This one is more exposed to natural light, but then you also have more intimate sitting with just two seats per table. But again, it's a very simple form that we wanted to be very clear in function and coming from the form that we've already created.
The second section for this presentation is titled Latitude, or Scope for Freedom of Action or Thought. And this reflects our design intent to create versatile and flexible spaces that can be used by a variety of people in numerous ways. Our auxiliary program in our largest flexible space is our outdoor auditorium space. And this space can accommodate for a variety of different performance types, whether it be a sit-down comedy show or a standing room only concert. And one main way this is done is through a custom operable table designed so that the tabletop can operate downwards and recede into the floor and create a flat surface when standing room only is desired. In addition, whenever there is no performance going on, visitors can casually use the space for whatever means they please and even rent the space out for private events. Additionally, the space also transforms at nighttime to offer a different experience that provides more the lights on top of the tables provide this warm glowing light that provides a softer experience that can be used. Right, and for the operable tables, they are made of a composite wood tabletop with an aluminum base and a frosted glass lampshade. And then on the outdoor space also includes a loft level for observation and free seating space for anyone who wants to use it, however, and also for additional seating during a performance. This space features flexible and movable custom designed cushions for the platform seating. And these cushions are coated in a Trevira sustainable and durable fabric. And the color choices for these cushions are a more colorful and playful palette to contrast the simplicity of the wood and concrete that's predominantly used everywhere else in the project. So it kind of creates this little pop on the outdoors, especially in sunny Texas.
And something else about the cushions is that this isn't the only place they appear in the project. So we have this language going on in other parts of the building. So then people know it's like, oh, I can sit and interact with this place too.
Yeah. And speaking on that, there is also one of those seating spaces to the right of the stage over here. So that lower level also connects to the upper level through those cushions and that flexible seating dynamic. And another way this space is able to transform and adapt to its user types is the ability for the transit line lights to change colors. So if there's an event going on that has a specific logo or color palette, the space can be customized specifically for the event or performance. And yet another flexible space in this design is the gallery space, which features periodically rotating displays predominantly by local Austin artists. This painting back here is actually by a Austin artist who gave me permission to use his work in this render, so that's pretty cool of him. And this space also features movable furniture, such as these benches, so that it can be transformed for any exhibit desired and encourages community interaction as you walk through the space.
So our last section is titled Elapse, meaning the passage of period of time or lapse. This just relates to our goal of creating a space that's comfortable, but initially is somewhere that we want people to spend time. We want people to slow down and kind of get away from the hustle and bustle of transit life. So the first one. The first way we did this is by incorporating these private phone booths. These are on the first floor, kind of as you're walking by the outer edge of the loft. We wanted to have these for people that really wanted solitude or they just needed some privacy, but we also still wanted to expose them to the natural light and the passing of time through that natural light throughout the day. So we have these glass doors on one side and then a glass facade on the other side to really let this light in, and then have this very comfortable effect with the wood on the wooden interiors and the concrete for the stability of workspace.
One main way that we exhibit comfortable spaces in this project is on the loft level through small little lounge spaces that are created by the partition walls that divide the space. They aren't fully closed off, but they are semi-private spaces, and they feature a variety of different furniture types to choose from. You can sit on table and chairs, on bar stools, or even on couches and comfy furniture to allow people that freedom to kind of let time pass in the way that they would want to let time pass, especially when traveling and you may be waiting for long periods of time. It also provides a space where you can grab a coffee at the bar nearby and do your work.
And we have a little time lapse. Hopefully this works.
Bear with us. I'm going to let Paige share her screen for this, and then I'm going to reshare.
Yes. Let's see, here it is. So it'll be a quick little, yes, but this is just to show in perspective how the light passes through with the skylights on the existing truss structure. It's a very quick little video, but that was just to illustrate how we want to visually represent time passing. And we did that with the skylights exposing through the top. And we wanted to have the trusses exposed in order to have those lines pass through. But in conclusion, this project really encouraged us to investigate the time that we spend in between travel. We spend so much time on the roads and transit and doing things, but we really wanted to encourage public transportation and investigate the ways that we can improve the time we spend just waiting. Is that spent, doing work or something? And how can we provide for people doing work? Or are you waiting for a friend, waiting for a show, things that you are just waiting for in life? How can we really improve that in between time? And so that's what we really wanted to investigate further with this project. But thank you so much for your time, and we both look forward to your feedback.
Thank you.
I'm impressed with how much you two have been able to achieve. I mean, it's clear when you have two people how much more you can accomplish. And you guys clearly worked well together and created a very, really studied all of these spaces to a level of detail that I'm very impressed with. Your renderings are very nice as well. I don't know what program you're using, but you did a good job tracking all that wood over those surfaces, which I know is a huge pain from personal experience.
Paige gets credit for that one.
We used Inkscape, but with Revit, yeah, we had to manage the materials, and it was a couple of trial and errors trying to get it to look right.
Mm-hmm. Good. I've been using Inkscape. I love it personally. It's a great program. I guess to step back, sorry, I'm trying to sort of absorb all of these elements, but to step back, I think the notion of you have a clear concept from this idea of these transit lines, and you used it and you tracked it through the whole project, and it's nice to see you all taking this concept and pushing it into all of these different elements and kind of exploring how it can be a two-dimensional element, how it can be a three-dimensional element, how it can work for your wayfinding, work for your lighting, work for your materiality. It's nice to see that sort of explored at all of these different levels. It maybe is a little bit heavy-handed in certain areas, that it's there maybe is a little bit of editing that could have happened. I feel like, in some of the spaces it's then the only thing you see, or maybe the wood gets a little bit heavy and you lose some of the existing building. And I know that's sort of a hard balance. And I think actually that last video you showed, that space was a really nice balance between seeing the existing structure and seeing your intervention inside of the space. But in some of these other spaces, you get much more of this wood element and you lose a little bit of the main space. But that's sort of stepping back, my ability to step back at this point and look at all the stuff. But I think that, I guess, I don't know, Augustina, you want to pop in? I'm trying to figure out the best way to,
Sure.
There's so many different things to talk about.
I know, this project is incredible. It's very cohesive. The thing that popped out to me, can we go back to your plan? I love your material choices. Okay, my question for you is, okay. I think I'm understanding now. So where is it that pattern on the floor pattern continues to past that threshold? Like, I guess, is it your second floor plan?
Oh, I think, is it into the auditorium?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that would have been in a reflected. We needed to put a reflected.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can show a render of it. So yeah, it comes out from those transit lines back there and they line up here, and then they just converge in the middle to form this shading structure over the stage.
So that's a reflected ceiling plan that we're seeing?
No.
That's a
Oh yeah, so it's the lines on the floor plan are like these wooden lines with this different material that kind of mimic the structure as it flows above as well. And so
I guess I'm asking, do you mind going back to the mezzanine plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so here, I think that this is a really cool opportunity and a really cool move. Is this all exterior space?
Yes.
Okay, so what would have been cool, like my question is like this program element, the utility being used in that location, because that's like your kind of threshold wall, right? What, I know that you're, battling with these guys here to get to your transit, but I wonder what it would have been like to have your utility here and make better use of the concrete application is amazing. I love the material palette. I wonder if you could have used it. It seems like it's being used in a few places for structural and mostly for the finish quality and like the weightedness. So I wonder if you could have introduced that into your wall to create wall openings and kind of push it even further to make like kind of grander connections to the outside, because you're doing it with your floor. And so you kind of want to see it on the vertical surface too, so that you can really start to feel that that's a connected space and it continues to the outside. And I know that we're not really supposed to talk about like as much focus on technical elements, right, Allison?
Oh, you can as much. I just didn't want you guys to think you were sitting down and this is what today's review was, to like look
Right.
at
Okay.
diagrams.
What I think is super smart about your project is like the ceiling fur downs and that you're creating these intimate spaces, because that's a huge opportunity to have your exposed HVAC ducts above those. And it doesn't matter that it's industrial looking, because you can just bring them down to those fur down ceilings. And then that's another opportunity to look at HVAC, because interiors is just as much, you're going to have to, with spaces like this, you're going to have to completely reimagine the HVAC. And that's just as much a part of interior design as anything else. So it's a huge opportunity to look at like diffusers and like fixtures like that. There's so many linear slot diffusers where you could have pushed that concept even more and just leaned into it. You know what I mean? Because it is so ubiquitous in your project that it would have been like, you could have, I know that you were focused on so many other things and there was so much you could have zeroed in on, but just in a practical sense, just for you to think about for future, that there's ways to integrate even utilitarian infrastructure elements into your design and have them be usable. And then also just the last thing, the areas where you're transitioning from wood to concrete are really cool. And I wonder if those could have been a little bit articulated, even more to the point of what I was mentioning with leaning into those linear elements, is like the areas where your guardrail meets the soffit of the concrete. That's an opportunity to create a reveal or a cool detail moment where you are maybe hiding. I think it was a different image. It was the one where you could see kind of like the guardrail with the concrete ceiling underneath, like this. Yeah, go back one. It's this one. So like, here's another opportunity to create like not a threshold, but like a detail there that either shows HVAC or it's like a reveal to break between the materials. But like I said, you're focused on, you had your things that you were interested in. And so those are just things I wanted to point out for other design opportunities to kind of push your concept. But
Can
I think
you
it's
go back 2 slides to where you're showing the upper mezzanine? No, I'm sorry, 2 slides to wherever we were. Maybe one more. There. So, okay, so you are on spot. Like, we're not talking specifically today, like this is what our ducts look like and everything, but
Right.
we actually cover all that stuff, because absolutely that's the whole idea of how we do this. And to get to what Amy was saying earlier about like having a environmentally sound building doesn't have to have an aesthetic. We want to integrate our building systems and use them as a logic and use them to tie them in to make our designs better and see what opportunities are there. So Paige and Ani didn't talk about it, but these carvings out are not just physical reveals in the wood, but those are their air diffusers. And we're not seeing where the air returns are, but that was the whole thing, like where it's not a detail, it's actually an air detail.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't talk about it.
Well,
I was about to mention it. Yeah. We don't want to interrupt.
I think that's great. You're thinking about that. That's wonderful.
I think you could question the students if they think it's great that we're thinking about it, but they have to think about it. So
They if you don't think about it now, you're just going to end up one of those people that just put spiral ducts everywhere and your projects are crappy. So think about it now so that you understand. And then in the future, find yourself a badass mechanical engineer who will actually help you do the stuff right. All that stuff is really important, and it really can change. You can completely change the dynamic of your space if you don't do that stuff right. I think using these feeling elements, I think what you guys have done in this space, more so than I guess the previous projects we looked at, is your spaces feel much more defined, three-dimensionally. Like you've done a lot of space making within spaces, which I think is what is good interior design, that you're not just filling the space that you've been given, you're actually creating other spaces that are within that space that maybe are related to or totally different from that space. And I think that using these feeling elements and using these wood elements allows all of that stuff to happen. I did want to talk quickly before we go to the next project about your furniture design. I'm really into this table idea that you guys have created outside, and I love the notion of a space that becomes, that's just such a nice idea, to be able to take a table, have it there, and then hit a button and the table's recessed into the ground, and immediately the space is a completely different space, and it's so functional. And as someone who works on restaurants and stuff, listening to people complain about moving furniture around is a huge deal. Like, oh, the chair's too heavy, we can't put those chairs outside. Like, well, they're too heavy, and then are they going to get stolen? And do we have to bolt everything down? So these ideas I think are really nice. I can't tell if it's actually a hole in the floor when the table's up, but it looks like it, but I think it would need to be flush.
So that's one thing I was struggling with a little bit while designing this table, was that like either it had a little bit of a gap while it was up like this, or it made a little bit of a step while the tabletop came down. And so I couldn't tell which one was the more beneficial way to go. But I decided on this one just because I didn't know if that would be a trip hazard if it were to trip around.
I would say you want that ground plane always to be flush, because if it's a step when the space is open, it's just going to be a thing that people trip on. If it's a void when the table is up, it's going to be something that their chair falls into. So I think you just basically just say the bottom is there, and then when the top comes down, the bottom goes down a little bit more, and you'd figure out how to engineer that. And I think that would be the way to go. But I love the idea that you have this sort of tabletop candlelight element that then becomes a bollard and kind of an element in a big open space. I think that's a really nice design. It's nice to see. So I just wanted to commend you on that detailing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we should move on so we don't run late on our very first session. But Paige and Annie, thank you. I think that it was a fantastic project. And I know I don't want you to be dissuaded that it's just that they can get that much done because there's two of them. They got that much done because they're Paige and Annie, and they make miraculous things happen. I think they have one of those Hermione time turners where they make things. I don't know how they do it actually, but so congratulations. It really turned out beautifully. And I will say that from day one, they never romanticized the building, which I appreciate any viewpoint, any strong viewpoint. And so they use this shell, and I don't think there's anything wrong with romanticizing it or not, but they had a strong position and they never left it. And they were able to capitalize on it with their design. So kudos to both of you on that. That was really great.
Hey, Allison.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can I take a 1-minute break to deal with that pacing? Just real quick.
Of course.
One sec.
Look at the
Be right
code.
back.
So Shannon, are you going to be good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll go when Amy comes back. What a great idea about that. Just going further into the ground, Ani. Right. We should have gotten there. It was a great debate that we were having about how to mitigate whether or not you have the hole in the floor versus the tripping hazard with the post seemed more dangerous because that would most logically be used when it was dark, like in a concert type musical event, you know?
I don't know that I understood that detail, I guess. Wouldn't you have seen a void through, like more of a tunnel void? Maybe I didn't understand the detail.
The tabletop itself goes up and down on the post.
So there's no void below when that happens.
There is, but we're trying to say, so either she had the choice of when the table's up, it's flush on the ground, or when the table's, but when the table's down, that would make a big bump on the ground, right? Like an 1.5 inch thick bump, tripping hazard, which in the dark could be dangerous.
Right. Yeah, it is a very cool detail.
It's a fun detail to work through too.
Yeah.
You guys really did have a lot of fun with those little fuzzy details. Lots of fuzzy details. So I love them. Great.
I'm sure with some fancy engineering, there'd be some way to make it a little bit deeper so that they can all be flush at all times.
Yeah. And yeah, strong enough too. That's the other thing is that.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ani and Paige. Shannon, you're up.
All right, okay.
Hello.
Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. My name's Shannon. I'm a second year master's student. So my proposal is called Node Provisions. So a little bit about the site, though I'm sure you guys gotten the rundown. Is there one of the boxes on top of my screen from Zoom? No. Okay. So yeah, we have the site on Baylor Street. It's right on the train tracks. There's some owner operator buildings on the north side back here. And then there is this existing, you can see it in this photo. That's a pretty old photo, the existing steel canopy that goes all the way back. And I just thought I would probably keep that on site to use for like larger market days or live music events, stuff like that. But I thought that was just an interesting component back there. So in terms of programming, Node is basically a combination of ongoing and intermittent programming that's focused on bringing quality food and culinary experiences to a larger swath of people. It's convenient and convivial. It's for people that are just passing through, but it's also for people that come there with intention and have a reason to be there and come back, like more than just in transit. So the ongoing program that I have is a field kitchen for culinary students in their final stages of culinary school who have to get a certain amount of public facing hours. There are 2 culinary incubators for chefs or restaurateurs to try out a concept without having to invest upfront. And then there's a mercantile component that sells high quality ingredients at reasonable prices through a volunteer business model, et cetera. And so all that kind of establishes the hub as convenient. When you're just passing through, there's also these programs that you can take advantage of. And then the intermittent programming is more like things you would come back for. So there's a classroom kitchen for community cooking classes or food and nutrition literacy programs. You could make an evening reservation for a student cooked full service meal. And then there's, like I said, a growers and producers market. You might have a guest chef day where a local chef would volunteer for the day and you could bring the produce you just bought and have the chef cook a meal for you using the facilities. And so all that kind of establishes the hub that's convivial as well, and someplace you might come back to for more than just transit. So this is kind of how that works out in terms of plan. The ground level, so I have 2 levels, ground and mezzanine. This is the ground. Most of the ongoing programming pretty much all the ongoing programming is contained on the ground. So you have the field kitchen and the culinary incubators kind of nestled underneath this part of the mezzanine, spilling out into the exterior area. You have the mercantile in the auxiliary part of this building. You have a bar and coffee station. And then you have that lounge and formal dining where you might make a reservation. And then just some supportive programming. Since the mezzanine provides some additional space on the ground floor, there's bike and locker storage, and then mechanical is contained under that mezzanine space as well over here. So then you have the mezzanine level, and this is more kind of focused on, at least in the central part, being sort of a ramble way. I wanted to get people close to the existing structure. I wanted to disperse density, especially considering COVID, and just give people more space to spread out and just hang around. So there's quite a bit of walking space. There's lots of different seating spots. And then you have some back of house stuff up here as well. And so this takes you to a rooftop area, and then the ramp goes around to the classroom kitchen. You can also get up to the classroom kitchen using the stairs. So thinking about this mezzanine intervention, I really wanted to utilize the existing truss structure and kind of just literally suspend everything from those because that's what they were made for. And so in doing that, focusing on the horizontal and vertical generosity of the building, we have the opportunity for these really like vast, sometimes concentric sightlines. So I wanted to maintain that. And because of those considerations, I could do, the intermediate levels, the ramps, and that kind of feeds into each other and it helps with dispersing the density. And then also in utilizing this structure, I wanted it to be sort of like a light intervention, if that makes sense. Staying away from the building shell as much as possible. So actually offsetting the mezzanine pretty much a foot around the perimeter because it's just hanging from the trusses. And then also, making those ramboways from that suspended mezzanine so that people can be closer to that original truss work and get a cool up close look at it. And I kind of originally had the idea for the mezzanine because this mezzanine existed in the site. It's the blue part. And you can't really see that photo, but so basically this was the existing mezzanine, and then I just spilled it over into the rest of the building. Definitely inspired by the materials that were at the site. You have a lot of rust and patina, aggregated geometries, clusters of things. There was a bunch of, funny enough, like commercial restaurant things laying around, like a bunch of stainless steel appliances and everything. Lots of layers, lots of translucencies. It was a cool time of day that we went. The light was coming through all these items, and then you have the reflective quality of a lot of the items in there. And so this is kind of an original mood board that I made after we visited the site and I did some material research. So generally, again, looking at this concept of like a light intervention, thinking about how I could take rigid, hard materials and express them kind of more softer and in like a dynamic way. So this animation above is the vertical steel supports that I introduced. And I thought it was interesting because on the long elevation, they're just blending to the existing grid. I was relying on the grid to place things. So in that direction, they just look like any old vertical supports. But then in the short directions, they become twisty and they kind of look like they've fallen together. So I thought that was interesting. And then also utilizing metal curtains for sort of partitions, for light diffusal, for sort of encouraging people to wind one way or another, and just thinking about how, if all the windows are open in here, or if the HVAC is going, you would get some really cool movement in those curtains. And then this is just showing how the offset of the mezzanine also allowed me to have some interesting light conditions. So, you know, if the light is coming down from below and kind of diffuses up, and then also being able to have operable windows that full length. That was a goal. Another component I wanted to introduce was, you know, in case we had a couple of nice mild days in Austin, could you maybe do passive ventilation? Because we did have a pretty strong southern facing wall, and it's like a huge thermal mass because it's just concrete and brick masonry. So introducing this solar chimney that would enable you know, ventilation of the building, just using stack ventilation. You know, if the sun heats the stark chimney up and encourages the colder air to come in through the windows and through the building, positioning those dampers in line with the like circulation routes. Oops, that door is not supposed to do that. So that people get kind of the optimal airflow through there. And then also taking the chance to move this into sort of like an observation space, another circulation route, so you could just go around that piece of structure. In terms of furniture, again, kind of exploring harder materials, but in softer expressions. I did stay away from, and acoustics is a whole thing that I really didn't touch, unfortunately, but I did stay away from upholstery, mostly because I know it can contribute to humidity in a space. And if you are trying to do passive ventilation, that's usually a pretty big issue, and it affects, you know, how successful, for example, like a thermal mass cooling down a space, how successful that can be. So this is kind of the main programming on the ground floor, that you have field kitchen and the culinary incubators. The culinary incubators share a lot of the cooking and the storage space, but they each have their own kind of outpost, and that would just allow them to really benefit from the traffic that's already being driven through that building. And they would just each get their own little spot. And then they would also benefit from being, you know, in cahoots with the culinary students over here. They could all kind of mingle in this larger kitchen area. And this field kitchen, which is kind of where the culinary students would hang out, has this sort of exhibitionary, you know, prep counter, work counter back there. And then you have a counter that people can sit at and come up to up here. And I'm kind of thinking like they're just cooking meals, and people are like, oh, what are you guys cooking today? And then they just eat the food that the students are cooking. Let's see what else on this page. Yeah, so that's a look at the incubator. And then this is the exterior shot of that kind of exhibit area of the field kitchen. And then I also ended up using that metal curtain material as sort of an actual like light fixture diffuser that you could just put around operable lights, and that comes up with some interesting lighting conditions. This is a bar and coffee concept that's near the east entrance. Some details on that. This is the stair up to the classroom kitchen. Again, thinking about the suspended concept. So this is actually one of the I-beams that is attached to the columns, attached to the trusses. And then this would be a monolithic concrete stair with rebar in it. And also thinking about, there's a couple of details throughout the project where I'm kind of cutting the material out around the structure to kind of like make way for the structure. And I think that ties back into this just like overall respect for the existing structure and structure in general. Again, that's the bike. You have some bike and locker storage because it is a little shorter under there, but it would be appropriate for that use. And then this is a look inside that classroom kitchen. You have the HVAC, which is coming out of the mechanical room below and then up and to the rest of the building, which I thought was kind of an interesting design piece too. And this is detailing this assembly that you see that's kind of green tinged. That's just 2x4 framing with a polycarb panel on top. And from what I was reading, polycarb is good for sound attenuation. So I thought that was interesting. I was really trying to look at like how I could enclose spaces without, making rooms and like adding chipboard walls. So kind of experimenting with different ways of doing that. And I liked the polycarb for its translucencies, its economic qualities, and then kind of looking at how it could take different forms. So it's the guardrail on one side of the mezzanine, and then that kind of turns into a wall for the classroom, kitchen, etc. And this is just kind of, again, stressing like these really long sight lines. I wanted you to be able to just look the whole length of the building and follow that mezzanine along it. And so you have the accessible level changes all around. And then on the east side leads up to a vestibule that goes out into this roofless space that I did have to put steel supports in if I wanted that to work. Right now, I can't remember if it had a roof or if it didn't. Either way, the roof was taken off in our context, but I thought it would be cool to have those kind of rooms still there and be habitable. And then this kind of shows, again, how that polycarbonate structure forms like the encasing of this sort of tunnel part, and then comes down to make a drop ceiling, and then comes down to form sort of an accent wall behind the welcome desk. And then this is kind of my last intervention. This is out back. I was interested in the stacking concept in terms of like COVID safety, again, in terms of dispersing density, and letting people just have different like niches to go into. This geometry was derived from playing around with the curtains. I already had those shapes set, and then so just figuring out what could kind of go in there. And thinking about how that might change during the day with the shadows back there. And I should also say, yes, so this would all be, these are existing steel supports, and so everything would be supported from that again. So yeah, thinking about how that could change during the day, and then at night as well. And that's what I have. Okay. Please ask questions because I don't think I went over everything, but.
Amy, I'll let you go if you want, because I took up a lot of space on the last one.
I was letting you go, but that's fine. I can hop in. I like what you're doing in this project, and that you kind of are taking the approach of deriving a number of the elements from suspension, and so you're sort of exploring all the different ways you can suspend items from the structure, and then what that means for the space below. Can you go back? I guess, can you go back to the earlier part of the kind of the bigger overall stuff? Sorry.
Maybe that.
Yeah. I think so. I think that image there on the left and your diagram on the right, I think those are great studies for understanding the idea of how you want to explore the space, and what that does with light and what that does with materials. I think you've chosen, I think some of your materials are smart decisions. Some of the materials I question, like if you're going to suspend everything, the idea of using wood and polygal and these sort of light frame materials totally makes sense, and that then they're supported by these steel members. I question where you're starting to use concrete. To me, if you're going to create something that's all about suspension, then everything you suspend is light, and then everything that's not part of a suspension system is heavy. So like, to me, you would leave the concrete only on the floor, and then you'd figure out how to make that stair, like the stair I think was concrete. I would make that something very light, whether it's steel or glass or something visibly light or something actually light or some kind of combination of the two. I was wondering if you looked at that. I don't know the architect, but the library in Mexico City, Allison or Augustina, feel free to pop in. The one where all of the books are suspended from the structure. It's incredible. But I can never remember the architect. But it's a great exploration of suspension. So the idea of taking a concept and seeing how far you can push it. I think that one, you can see the walkways, you can see the structure. I mean, there's always a trickiness with suspension and making things too light, because you don't want, your floors to be transparent, because we're all ladies and we understand why floors shouldn't be transparent, although men still seem to make them transparent sometimes for no good reason. But understanding how you can work this lightness through, and I think that's a nice way to approach the building. I think in terms of planning, I know you were kind of responding to COVID spread outness. I feel like there's a little bit too much unprogrammed space. There's a little too much flexibility in it. And even like looking at the culinary spaces where you have the seating set up. Oh, and I do want to commend you on your sections and your scale figures. They're beautiful and they help understand the space very well. I think though that you kind of pushed everything a little bit too far apart, and you have to think about, particularly in these restaurant spaces, which is really a sort of an odd thing to consider right now, but like, how do people, you have to think about people in groups, like, are they groups of two, are they groups of three? And I think you have a lot of singularities right now, and the singularity makes sense for the train station and the modes of transport, but maybe not as much when you're talking about food destination. So that was one element that I was sort of thinking about there.
Yeah, I agree. I was definitely like very COVID. I was like only considering COVID, which doesn't super make sense, but I was like, yes.
Sure. Well, it's tricky. It's tricky because we started a project where we were designing a restaurant, and we started it last January, and it was supposed to be a 12-seater bar, and that's all there was. And and then they're talking about building plexiglass partitions, and now everyone's talking about everything needs to be a banquette, and we're like, we can afford everything to be a banquette. It trickles through. The food world has got a complicated reckoning coming forward, I think, and from a design point of view. But just thinking about how people are out and gathering, it's you want to think of them socially in different groups.
Thank you.
I'm intrigued by your program. Your overall program, I think, is pretty cool. Do you mind going back to the plan and just kind of showing me again where like the culinary part happens?
Yeah, so I do have, let me see if I can. So this is kind of the main culinary part. You have the field kitchen, which is where the students and like if the guest chefs come, culinary teachers would be. And then that also has like a seating area, public facing seating area. And then the incubators are over here, and then kind of in between is this shared space. And I'm thinking maybe like if it's early in the morning, they could do, all of their prep work in this expansive field kitchen area. But if they're kind of doing some quick cooking, you know, on shift, they would kind of be back here. And so, yeah, and then the other culinary destination, so that's on the mezzanine, and that is the classroom kitchen. And so that's kind of elevated. And there's, yeah, kind of like a central counter in there. And then,
Okay. I think that's an interesting idea. And there's actually like an existing restaurant in Austin that kind of reminds me of what you're doing. I don't know if you guys have been to Casa de Luz, but it's like really hippy dippy. It's like macrobiotic or whatever, but you go in there and eat at the restaurant and there's this whole volunteer program that's happening in the back of the house that no one really knows about, but it's like volunteer based and they're getting trained on how to prepare macrobiotic food. You're learning about macrobiotic food in a real life classroom setting. And it's completely divorced from the user experience. Mm-hmm. So I think that's kind of cool in this project because it kind of picks up on that, I feel like, because the bar on the lower level, I think the entire project, despite having these really unique program elements, it very much feels like a transit hub. It reminds me of the long walkways, expansive walkways like in airports, mm-hmm. which I think is kind of cool and pretty appropriate to the transit part of the program, especially like that bar area. You can imagine yourself like getting a drink before you hop on the train to get to your destination. So I think that's a really cool way to integrate the program at that kind of point. So I wonder if that could have been like emphasized like a ton more. Do you know what I mean? Like putting a greater emphasis on that might have been interesting. But yeah, in terms of your materials, I think I would agree with Amy. The introduction of the blackened steel, like I love that little pod that's elevated because it feels like a perch. Which is a really nice program element to have. And it's really unique to your project. And I wonder if you could have either introduced that blackened steel to other areas and kind of, I didn't really see it in other parts of your project unless I missed it.
Yeah, so I did, so it's definitely on the solar chimney, and then it's kind of on quite a bit of like the, I do like a corrugated steel on some of the front casework. It's on, it's kind of on the, I was doing a heat treated steel and then a hot rolled steel. And this heat treated one was kind of wrapping the incubator, and then I think it's also on the bar. Oops. Maybe I did close up on the bar, but yeah, and then I kind of waterfalled it over the bar as well. But
if there had been, yeah, I think that's a beautiful material and it really works with your project, especially with like food elements. It's kind of like a sanitary, at least it feels sanitary.
Right.
I wonder if there could have been like more of a rule directing you on the use of that material throughout your program, you know?
Yeah.
And what was the rule kind of with your screen? Was there a rule, or was it just kind of wherever you needed kind of delineation of individual program elements?
With the polycarbonate assembly, are you asking?
No, the screen, like the chain screen.
Oh, so that I don't have actually. Well, I wanted to. Okay, this is how it works. I wanted to. So this is obviously the southern facing wall, and I wanted to really diffuse that light and solar gain from the cooking area. So I put that kind of large primary one in front of the southern facing wall for that purpose. And then also just to say like, okay, there's, you know, sort of these two separate walkways, because this is sort of more of a space that you would, if you're just popping in to literally wait for a train, you can just sit here. You don't have to interact with all these other things that are going on. And you have that like kind of privacy of the curtain. But if not, you have kind of these suggestions of walkways with the curves of the curtains. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I decided on that. And then I was also, it doesn't really show in here, but where the steel interventions meet the trusses is where the like tangents of the curves are. So that's kind of how I decided to put them where they are.
Okay, well, that's an interesting use of materials because it's kind of based more, I was going to say that it felt slightly, I couldn't immediately see the organization, and that's probably more than okay. My initial reaction was to tie it more to program elements, but it seems like you're tying it to kind of more technical elements, like where materials, where the curve, where the apex is or whatever it is, so that's pretty interesting take on it. It does just off the bat feel like I'm not quite understanding like where, even though you just explained it and it makes a lot of sense, I think visually it's I don't know if it makes as much sense visually as the way you're describing it. I think they're all really cool materials that you're using though.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just me not understanding,
No,
like,
sometimes it doesn't make sense in my brain either. So,
but they're cool structures. And like Amy was saying, like the overall idea of using the existing structure and like that diagram is like super clear. And I think that is a real strength to your project. Did you study architecture undergrad?
No.
Okay. Well, wow. I mean, you're drawing like an architect. So that's
Allison definitely helped clarify some things for me. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the drawings are very clear, and the I liked all of your diagramming. I thought that was really cool, and comprehensively, it's a really great design and presentation, and the program is really cool.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon. I know we're past, and Augustina, you probably are need to log on to another review even after this. But I wanted to thank all of you. Shannon, I thought that your project was a really beautiful example of how we can use building systems. Shannon and I engaged in a number of really fun conversations that I enjoyed this semester as I did with a number of you, where we're talking about, okay, how just assume we have a ductwork running through there. And then what happens when that turns on? What do we hear? What do we see? There's a train that goes by every 15 minutes. We have this one little video of it for those of us who couldn't make it to our site visit or didn't feel comfortable. So we took it every 15 minutes, like everything in there shakes. And I think Shannon alluded to, like, there's tons of like commercial kitchen, like stainless steel things, and they shake too. And it's kind of loud. It's like, whoa. And Shannon had this great idea early on, and it was like a ramp and these curtains, and the curtains would move, and they were just responding to the context of everything that's happening outside the building, but then having it reflect in the interior in a really beautiful experiential way. And so Shannon's project's been super experiential the whole time, and absolutely grounded in those building systems about how air moves through, and how like that is the goal of our studio. So I really appreciate your dedication, Shannon, to making this work. And there have been a number of times where together we're like, are we going to make it? And it goes to show in your presentation where like everything is grounded by a detail in a section. And I think that's sort of that underlying premise of like how her interior is responding and reflecting and defining how we experience our context. So congratulations, really beautiful work. Our reviewers, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I hope you enjoyed seeing the work. I loved hearing from both of you. It's always a pleasure to have you come visit us.
Thank you
Amy,
for having us, and it was good to see you, Amy.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
good to see you too, Augustina. It was fun. You guys all did a great job. I hope the rest of you have good reviews this afternoon.
Yeah, way to go. Do you have this on Miro so we can see the other projects?
We do. You could log onto our Miro board if you have a very strong computer processor.
Just curious. Yeah, I'm
we,
sure.
We will have all. If you click on that box folder, you should be able to peruse all of the student work that's been That has been uploaded there, right? Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes,
Great.
it's all been uploaded. So,
Good job.
and you can look at all their construction documents too, which they really slaved over. The product of what you're seeing right now is actually only since when? Last Friday. We were doing CDs up until then. So,
Wow.
this is an amazing group of students. So, yeah. Okay, well, thank you again. Hope to see both of you soon. And bye, Amy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, for everyone else, I'm going to put us on pause or whatever, put that screen up. Come on back at 12:30 and we'll get started with the second session. Big kudos to the four groups who went this morning. It was really, really amazing work. So good job.
and then coming back on.
And B. Hi, Marla.
Oh, this is my afternoon. I get the afternoon one.
Yay. I'm so
I asked Coleman, I'm on Coleman's review in the afternoon, and he has like 6 people. And I was like, do you think I could slip away for, so I'm going to just confirm with him in the afternoon if he doesn't. He said probably. So I might be back for the afternoon. So we'll see. Coleman's very nice. Yeah, he's got like 1 row, large stand. I mean, he's got like
the whole deal. Hi, Chris. Hello, Professor Brazier. So good to see you.
How are you? Good, great to see you.
You too.
Been a few years.
And hello, Ellie. It's been a few years. Do you know that we just missed our 20th reunion this year?
Oh, don't tell me it's been 20 years.
I think it's close to as long as that since I've been back on campus. It's
Wow.
close. I mean, it can't be true. I mean, we've come in the summertime, but Chris, I want to introduce you to first, and well, Ellie, I don't have to introduce you to Marla, but Chris, I want to introduce you to Marla. So Marla Smith, this is Chris Brazier, and he has an official bio, which I'll tell everybody, but everybody can also know this too. But Chris is the reason I'm doing what I do. So you get the credit and the blame, all of it. So
you're way too generous.
No, he's a professor at Duke and also has had a number of architectural positions currently at Clark Nexon. So that was new to me when I was reading your bio, but so he was my introduction into architecture when I was so those of you who are undergrads can hear this too. Like when I was studying, I was, I went to college and my parents were like, well, yeah, it's like scientist or engineer, right? So it was like, okay, engineering, I love learning about how things work. And in a civil engineering department, I was like, but what if we changed the design and what if we did this? And people are like, oh, you should maybe not do this. And so Chris was encouraging.
More than one answer became problematic, right?
Right. And Chris is like, well, actually architectural engineering, we can do this. And so he guided me along and introduced me to the wonders and the curse of architecture and design. So thank you. And I owe you one. So, but Marla and I teach this class together, and
awesome.
We haven't quite figured out a way to like formalize that arrangement at the university level. So she sometimes gets put on other reviews to like go review other classes. Like my studio is going like so. But Marla, she's our guru of many things. I say she brings in the wisdom. I just bring in the codes and the regulations, but I tell them what they have to do and she just shows them how to do it. So she teaches basically this live lab of Revit. So the students have used other different kinds of programs and technology to develop their designs throughout their curriculum. But this one is where they really hit the ground running with Revit. So rather than doing a tutorial, they just live learn. And
integrated.
So
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's very integrated. So I'll give a lecture on whatever, on, everything having to do with the reflected ceiling plan. And Marla's like, okay, this is how we do it then. And so, everybody's ears perk up. They're like, okay, I'm taking notes now.
They perk up for like 5 minutes and then they go into overwhelm.
Well, for the students, that will serve you all well as you begin to enter and begin your career. So
it really will. I mean, people can't believe they leave, this semester with as much skill as they have in Revit. So we are lucky enough to have Chris and Ellie. And so Chris, so you can meet Ellie. So Ellie here is one of my oldest
Hi, Ellie.
cohorts here in graduate school and in Austin, working together. She and I both worked in architecture and interiors firm together after graduate school, but we did graduate school and we're sort of teaching in what's the summer academy before I came on in the big faculty. So Ellie has a great background in architecture, interiors, preservation. She has her own firm. She left Austin for the wilds of Boulder, Colorado. Obviously, she's suffering from her mistake that she made.
I do miss Austin.
The summer.
Yeah. Well, it's getting
not in the summer.
Today you can miss Austin. It's very nice here today, but Ellie rejoins us frequently as a reviewer because she's a teacher and she's a maker and she's a thinker. So it's really great to have her back here with all of us. And so I'm also pleased to say that we have both of you for this session and the next one. So you only have to bear with my introduction once because our afternoon faculty reviewer coming in will be, she came onto the mid-review, so she's really well-versed in the project. So we should be getting Clay. I don't see him in here yet. Clay is another member of the interior design faculty. And so he gets bounced from review to review, so he might be held up a little bit with that. But I'm feeling overwhelmed with joy to have you as a reviewer. So it's like all my people are here. So it's really fun.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. So so Chris, you sent a better bio and then they published it and it looked like they watered it down a little bit and it was a little bit shorter and more concise. I think that you've done too many things. So they didn't. But I was wondering, so you are, so I was looking, you're going to have to remind me the Chief Practice and Culture Officer and the Design Director at Gaskins. So what is that? Tell us a little bit what that is.
One of the things that I do within the organization is I get involved in kind of the strategic planning and vision for the firm, and then how that translates into practice. We went through a merger, actually with one of my previous firms, kind of merged to form Clark Nexon, and going through that process, really kind of thinking about what we wanted to be as an organization that was bringing two very different firms together. And so then kind of charting what that vision is, developing a strategic plan around it, and then beginning to implement that through the work that we do. And so culture is a big part of that. So translating our vision and strategic plan into a set of values, and values that we believe support us in our journey towards achieving our vision, and then developing tools for our people that help them grow and develop professionally and align their aspirations individually with the larger kind of vision and aspirations for the firm. So that's really kind of at the core of what that is. So I get involved in aspects of practice. I lead the higher education practice, but then I also serve on the board of directors and have a role there. So it's a lot of different pieces, but but a lot of it really kind of centered around the idea of creating a organization that really embraces the idea of partnering together, entering into a process of discovery and doing things that are transformative for the clients that we serve. So yeah, it's been a really great experience. And then actually not divorcing myself from the day-to-day practice, I'm still very involved in practice because I think that's where you stay in touch with what's really happening in our world. So I still practice as an architect and have projects that I work on.
And you teach at the university too.
Yeah, I still teach.
Chris is at Duke as well.
Yep. So I guess it's now 23 or 24 years, Allison. And it came about sort of out of the blue. I was actually putting a program together for Duke and was asked at the last minute to step in and cover for a faculty member that was going to be on sabbatical. And that faculty member after a year decided not to return. And so I've just continued to do it for 23 years after that. So it's really wonderful. And as I'm sure your colleagues that teach can attest to, the kind of the real benefit of that is the young people that we get to work with and the relationships that we get to build and the connections that kind of extend for many years to come. And so it's amazing. I'm now working with former students that are, either in the realm of architecture or in the realm of construction management or in the realm of engineering. And so it's really been wonderful for me.
Yeah, so a number of us from my class left and then jumped right into architecture. I think we graduated a class of 35, and I think only one person went into civil engineering, which is funny, but a number of us went into architecture. So, yeah, we don't have to, we'll meet up sometime.
No, I'd love to do that and catch up. Yeah,
and go over the class roster of architects that you made.
Yeah.
But so it's really fun to have you here. So it's a little bit, it seems a little bit different, but just to get you up to speed with, this is an interior design course. And I tried to give sort of a broad overview of what it is, but our program, our curriculum, we're within the School of Architecture, and the way that we teach design and our sort of philosophy, our overarching philosophy is that good design is good design. And so that the more holistically you can think about anything, and it could be from parametric design to very sticks and twigs assembly, that the manner of execution is one thing. The knowledge and appreciation of materials and assemblies is another. And it's just about the different kinds of contexts and factors you need to add in. So the bridge between, or the difference between architecture, interior design, and landscape architecture, we're all in the same school. And it's really a blurry ground. And I always say that to students. And I said, a lot of people ask me, what's the difference between architecture and interior design? I said, one of the best parts is the thinking what it is, and then you just kind of don't. So we have, so this studio is a good opportunity to actually show how the building systems, whether, we traditionally just think about those as, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, but so how we occupy the interior does go beyond the experiential and that the knowledge of the materials that we choose. There's a whole sort of written body behind that, as far as you could say from a sustainability aspect about understanding life cycles. But I would pull the word sustainability out of it and just say strong design logic, because it really should be integrated. But really thinking about how all of those things actually can come together seamlessly in order to make a great experiential interior. And so it's not about first we think about this and then about this and then about this, but it's the knowledge that, certain walls should be thicker than others. If you're using material, it can't really be applied that way, but how are the different ways we could stretch it? So we have a lot of fun in this semester, and the students are allowed to have a lot of fun experimenting with things like that, because they work really hard to get there first. And so we rush through what seems like every phase, but we almost do a mock full design, starting from programming, and we move it, diagramming, feasibility studies, programming. They even wrote their own program of what was going to happen in the buildings. And then we move quickly into design development. Keep in mind, all the while they're trying to learn the tool to execute their idea. And then we call them CDs, but they're not contract drawings by any means. So really we stick with working drawings as the term, but that's the ultimate goal. And from the fantastic work we saw this morning in the first session, you would think that they sat there and worked on their final presentations, which show renderings, for the past few months. In fact, they didn't actually transition to the final presentation translation until last Friday. So I continue to be blown away by the ability of these students. And I'll go over and talk about the building, the site. Let me jump in. I think that if Clay can join us, he'll just jump right in. I think he's really familiar with the project. Let me go, and this will never be seamless for me. I'm sorry. You'd think I have it down by now. It never happens that way. Okay, so if I do this and then I go into my presentation mode. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here. So this is just some snapshots of the building, kind of a placeholder here, but we'll be looking at 5 projects. We'll take a break and then come back and look at 4 more in the afternoon. This is the largest studio we've had come through yet, as far as the number of students, and they typically work in pairs. But because we were 100% remote the whole time, work sharing can be a bit of a snag. So we allowed them to really work on their own if they felt like they could be more productive that way. So it can be, so we then also gave them the largest building we've ever done. So we kind of turned it up to see what they could do. And so this is, Ellie used to live right here, which she lives in Austin. So Ellie's very familiar with the site, but right here, downtown Austin. So Chris, I don't know if you've been to Austin, and if you have, I would be upset that you didn't contact me, but the river runs through here. We call it, Lady Bird Lake. Also, we used to call it Town Lake. So sometimes you hear it called all different things, but it has a green front, like a green belt here. That's whether it's at Austin High School, there's this great hike and bike trail that runs all the way around. But this is really like a lifeline of the city, and it really defines how we treat our waterfront here. And so we have only a few number of crossings here. One of the crossings is this beautiful train bridge. It runs right here. This leads direct to San Antonio. This is a major rail line. This is the Missouri Pacific Rail Line that runs through and makes a 90-degree turn. In fact, the lore is that trains have to start slowing down in San Antonio in order to execute this turn. And it makes this fantastic, and by fantastic, I mean horrible screeching noise when it turns, and the braking is just like, it tears through the city every like 15 minutes. And so it's this, all the buildings around there have these supersonic windows to start to combat the noise. But it's this little phenomenon that happens. We have the world's tiniest Amtrak station. It's sort of like just jump off the train station on the south side of the tracks here. And I'll get into the closer map, but just to give you an idea, this is the Texas State Capitol. If you follow this axis up here, you'd get to the university. This Congress Ave is that major axis. So this is all as far as walkable as we can get in Austin. This starts to be in that periphery of the sense of being really, truly downtown. So if I zoom in here, you can see those tracks. They've already made that 90-degree turn, and this is our building. So the adjacency is right there. This is the existing Amtrak station for our purposes of the studio. We're kind of pretending it is going away, and our building moves from private ownership back to sort of a city infrastructural ownership. Just to give you an idea of the context here, Whole Foods headquarters is, if you follow 5th Street, just one more block, it's approximately where the photo is actually right now. This corner right here is this residential unit filled with apartments made by Amley. And so there's a number of these sort of 4-story wood construction kind of pop-up residential buildings in downtown. Some of them primarily residential, some have first floor retail. Down here, just 2 snapshots here that you're seeing of the existing Amtrak station. To the south, you can see our building there right across the tracks. If you follow this, this is all sloping down towards the water. And if you follow this hill down, you get down to the grade change, which brings you to the Y. This is a fairly new building, the YMCA. And then if you go up to the left, this just gives you a character of sort of the revitalization, or some could say gentrification of this area. But right just off, right around 5th Street, there's this, it was an enterprise car rental location for a while, but now it's been converted into, it's called the Better Half, and it's, sort of a sandwich, and it's this, pseudo California modern interior with They serve beer in the evening and very expensive coffee in the afternoon. So if that gives you an idea of that typology that's happening. I sound like I'm poo-pooing it, but they serve tater tots and they're fantastic. So, but so here we have just this, this is one of the original drawings of our building that we're working with here. It was originally a foundry, a steel foundry. That most of that function has been moved to these yards up here, where for the purposes of our project, kind of forgetting that, we're working with the contours of the land, but we're reclaiming this whole footprint here. We're talking about 10,000 square feet of interior space right here. And then we're calling this auxiliary space, where we might have some outdoor venue programs that could happen here, which is about another 10,000 square feet. So just to give you perspective, the project last year was 3,000 square feet. So we're upwards to 20,000 square feet for these students. Wow. So they took it like champs. So
and orientation here is north to the top, just like on the
north is to the top. That's correct. Yep. And south here is hot. South and west is hot. So the current occupancy rating is for limited industrial service. But because of our changes, we will be changing to an A3 type assembly rating for the most part, because we're a waiting area, because this is going to be a transit hub primarily. But interesting to note that prior to its life as the TIPS Iron and Steel, it was actually owned by the city of Austin, and it was used as a water pumping station because of its proximity to the river. And the original pump house is still on the site somewhere. We never quite figured out where, but this gives an idea of the building. It's almost this like Texas storefront meets Art Deco brick masonry building. It's quite captivating. This is what you see in Google Street Maps. You don't always see a white Tesla parked out front, but frequently that does happen. And then just to give you an idea of the historic context, this would be that 3rd Street and how that bends around. And then the rails actually pulled off a little bit closer here, but now these pieces are gone, but just this rail exists, but it's still so close. It has this extra little shed. Some students chose to use it. For the most part, we said to ignore it, but it actually has in the building's infrastructure, you can see it right here. It had a place where they had big, great swing arms that would come out and you could unload things from the train track. So its proximity is very, very, very close. Such that when you're in the building, the train goes by, everything kind of shakes a little bit. So this is its use as the TIPS Iron and Steel foundry. It has these massive trusses that run through it. So super over-engineered, because they would hang large beams, and you can still see some of these gantry beams running through, and they would just carry the steel through the air in here. So that really afforded us a lot of opportunity to play with the notion of how to really utilize those trusses to our advantage. It does have a poured concrete roof structure, and it has the central skylight. So students were allowed to cut through as they saw fit. The existing building has this really interesting sheen to it, because when it was used as TIPS Iron and Steel, they actually painted the interior masonry silver so as to reflect some more of the light back. The southern light is so strong, but there's very little access to east and west light. So that really gets you into the building, and it starts to bounce the light around. So it has this sort of ethereal glow, and the current use is a hoarder's paradise for all kinds of anything, like literally anything. I think we found stacks of printer paper in there too, right? Like the old printer with the dots on the side. Like we found some of that.
Okay. Plotters, old plotters.
Like dozens of commercial grade kitchen equipment pieces. So this is just another view, kind of standing underneath, looking back towards that main east entrance. These are again those southern windows they have. This is just a corrugated steel that they hung up in there, and the sunlight is still even kind of forcing its way through. This end is that little pier that sticks out. It's currently occupied by very active pigeons. We did not go in there. The north side of that main space does have some original openings. Some of them, this is going to be that sort of aluminum, I think, clad door that closes that off, and so similar condition happens here, but it also has the original bricked openings for that side of the building. And so they were allowed to punch through and insert openings back into that masonry arch. They were not allowed to really cut through the structure that would at all compromise the structure of the building with the steel trusses coming down. This is just, from what we could tell, it's a straight load-bearing masonry wall, because it does grow very thick between those, a little over 2 feet thick between those trusses. And then I have one more slide. It's not wanting to go. This still is my favorite shot of the interior. This is looking into what we were calling the auxiliary space.
There's the plotter.
There's the plotter on the left. It's what I would always say is like the scene of a yet to be filmed horror movie. So we're taking the roof, let's just say the roof's been compromised. That's coming off some of these steel beams, which are not actually structural to hold up any walls, but they were just used as these tracks to move steel through the space. If the students so chose, they could take them out or keep them in. And then the original structure ends right here, about 1 story up, or like a low interior up. And then this yellow brick was added because this is actually a retaining wall. And so the site on the north side of the building comes right up to this height. So grades right about there. And so it's the building, in fact, is planted into the ground. It's kind of carved in. They were brewing something. They had a fire at some point. This side has seen lots of trials. But what we were saying was this roof side would come off, and we've been in the field of interior design playing with a lot of the idea of making the interior room on the exterior. So it was an opportunity for them to explore.
So was the enclosure above that retaining wall originally open air, or was it always enclosed?
I don't know. I think it was always enclosed, at least this piece, because beyond there's a brick masonry wall that goes here, and then there's another almost identical space that has no roof at all. But again, they've had kind of a series of fires here. So the building has a bunch of appendages that over time seem to be getting cheaper and cheaper with their investment of how they enclose the space. So I don't know, actually, Hannah, do you know? Hannah's, all of the stuff is actually stolen from the research that the students did on the buildings.
Find any information on that. I do think that was constructed sometime in the 30s, but I don't know much more beyond that.
Okay, yeah, so we don't actually know about that roof.
Thank you.
Some of the early drawings don't have that section of the building in it, but I think that's the best we know. So that's my introduction. Are there any questions? Ellie's fortunate to have the benefit of seeing them at mid-review, so she'll have a little bit of process under her belt there. But if I haven't forgotten anything,
I think that's very helpful, and I'll catch up and
great,
get up to speed.
Perfect. So I'm going to turn it over. Ashley, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ashley's going to kick us off. All right.
Awesome. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen okay? Okay, perfect. Hello, I'm Ashley Chen, and my project is the Austin Transportation and Creative Center. And so, like Professor Gaskins was saying, it is sited at 300 Baylor Street in Austin. And the Transportation and Creative Center is acting as the transportation hub for the city of Austin, but also a workshop space for women in their work. The goal of Austin Transportation and Creative Center is to just be a point of connection between Austin and the other major cities within Texas, through the rail system and just other forms of public transportation, but also connection to Austin and its just unique culture through partnering with women in their work and highlighting the voice of local artists and their craft. Driving through Austin, I feel like it's very common to see local murals and sculptures scattered around the streets. And I really do believe that our city's art is what keeps Austin weird. And I wanted that to be celebrated. And so the Austin Transportation and Creative Center strives to foster just a greater appreciation for art and the handcraft behind it by making it the focal point of the design, as well as providing art education for visitors and people who are interested with the workshops that take place. And as you can see in the center is this main workshop space that is adjacent to the main form of circulation that come across the building and is also directly across from the waiting area, just maintaining this visual connection between the visitors who are waiting and the artists who are working. And during our site visit, I was just kind of in awe of the structure. I think there's so much just visual strength and just the groundedness of the building, the existing masonry and the steel trusses. And I really wanted to complement the existing structure by introducing a lot of curved elements and flowy structures that just introduce softness and warmth to the kind of groundedness and strength of the existing structure. And so when you enter from Baylor Street, visitors are immediately greeted by this reception area where they can find out more information about the trains that are happening in this day, with the LED strip that is coming across the curved coves that holds little private offices for workers who want a little bit more privacy while they're working. And with materiality, I chose very warm, neutral materials with this metallic copper ceramic tile, as well as the smoked oak veneer, and then the black soapstone countertops to really just, again, add that kind of groundedness of the building and allow the workshop space and the waiting room to kind of be that pop of color and that pop of life and maintain the focal point on that part of the building. And so with the reception area, you can see that there are these private coves that are that create these little pockets of space where people can work, as well as just these lighting elements that kind of shine down into each cove to provide enough lighting for the workers. And yes, again, with the millwork, these are just close-ups of the materiality. And so that is the metallic copper tile, the smoke oak veneer soapstone, and then the terracotta that kind of flows through the entire space, tying all the spaces together. And moving past the reception area, visitors reach the main waiting area. And so for this space, I really wanted to make this kind of teal and darker orange color the primary colors of the space, to just provide that pop of color and bring life into this kind of existing hardscape and yeah, just really bring it to life. And so for the ceiling, I designed these flowy curtain structures that is made out of this perforated felt that also kind of, again, ties into this teal color that just kind of brings a sense of softness into the space and kind of contrasts with the steel structures that you can kind of see at the top right. And so on the ground floor, I really wanted to create this layering effect of the terrazzo that just kind of creates this sense of arrival as people enter into these three kind of seating areas that are part of the waiting space. And again, just grounds space in contrast to the kind of flowiness of the ceiling. Even with the furniture choices, I chose some chairs and just the other furniture pieces that have a lot more visual weight to, again, just ground the space and make it feel like a true destination rather than just something that is transient. And the waiting area is directly across from this main workshop space. And as you can see, there's this curtain wall that just kind of runs across the length of this main workshop space that provides that visual connection between the visitors who are waiting and the artists. And surrounding the curtain wall is this extruded terracotta curtain system, and that also surrounds this large workshop space that is secondary to the main one and on the west side. And the extruded terracotta curtain was designed with a mind with this pattern in mind that creates visual breaks by creating gaps between the extruded terracotta. And also there is this occasional glass block that is inserted to just bring some light through the gaps. And here's just a better look of the secondary large workshop space with this axon. And for the primary workshop space, the colors I chose were mostly teal, just to create this feeling of kind of being inside of a jewelry box and really making it the focal point in the center. And so as you can see, there's this ceiling plane that introduces softness through the inclusion of these perforated felt curtain hangs. And in between each curtain hang where they meet and kind of kiss, there is this curtain that can be drawn open or closed to just provide flexibility with the space. So it can be divided up into smaller workshop spaces or into one open workshop space to fit the need of a larger workshop that might take place, or also just to provide a space for artists to come and go and work and just have a place for them to really be celebrated. And also with the walls on each end, they are wrapped in this kind of curved felt hang that just kind of mimics the extruded terracotta on the other side and just kind of communicates that same language. I primarily chose to do felt to also just help with acoustics and just allow any noise that might be happening to kind of be a little bit more dimmed down. And with the lighting, I really wanted the lighting to really kind of not necessarily be the focal point, but continue to make the softness the focal point and kind of bring that to people's attention instead. And so as you can see on the top in the waiting area and in the workshop space, the light kind of shines through and allows it to just kind of glow and really catch people's eye. And on the other side of the secondary workshop space, as you can see on the bottom right-hand corner or left-hand corner, there is this restroom and kind of communicating the same language of this extruded terracotta curtain on the top half, but on the bottom half, it's just kind of sunken in and has that smoked oak veneer from the reception area, and just kind of creating this new language for the restroom to just ease in wayfinding so people can find it fairly easily with the LED lights that kind of shine through, as well as it continues to have the LED information strip with the train schedule. So people who are coming in from that west end are immediately able to easily access just the train schedule for the day and just kind of know where they are supposed to go. And in the outside area, I designed these composite wood structures that maintain the same language of that pattern that is introduced in the extruded terracotta curtain. And so through this kind of perforation with the wood and just the way that it is composed, it provides privacy while also maintaining some visibility within each nook. And so here's a closer look at the nook, and you can see that on the ground plane, there is this steel inlay. There's this steel inlay that kind of maintains the verticality of the wood and just continues on in that same language. And each nook does have this table and chairs that allow people to wait or also grab a bite to eat after they visit the cafe, and the additional waiting space or additional, I guess the addition, that's what it's called. And so that concludes my project. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to hearing about any feedback you may have.
I like the progression of how the project evolved from when I first saw it in the mid-review. I think you have made the elements more concise and more precise in how they're applied throughout the project. And I remembered I was concerned when you had mentioned the terrazzo flooring originally that there would be too many hard materials, but you've compensated for that with the treatment of the ceiling and adding the felt and the draping. So I think that that will that it won't be a problem. Although the hard surfaces are nicely balanced with the soft. And I think you accomplish the idea of having those harder, more rigid surfaces with the flowy and softer materials. Does the terracotta curtain still move or rotate?
So yeah, that is a change that I did make. So they are, they don't move. They're just pretty stationary.
Okay. Yeah, I think it does what you wanted it to do, which is create privacy while still filtering the light. And I think I would like to be in that space and see how light filters through and how the sound is softened. Can we see the floor plan?
Yes, let me go back to the beginning. Oh, I guess. Oh, there we go.
And I enjoyed your presentation too. I thought you were pretty smooth how you transitioned us through the space and the way you spoke about it. I was traveling through the building, which I think that was another conversation we had during there was a general comment during the other presentations where you guys were saying, and now this is my floor plan and this is a section. And so that it was less of like, you let us, how do I, now I can't, now I can't speak. Like you use the fact that we know what drawing we're looking at and moved past that to just tell us the story of how you move through the building, which I think it's a much nicer way of learning about the project and not coming out of the narrative that you're trying to create. And then also with the exterior space, I think I remembered you had these stairs, or it was individual nooks, but it was a lot of level changes which didn't seem as inviting. So I think this is a much more calmer and inviting use of the space. I still want there to be like that you could rent these pods out for art making or for like large sculptural installations. Oh, Chris, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Ashley, thank you for sharing your project. One thing I want to kind of compliment you on is, and I think Ellie was kind of getting at this too, is kind of the construction of the storyline and being able to kind of help us understand the continuum between the big idea, which you started with, which was the notion of connection and handmade, and then carrying us through that down to the detail of how how those same ideas are reflected in the detail. I think also kind of the initial diagram, that kind of bubble diagram that kind of captures that. It takes the words and begins to translate them into something visual, and you kind of had this hub and have the welcome desk and the way that things kind of flow through that. One thing that may have been helpful is kind of an intermediate diagram that kind of took that bubble diagram and then not quite to the plan yet, but then showing us how that bubble diagram translates into a party diagram, an organizational diagram. And then that helps us take one more step towards the final plan. The other thing that I wanted to comment on was it seems like there's this theme of porosity. There's porosity in the terracotta, there's porosity in the wood, there's existing porosity that exists within the masonry. And so I was curious if there was thought about how that porosity is generated. I don't know if there was a script, or was it just by feel, how you located where there would be openings or where there would not be openings? Or was there some idea about, as we move through the space, there's sort of this contraction, expansion, view sheds that open up, kind of going back to this notion of sort of the experience? Seems like that idea, that really strong idea of creating porosity, could reinforce some of these other ideas. So I was just curious if that was part of what was kind of helping you take the diagram and then translate it into the solution.
Yes. So let me get to it. I know I kind of passed through this quickly, but for the curtain structure, there is kind of this pattern. And so it's like kind of by row. And with each row, there's kind of like, based on the row number, it's a unit and then a gap and then a unit.
Okay.
And so that kind of goes down with each row. So like the second row is 2 units, a gap, and then 2 units again. And so that kind of continues on for the 10 rows. And then that language follows with the exterior in that wood. And so kind of that was like the main, I guess, rule that I kind of conformed to for the curtain structure.
Good. The other thing that I kind of picked up on was the use of fabric in the ceiling. And that was, I really liked the way you kind of thought about that as a way of taking the scale of the space in some areas. And I suspect this was the strategy, is to take the scale and kind of bring that down a little bit. And so as it kind of drapes over the seating area, it kind of brings the scale down, then it rises back up, falls again. So I really thought that was well done. And then also using lighting. And there were a few renderings that kind of, I thought, started to tell the story between kind of the general illumination of the space and trying to take advantage of that volume. So those globe, the lenses on those globe fixtures sort of modulating up and down to take advantage of the volume. And then recognizing that there's also tasks that are occurring at the desk level and kind of bringing the lighting down there. And then also thinking about what is it like at night? And so how does the building change from being, occupied during the day to occupied in the evening, and how that can begin to animate the space. And so that porosity that you began to create also helps to animate the space throughout the course of the day. So kudos to you on that. I just really applaud the idea of kind of big idea through the development of that big idea, executing it in plan and elevation down to the detail, because that's really the way that big ideas find reality. They have to be executed in the detail. So I applaud you for that.
Yeah, I do as well. I think it's an amazing project. And I love the sort of, especially this terracotta curtain, I think that's super, super cool. I think it's actually a conceptual framework that you could use elsewhere in the project, because I love the draping bits as well that Chris was just referring to, but I do wonder about them in this context in terms of durability long term and in this particular programmatic situation. And so I wonder if this notion of sort of materially reframing things could kind of play out there as well, right? Who's part of a terracotta curtain? I don't think I have, and I love non sequitur. and I think you could start to play out that sort of game elsewhere within the project to still maintain softness and this notion of textural kind of like approachability, but while still playing up this notion of durability and other kinds of aspects of that entails. And so I really like that as an approach. And I think it's a particularly disciplinary kind of approach as well, which I think is really awesome. And so, but I would, push it further. And I think otherwise, I think the other sort of textural games that you're playing with the terracotta and the softer flooring and those relationships is really, it seems cool, which I'm all for. I think it feels like the pattern is just funky enough to sort of read as highly intentional without sort of being like too bombastic. And so that kind of like being able to push and kind of like be restrained at the same time is a pretty interesting place to be. And so I really think it's a super beautiful project. The one, if I'm going to say something negative about it, I would say that why are there no people in this thing? Right? Especially for something like this, where you would see, because I think the people matter in terms of showing how it can absorb the ebbs and flows in this particular programmatic situation. So for me, I think, and it's not just, random people, like it's a cast of characters that you would sort of project into this. And I think it would only enhance your project, but really.
That's my fault. It's my fault. So one part of the intro.
No, I blame Ashley because she can do what she should do regardless of what your projection.
No, I kind of explicitly was like, unless you're going to do it very well, and I don't know that you guys have time to do on the side of not having it. So one thing that I didn't tell that what I introduced the intro was a key point for you was they didn't transition to their final review documents, like moving out of their CDs, like a drawing like this until last Friday. So. Yeah.
No, I get it, but it's still true.
Totally true. You're right.
You know, like even a well-apportioned scale figure in a document set is not, you know, unheard of either. And so, but I understand that. But I do think that if I was going back and you know, building the project for portfolio, I would really cast some really interesting people into this space and to make sure that it's really clear how it would play and I do think ebbs and flow. I mean, Chris pointed to the notion of time, and that also is kind of the ebb and flow of people moving in and out would also be part of that. So, but really interesting and kind of beautiful project. I'm really excited to see this work.
And one quick question about the windows. I think on the existing windows, did you frame them? Did you add a material around it's like the frame of the window is very present, and so I wondered if that was intentional.
Those are just kind of the existing windows that were set. I did kind of change, like, I guess the color just slightly because it was a very like yellow tone, and so I just try to have it be a little bit more similar, I guess, in the tones that are existing, like the terracotta. But
well, in your new narrative for presenting the project, I think that I would claim that as being a new intentional thicker wrap around the frame of the window, because it connects back to the pattern, to like the rectangular pattern of your openings in the terracotta. So I think that it's probably an unconscious thing that you did as you were designing, and so now claim it as a conscious decision.
Yeah. I had the same question. It really, I mean, it really stands out, and it's a nice scaling feature within that space. And I think to Clay's comment too, and I recognize the time constraint, but thinking about people as a way of those that are viewing something for the first time, just understanding scale, and that'll become really important for you as you move into practice. Because we become, as architects and interior designers and design professionals, we become accustomed to understanding scale, but our clients aren't there yet, right? So helping our clients get there with that really kind of simple thing.
All right. I do affirm that we could look at Ashley's project for another hour at least, but we should move on. Ashley, thank you so much.
Can I ask one final question? Were there were there not lights in the ceiling anywhere?
No,
there weren't.
No, not.
That's another thing to fix, because I think it would add to your project.
Oh wait, no. Ashley had lights. You mean existing?
No, existing. I just don't see them like in this. I don't see lights. Like lights as objects, not lighting in general in terms of like providing. But lights as sort of like participating in this textural game. You know, I think it would be interesting to think about that.
Yeah, she had lights embedded into LED lights embedded into the terracotta pieces and then into the wood wall and things like that, but no freestanding or hanging presence of lights. You're correct. Yeah. So, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. I think you all know the order better than I do, but Blair and Anna, right?
Yes. We're here in studio.
Look at that, in the studio, sitting very far apart. I can see, right? Marla's clapping for you.
Yes. Alrighty. Okay, so for our transportation hub, we are proposing a bike transportation rental service as well as a beer garden setting. So here on the right, you can see both of those renders showing both types of spaces. Our transportation space called Wheelhouse will host the bike rental opportunities as well as moments for rest and lounging. And the idea to offer bike rentals will hopefully encourage both locals and tourists to explore the surrounding areas of the site and Austin as a whole. And then our auxiliary program called Steelhouse, the beer garden, consists of a cafe beer garden where people can relax and enjoy beverages and food in the outdoor space. So here is our floor plan, which displays a layout of our spaces. One main driver of our design was the preservation of the existing building and its shell. We were inspired by the idea of inserted interiors that don't interfere with the shell of the building. So using this theme in our building systems, it helped us achieve the goal of maintaining the existing conditions within the building. And another inspiration for our project was just the surrounding Austin landscape, which you will see influenced our earth tone material and color palettes. So the first render, or couple of renders, is they're facing the main entrance in the eastern direction. This system's main purpose is to frame the entrance space into the building while providing opportunities for bike parking within the slatted light oak wood. And as seen on the left, or the right, sorry, is integrated seating within the system as well. So this render is displaying our bike repair room, and this is an example of the inserted interior building system we mentioned earlier. The repair room was intended to be the main focus of the wheelhouse space, allowing for an interactive experience between the bikers and the transportation hub through the use of acrylic walls and bike rentals underneath. And so here you can see the elevation of the repair room. We raised the space on a concrete base, allowing the concrete floor slab to cantilever, and this cantilever helps to provide storage space below for the bike rentals. We intend the rental process to be similar to like city bikes, where there's a technological aspect to picking up and dropping off your bicycles within the transportation hub as you please. And so this interior render shows the equipment we included for bike repairs, including bike stands that lift the bicycles off the ground for easier access for repairs, as well as wall-mounted bike hooks to allow bikes to be hung and out of the way of the main space, and then abundant cabinetry to hold tools and other necessary accessories for repairs. And so, the vertical circulation to get to the second level of the repair room consists of a small stairwell as well as a ramp to allow easy access for wheeling bikes up and down, as well as integration of universal design.
So since we designed a space dedicated to bike transportation for both daily local users and Austin visitors, which is located by many bike trails by the river, we wanted to design a space for these bikers to be able to store their things and get clean after a long bike ride. So we designed a locker room space that includes day lockers, 2 single shower spaces, and 2 single bathrooms, as well as some bench seating to assist in getting geared up. To continue our concept of inserting interiors that do not affect the existing building shell, we designed a fully enclosed inserted bathroom interior that has attached mechanical and electrical rooms on the back side. And this is at the back of the building on the west side. The inserted bathroom space, which is the shape of a large square or cube, not cube, but rectangle. And it has 18 regular stalls and 2 larger ADA stalls. And it acts as the restroom for both the Steelhouse and the wheelhouse spaces. And we also designed 3 separate seating spaces in the wheelhouse interior to allow visitors a place of respite before or after a great bike ride, or just for a space for visitors to interact and enjoy themselves. And we used both cream colored denim and dark green leather throughout the seating areas for the furniture to flow with our earthy tones of the interior and the exterior. So outside we designed a beer garden, which we named Steelhouse Beer Garden, which nods to the original space's use as a steel manufacturer. And this space in the original building has a roof which was removed for everyone in the project or working on this project. And we decided to keep the existing steel structure and create an ivy trellis covering to provide shade for the bar area of our space. And the seating area, which is filled with picnic tables, which are separated by COVID standards, allow visitors to enjoy the Austin weather while also enjoying drinks and company of each other. And the space can also be used at night, since we have included these wheel-like lighting fixtures that hang from the steel structure above the picnic table. And the bar area, which seats 13 people, continues the earthy color scheme with both new and existing materials. In our overall building sections, you can see our inserted interiors in the wheelhouse. Can y'all see that? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, okay. Sorry, it was slow on my end. In our overall building sections, you can see the inserted interiors of the wheelhouse, as well as the outdoor steel house spaces. And we designed all of our furniture spaces to be movable and adaptable for these changing COVID times and requirements. And the furniture is placed for each seating section to be at least 6 feet apart from each other. And we also included a lot of space for circulation, both inside and out, which is emphasizing the connection to the outdoors with natural ventilation through the breezeways and keeping the larger interior space naturally cooler throughout the day. And the large spaces also allow for activities such as trying out rental bikes inside or outside, or play space for families. So this is our final slide of our presentation, which exhibits the some of the focal points of our project. And we would love to hear your feedback or answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll start by, I really like, again, kind of the big idea of the notion of kind of respecting the historic fabric and then inserting the new into that. And you've, I think, pretty effectively done that almost by treating the program elements as large pieces of furniture. You know, they're sort of objects within that larger space that take on their own identity, their own character, and try and provide a complement to that existing shell. I was curious was there thought about the nature of the spaces that are elevated? Did you also think about, so you're elevating the base plane in some cases. Was there other thought given to how you use that idea of furniture, kind of program furniture within this larger space to kind of create areas of prospect and refuge, kind of change the scale of the space? Whether it's a more intimate space for quiet kind of reflection and work versus more areas of greater kind of social connectivity and gathering. I mean, I saw in a couple of the renderings what looked like spaces for that. I'm just curious what kind of your thought in that regard was, how you take that idea and then use it to kind of accommodate programs that sometimes may have different demands in terms of what the character's like. And then the last question was, the connection between the beer garden and the other spaces, was that actually kind of occupying that maintenance shell and then removing the roof, or is that a new space that you've created?
Well, to answer the most recent question, the beer garden space is, it was that space that was connected, and it used to have a roof, but the roof was caving in. On the existing project currently, I guess. And so we just removed the roof and turned it into an outdoor space. But the walls were all existing with the existing material brick as well.
And so the structure becomes kind of this trellis.
Yeah, we used it to hold up the lighting and the ivy shading.
Yeah, okay.
And to separate, kind of break up the spaces.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm understanding, if I'm understanding your question, your first question, you're talking about like our moments of like seating and lounging and how, if we thought about if that could have related to the inserted interior aspect.
Yeah, just the scale of those spaces. Like I see the space on the lower
okay.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a much smaller scale. Yeah, we wanted to create different spaces that like some provide more privacy, some are more out in the, most of them are more out in the open, but like the one on the bottom right is obviously much smaller. And I think it'll feel a lot more intimate when you're in the space as well. We actually considered doing a second elevated inserted interior of like a seating coffee area, but we ultimately moved all of that coffee beer garden aspect outside and created a fairly open seating aspect so that the seating can be moved around pretty easily and rearranged within like the large, like it's kind of a very vast space. So we wanted to make it flexible. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question.
Yeah, but that gets to my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that I mean, I'm always a big fan of the sort of inserted interior, just only because I think it's just lets us think about the interior as being more autonomous from the architectural envelope. And so I think it's a really good exercise, but I also think that it produces some interesting moments, right? And it's about those moments between and those interstitial kind of conditions, even the ones that you're getting where you tuck the bikes underneath. For me, I would get, again, like very greedy about that and start to really find where those things can happen in a few other situations. And I think the one piece for me that where that could start to happen in a slightly different way, and I think, again, Chris alluded to this, but it's where the furniture comes into contact. And I think you're missing the one that I think could really start to help that, be more clear. And it's sort of like the carpet or the other kind of flooring that could start to set those spaces up as being separate from the building, right? Even though it might be only an eighth of an inch, a quarter of an inch, something slightly separated so that you're always moving in and out and around of these very special moments. And I think it could even allow you to start to think about where I can push materiality further, or notions of texture, or specific kinds of lighting moments that could do that from above without creating a whole room, and so like below, above, and then there's the ones that I really occupy inside of. Color, all of those kind of bits that could that I could see sort of infiltrating this project very easily as a piece of, maybe this is the next piece of infrastructure for your next project that you think about in terms of developing it further. But I really appreciate the whole notion of it, and I think it's very well thought through. And I think those would be the areas where you could really start to push it even further.
Yeah, I would like to see all three inserts share more common elements. They share some materiality, and I can see that they're all part of the same family. But for example, the one lower left, the bathroom one that has that concrete bottom, I'd like that concrete bottom to maybe have like integrated seating, like a floating bench, almost like tying it back to the bike, where there's the platform that stores the bike under. Well, this one has a concrete platform to store people so that you can like sit on top of it, and so start creating, create greater connection.
Oh, I was saying I like that idea.
So just create greater connection between the design of all three of them. And with the one that holds the bike and then the people behind, I wonder if the lower ceiling wood element, I would actually flip that to the left side where the people are, so that that where the people are feels like a little lower roof, because it already feels like a cozy space, but then it's so tall that may make it feel a little uncomfortable. But if you flipped or added extended the wood element to lower that ceiling, it would make it even more of a private and like just perfectly scaled place to go sit and hide and concentrate. And I really like what you did with keeping the structure on the outside portion, but I think either I would have had the greenery over the seating area or have it over the entire thing, because I remember getting very hot in Austin, and so it seems like where you're sitting, where you're spending the most time is where you want that protection from the sun, and then where you're circulating, you might not necessarily need that protection over it.
Yeah, I think all those are really good points. I don't want to cut this off prematurely, but I think that we should move on. We actually have 5 projects to get through in this session. So, but Anna and Blair, thank you very much. I think your project, I really enjoyed seeing all the different iterations it's gone through. It's amazing the flexibility you get with the inserted interior. And I'm sure they can both appreciate now. It's the blessing and the curse of the project. So.
No, it's great. I think it's too polite though. I think it could be a little bit more assertive on its own terms, right? Like I think there are points when it merges with the base building, but there are points when it, to me, like could be much more of its own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just getting started there because as we got into principles of universal design and barrier-free access for everything, I'm like the big Debbie Downer, but they were really starting to own it, and it was really starting to become something very exciting. And so, if only we had more time. But thank you very much for the
yeah. It's great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Amy, are you ready to cue us up?
I'm ready to repeat the beginning of my project and sound like everyone else about the existing building shell, but yes, I am ready.
Oh, all right, let's see it.
Let me share my screen. And then we will. Is everyone seeing what I'm seeing?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, I am Amy Rojas. I am one of the undergraduate students in this class. I have chosen to also protect the existing structure of the building. I really loved this building and what it has already done for the community in being a steel factory. And of course, who doesn't like beer? I mean, I personally don't, but I know a lot of others do. But what I have done here is I've left all the original windows, not the casings themselves, but the openings. And originally, the circulation of this site, if you, can you see my little hand?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So the main axis of the circulation was this, from west to east and east to west. And what I have chosen to do is disrupt that by putting my program, which is very limited. It's not actually really a lot of program. It's a ticketing area, a flex space to use, for anything that you wanted for art shows. It's just a throughfare. And then the restrooms are in the center of this space. I always like to highlight that. I think our interiors program has made universal restrooms a highlight of our program, and I'm very proud of that. And then what I have also done with that circulation is I created a new main circulation space. So I went, because the train is in this area over here. And so now I've encouraged people who are coming in from other transportation, whether that be the train, taxi, Uber, the bus, which would all be coming from any other direction other than the train. They have several areas to permeate this space. And what happens is now the main circulation is from north to south. And in any of those, as Professor Odom likes to say, interstitial spaces, they get to have experiences now. And little experiences like refurbishing the beer silos into little reading libraries, and I preserved the skylight, and I also preserved those steel doors that are here. That is a major highlight of my project. And I really try to introduce the street art which we will see later. But one of the bigger highlights of my project was this perforated steel stair. And the whole, premise behind Neon Moon is not only is it just these, white opaque square towers that are in the center of this building, but also the neon lights that highlight this staircase. Not only is it an experience when you're walking through it during the day, but at night you get to see the reflection of the lights in the glass. You get to sit under here and on these stools, and it is an Instagrammable moment. I had a really hard time and fun experience all together creating this stair. But it's definitely a moment that I would like to experience, especially when you're going up the stair and you can look out the windows and you can see the open air outdoor space. I used to live in San Antonio, Texas, and
Amy, hold on.
Go ahead.
I would say it might have just been just me, but there was a blip in your audio.
Okay, what was the last thing you heard?
Could you start over with this slide? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I barely started this one. Yeah, this is the outdoor space where the previous group did the beer garden. This is that same space. These are the windows that were originally there, and I just I took the windows out, but I left the openings. The space was inspired by two areas that I frequented often in San Antonio, which is obviously the Pearl, if anyone has been there, and also Overland Architecture firm and Rosella Coffee. They have this, indoor-outdoor space as you're entering their businesses. And I absolutely love them, and I thought that this was a perfect opportunity for that. There's a little stage in the back, and you have this grass knoll for, people like at Central Market. You can bring a band in, families can dance on a Friday night. And the space that's adjacent to this is food trucks. I deliberately didn't program a cafe or a restaurant, and I love them, but the program was really heavy in the beginning, and each time I spoke with the professors, it was pare back. And so that's what we did, and it allowed for opportunities to support local communities and the local food truck scene. And yes, there will be a coffee truck, and I also placed vending machines in here, but they are not American vending machines. They are Japanese vending machines with hot tea, hot coffee, hot soup, the things that I loved when I lived there, and I miss them so dearly. So I'm trying to bring them. I'm trying to be ahead of the curve and get them back to the States. But these diagrams at the bottom are the Pavilion kinetic tiles, which you will see throughout the space. And they generate about 7 watts of energy per tile. And what it does is it allows the user to feel like they're giving back, and they're producing energy for the building. But when this product first came out, it was only to facilitate areas of lower income third world countries that didn't have the available electricity, so they could play soccer and generate their own lights at night. But now it's progressed into something where now it creates data, and it allows for you to track the traffic flow, the crowd flow, and it also, Google will probably end up using this, and hopefully a building like this that has these tiles will encourage the rest of the city to take this on as well, and just give people a sense of purpose as they're walking around the city, other than their Apple Watches on their wrist and how many steps they've gotten in. And also in this little area, before I move on, the little moment up here in the top right is probably one of my favorites, because I will, Professor Odom, get little old men, and maybe I'll Photoshop the woman in from the show on Netflix for chess, but it's going to have a chess table and people hovering over it. And I deliberately made sure that as the sun progresses over the building, you have the shade from the trees, you have the shade from the building, because it does get hot when you're sitting outside. So I very thoughtfully you know, I made sure that that was taken care of so that people are comfortable when they're out there. And I've tried to take pictures and capture the sun at different times of the day. This image on the right is right at 6 o'clock when the sun is hitting the building. At first, I thought I had built the program incorrectly, and then I realized that's just how the sun was hitting on it, and it was very beautiful. And this is your train waiting area. And I put a lot of fun modular furniture in here with a bunch of different colors, just to kind of wake the people up who are either waiting to leave or come in for the day. And up top, this is where I tried to help and preserve the street art and spray paint the ceiling so that you kind of have a moment when you're up here and you're just looking over the guardrail and you have these monumental lights. I do intend to have more focus on lighting throughout the spaces, but I really enjoyed having that as a moment. And a lot of calming furniture. I do, and fun and calming at the same time, which is pretty much the epitome of my personality and how I design. And these are, you know, these are several moments throughout the space just to recap everything. And I'm really proud of this project, and I really hope that the people, you know, that could use this space feel like they have a sense of purpose, and that it allows them, you know, to actually have to take a breath while they're experiencing something like this on a busy day or on the weekend. And it's flexible enough to where, you know, the community can make it what they need it to be, as well as it being a transit hub. But another thing I would like to highlight before I finish is I noticed that I had several restrooms in my project compared to others, but it's intentional. I kind of left the space a little empty just because we have this stage here. So if South by Southwest or ACL wants to have one of their little smaller venues, they can do that. And what this allows with this thermal seal right here is you can leave these doors shut and it still gives you bathroom access for the transit users, while also providing a restroom for the attendees of the concert or event. And you can have your bouncer ticket person here, and you have, you know, access control, while also having restrooms for the band or the speakers. And I made sure that there are spaces big enough within this restroom for them to put on their makeup and for them to take a, you know, wash their face and kind of be ready. And then all of the stage equipment back here, it has, you know, the ability to have a secure place. I've had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with my dad drives tour buses for the music industry, so I'm very aware of the needs of that community. And I see your faces, but I know you can see over here where the food trucks are, and so that allows people, you know, to have a pager system like the Pearl and to order their food and then come back over here and enjoy the space, or go use the internet inside if they need to, or, you know, it just, it's a little free space for everyone to have their own little time if they want to, you know, do work upstairs or downstairs or whatever you want, really. And yeah, that's me. And this is Neon Moon.
Thank you, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll start. I want to recognize, one, you're thinking about landscape as the material. I think, you know, the image that you kind of pointed to, which is in the top row here, the two chairs and the table, even without the two older men sitting there playing checkers or chess. You know, the idea of taking landscape and a bosque of trees and using that bosque of trees to take the scale of this really large space and make it much more intimate, I think should be recognized. And then the other thing that I wanted to sort of recognize was starting out that opening slide and those, you know, kind of the title of the Neon Moon and almost those kind of like Andy Warhol vignettes that were on the right. It kind of, it's a really simple thing, but it kind of immediately kind of gives us an indication of what your aspirations are for the space and what you're trying to do through things like neon, the use of neon and the use of color as a way of animating the space. So I thought that was a really effective way of kind of beginning to communicate the big idea. And it was very different than the way that we oftentimes think about how we communicate. So using something almost kind of as an analogy as a way of kind of communicating the big idea. I did have a question about the kinetic tiles. I think that's the right term that you use for the tiles. And you started out talking about the idea of reimagining circulation. And I was curious if those kinetic tiles in some way kind of reinforce that circulation pattern. Are they used to kind of animate the circulation, kind of like this new circulation pattern that you've created, or are they really just sort of located in spots that are intended for another kind of purpose? What's the thought there?
They were definitely to be in the paths of circulation along this axis right here at the entrance of the main entrance from the Baylor Street, and then along this open access here. I intentionally didn't put them here because this is kind of where people are sitting, and I didn't want unnecessary through traffic if you didn't need to utilize that space.
And is there a second floor that's created above that service core that we're looking at in the middle?
It is open to below. I actually didn't give you a view. Well, you can see here, it's completely open right here in this vignette, or sorry, render. And then you have floors that reach all the way to the wall, which go to these stairs right here.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah, do you have a mezzanine plan? Because that I haven't understood exactly where there's a second
Yes.
level.
So this is the open to below area.
Okay.
Upstairs. And so the second floor circles all the way around here. I think you could better see it. Here you go. There's the floor plan for the upstairs.
And what is the program upstairs? Is it just lounge space or?
It is. It's lounge space. It's workspace. I have bar height tables and chairs here. Everyone has a view. Some have partitions to separate their meeting areas if they needed to, and everything, you know, it's like it was spoken earlier, it's weighted enough to where, you know, people can't just pick it up and take it wherever they want, but if you need to, you know, shuffle things around a little bit to create a bigger meeting space, you can. This is pretty open over here just because you have an exit path right here to a stair, and you also have a double exit to, not an exit, but a door to a little balcony to an area that I didn't highlight on purpose because I didn't have time. But this is just another part of the building that I punched out the windows, left the openings, and it's going to be a garden space where, you know, plants and viney-esque flowers can grow and just take over that wall, and it just becomes another little indoor-outdoor moment.
Great, thank you.
I think everything makes a lot of sense. And going back to that very first slide, the title, Neon Moon, and the neon vignettes, I would have taken more time to prepare the narrative of your presentation because it was hard to understand the project. Like these images really helped and all your images in general, but the way you were explaining, I didn't have a clear understanding of, well, first, like the major concept, which I've gathered the bits and pieces as you've been explaining it, but I think it would have been really helpful to have like the overarching concept of the project, explain that really well, and then move us through the space, because you were explaining more of like each of the smaller programmatic elements. And so in my head, I had to like tie the story together, which makes it harder for us. But I think overall it makes sense, and I like the way you inserted your interior elements. Does create a nice different kinds of spaces, especially on this bottom level. I would be careful with the mezzanine that there isn't too much mezzanine so that you don't lose a sense of the spatial height of the building. And there is so much square footage that you don't need to create too much extra square footage to get all the programmatic elements you want. In terms of the outdoor area, I think that it makes a lot of sense with the stage. Maybe that needs to be a little bigger, and there should be maybe a connection behind the bathroom to the stage so that that stage area that you've created in the back actually can have direct communication without having to go through people to get it all set up. And then with the kinetic tiles, I think that I don't know exactly how they work, but I would have wanted to see them, more of them, like create a whole zone, like that whole corridor needed to be the entire thing of tiles. So that to make it an element that's even more present, because it could get lost since they're in such small and not continuous areas. And then finally, your stairs, I think that's a really beautiful element and has the neon. So how, but then they're kind of behind. It's not easy, not necessarily in the most prominent place. So I wonder if maybe they should have been also like on the other side of the wall, kind of like mirrored both conditions so that from the outside and from the inside, you have that, and then you have that access on both sides of the mezzanine.
Can you repeat that? I don't understand.
For your metal stairs that are in the north interior wall, I would have also mirrored that condition on the outside of that wall to get to that outside mezzanine.
Okay.
So that it's like a whole element that's flanking that northern wall and really make it something like super present. And so that you can always, I just think that it's a beautiful moment and that you may not always get to experience it. So just trying to amplify that.
Yeah, it seems like that moment could be, I thought that image particularly was the most successful in the whole presentation, that space. But it's concealed, not the one on the bottom right. That's the one I'm the most interested in. I think if you took the concept of the floating elements and started to decouple things from the wall, right? You're kind of pushing things up against the wall. And so floating doesn't have to be just the rooms. Other things can float, like the stair or the mezzanine. And if the mezzanine and the stairs start to pull back and move maybe a little bit more independently, because they can, then you would start to get those sectional moments cutting through and around. So you would be able to see the whole volume, even when I'm in this space on the, in the top or on the bottom of this page. So you can start to see that. But I think the bottom right, is a super interesting and feels kind of cool as a moment. So I would definitely play that up. And that's really that's strangely the only neon that I saw. I could have missed it. I would have. I think that why wouldn't it be happening? There could be some perforations in the ceiling here where you could start to have that kind of moment happen a bit more. Things like that. And the tile too, I think it's irrelevant if people actually know that they're generating energy. I think it's more about can we have the tiles generate energy? And then put tile everywhere. And then so people are always participating in the generation of energy. And I don't think they have to know it. I think it's just something that you would do as an ethic of I hate the word, but sustainability, right? Or resiliency.
Or could that be connected with the neon theme and then intensify the brightness of the lights?
Yeah.
The more people in
it's what's the
space.
place in New York where you you ride the stationary bike to make your margaritas, and I remember the name of that bar, but there are things like that, and I think you can push it that direction, or you can just start to have an ethic of we're going to try to intervene with new technologies where we can to get things to save energy as a basic kind of ethic. So.
And eliminate the word little from your vocabulary and your explanations unless it's actually something that's diminutive, because I think that makes you have a lot of different little moments instead of having I think it's like the tile is a great idea, but then you've made it into a little moment, and it shouldn't be little. It should be it should be a grand, something that's larger in the project.
Yeah.
And so maybe
Yeah.
by changing your vocabulary and eliminating that, like, yeah, it's not little. It's like it's a concept, and it's maximized.
Yeah, expanded upon. I mean, because I actually, Ellie, I think that is another part of it that I think can be, must be thought through a bit more, because it does feel like even vignettes, like it does feel like a little bit of separated moments, and there are nice things to draw from them. But now as a project, they need to be knit back together into a whole tapestry of experience here. Which I think it can be done, but it just, it needs to be done too. But I think the bottom right image is the one to sort of hang on to.
And just get rid of the rest of them and start over.
That's not what I said.
I know.
All right, thank you, Amy. Happy to see the resolution of that project. Really beautiful moments. We have up to bat, we have Deepika Warrior, wherever she is.
Here.
Okay. Take it away, Deepika, who's not actually in Battle Hall right now, but.
I just wished I was. My name is Deepika Warrior. I'm a second-year master's student in interior design program. And I'm going to share my screen. So the site is located at 300 Baylor Street, Austin. The design intent is to deliver a sustainable environment for the users of the transportation hub. It aims to play a dual role of educating about organic farming and its benefit to the commuters while promoting sustainable and eco-friendly design and eco-friendly material use. The materials used are recyclable and natural. All these while providing them with an eye-pleasing architecture inspired by nature. This site includes a farmer's market, organic garden and education center, and a cafe. These are the drawings of my building details that has this exploded view that helps you see my main design elements like the frame and the kiosks that I have designed from a natural material wood. The first level has information desk, lounge area, cafe, kiosks, and a sustainable education center. The glass doors on the other end gives you a visual connection to the vegetation outside and the farmer's market. The mezzanine floor plan gives you a visual connection between the inside and the outside, the continuation of the vegetations from indoors to the outdoors. Greenery in our living environment benefits more than just our health and well-being. They cool the air, provide oxygen, remove harmful gases and dust, and keeps the air moist. This is the main element of my design. The existing building has a masonry construction, and I wanted the interior space to be more transparent, so I introduced a divider for the spaces. I was intending it to be more like an open floor plan. The frame is made out of aluminum and has wood and glass and empty panels. The different shaped panels provide semi-visual connection to the activities that are happening in the spaces, and the vegetation is watered with the plumbing line wrapped around the frame and connected to the building plumbing line. The greenery is visually pleasing and is good for indoor air quality. The cafe has a view towards the train tracks and to the frame. The materials and the greenery helps relax and calm, quite opposite the view that they see. The cafe has private booths and open tables. It uses the organically grown groceries. The choice of the furniture is for lounge and seating purposes. The wooden cabinet that I designed is for storage and to hold the cafe equipments and to visually see and give a highlight to the frame in the front and with the vegetation. The outdoor garden is the most interesting part in my design. That's what I feel, other than the divider frame. It is an inspiration from the MFO Park in Zurich. It is a large open hall and a trellis overgrown with hundreds of blooming aromatic climbers. This inspiration led me to design this space with trellises on the existing beam and columns. There is a separate entrance for this space for people who are coming from the farmers market or to the green space to sit and relax. The double-heighted column beam frame takes to the farmers market, and the smaller column beam frame has the organic farming and the seating area. This area is designed to be a relaxing area opposed to the chaotic train station. This is the calm in the chaos. This is the Sustainable Food Education Center. It is designed to be a learning tool for the community to understand the importance of organic gardening and nutrition. This acts like a beacon to the community of Austin, providing a living example of sustainable practice. This center has a working area and a main office at the level 1 and a teaching classroom on the mezzanine floor. The outdoor seating area can also be used as an outdoor classroom where visitors can learn how to manage a kitchen garden. The staircase has a tread made out of wood and has a glass riser. The staircase is designed using the same material as the frame to complement the frame design. The structure under the staircase is to provide an external support and prevent people from going under the staircase. This is the last slide of my presentation. The design planning is oriented towards the betterment of future. The vegetation reduces the negative impact on the environment. It makes the indoor air quality better and increases the health and comfort of the occupants. The amalgamation of flora and fauna has numerous benefits, including relaxation, and helps people to calm. It helps increase productivity. It helps improve building performance. The use of natural and recycled materials help reduce the use of renewable resources and aids in expansion of sustainability scope of definition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start by saying the thing that really kind of stands out me most about your project is the program development and the way that you've thought about the program across kind of a fairly broad spectrum of kind of building awareness of organic foods, a place to gain knowledge, the kind of the learning component of it, the you know, the ability to kind of then prepare and consume. So, I mean, I think the program is very thoughtfully developed, and I also kind of like what, at least to me, appears like a pretty clear idea about the contrast between the interior space and the exterior space. I do have some questions. I assume the top rendering is the interior space, and I'm curious about it looks kind of like a luminous ceiling. Is that, have you removed the roof and then inserted this glass ceiling as a way of supporting plant life inside, or am I totally off base on that?
Okay, so this space did not have a roof. So on one side, it has just like a beam and frame, beam and column structure that is existing. The bottom left corner one is like the open space. And the top left corner one is, I introduced this curtain panel on top as a roof with different colors to have this, you know, very unique standing out place that this is the farmer's market, and that's like the highlight of the things. And when people come home, they want to buy something and then go home and cook it. So they have this, you know, a unique attention to this, and these colors, you know, add more liveliness to the farmer's market and is like connected to the outdoor space. So this is like, you know, in between the indoor space and the outdoor space.
So
like
that's the upper left, just the upper left piece of your plan.
Yes. So there are like two entrances for this place. Like here in the plan, you can you see my cursor?
Yep,
so there's there are two doors. One is like directly connected to the outdoor space and one is to the indoor space. So it's like in between, like a transition from indoor to outdoors, not like exactly you come across. It's like a, you know, a very basic transition that you go from like a very indoor space with all these dividers, you know, all these vegetations. And then you see outside, you see like this farmer's market and like this colored ceiling. And then you exactly go outside and see these colorful, these trellises that are hanging, and there are like flowers and different kind of, you know, organic fruits and vegetables growing. So it's like, that's a starting of like a different program altogether.
And since that piece, the luminous ceiling piece, is on the back side, can you talk about how you envision kind of introducing daylight into the front piece where the interior gardens are?
the frame that I have, I introduced vegetation and they are getting sunlight through the skylight that is already existing in the building. So I didn't want to punch out the roof that already is, and I didn't want to, create all these lesions to it. So I just wanted to use the skylight that is already existing for my frame and these vegetations that the frame have to get sunlight naturally.
Okay.
So, and in here they get sunlight from through these ceilings, and here it's all open to sky.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that the program makes a lot of sense, and everything that you've added to support that program really works together. I think I would just introduce even more cohesion between all the different elements. Like, for example, with the colored ceiling, I would like the structure of that ceiling to maybe be a continuation of the garden trellis structure, so that that same rhythm continues over, and what changes is the material that's covering it, and therefore give it even more continuity. And I like that your different systems and modules share the same color, but could they share even more of similar design elements, just to, again, give it all a lot of cohesion and connection between them.
Yeah, it actually kind of does. Like, outdoor space is supposed to have these, all these flowers, and these mild colors are introduced as a ceiling in here. And then these glasses are colored as well in here. So it's like small elements that have been introduced. And I agree with you that you say like it should be more prominent than how it comes inside.
And then with the stair design for that under the stair, which is a problem that we all have to deal with, I wonder, you were thinking about it and you enclosed it, but what else could it be than just enclosing it so that you don't hit your head? Like, could that have been a water storage tank or some more greenery, or how to solve that problem in a way that then it creates an opportunity instead of just solving the problem?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, like with all of these, I think there's some super nice moments within the project, and some, clear thinking, but then again, at the end, it sort of still feels a little bit disconnected to me. It feels like, like resorting to sort of making the glass color the same as the thing that knits it together, I think is not quite the right direction to go. Like, for me, I would comb back through it, and because I think the programming is really interesting, and it is space like provoking, right? Like thought provoking in terms of thinking about what it can be. And I think, even how you describe that space, this sort of the space with the luminous ceiling, you described it as a transition from one to the other, but it doesn't feel that way to me when I look at the images. And so, like, what would it mean to even sort of interrogate that question of transition from one to the next? And what would that mean in terms of the textures and the materials and the sort of interventions that you've created? I'm not arguing against interventions themselves. I think they need to be knit together, though. Even if it ultimately is a grouping of parts that have a little bit of their own vibe, I think that's fine. But then again, how do you knit disparate things together? That's one thing we try to do, right? And so, like,
right.
I think you've begun to do that. I think color and texture and things like that start to work in your favor in that way. But I still think it needs another kind of push and another sort of critical like sweep through to really think systematically, right, about how does it add up if I go to this space, which I think you want to, right? And so, like, I think ultimately that you can do that, but it would just need a little bit more, maybe a little bit more time here at the end to look at.
Okay.
I wonder what would happen, Deepika, if, for example, like if you scraped away all the color from this and then judged it on a different kind of set of relationships, right? Spatial relationships, textural relationships, and then come back and start to insert materiality and color in a more, again, like systematic way. I think for me, that would at least allow you to look at it in a through slightly different kind of glasses, or only look at it through color. How does that work? Or if I only look at it through, X, Y, or Z, like how would that impact your thinking? So
what is the simplest kit of parts that gives you all this versatility and modularity and variation and transitions?
It's a really great point. Oftentimes things get better through subtraction and you just, what can I take away that might actually make it stronger, and then just kind of go through that sequence of kind of getting back to that really kind of core idea. And I think to Clay's observation about transition, and part of that transition is you're kind of thinking about this building as fabric, and that fabric is made up of a series of threads. And so you don't want to see the repetition of the fabric, right, from one to the other, but you do want to see kind of those threads that give it that continuity. And so maybe the percentage of the thread changes as you move from one to the next.
Yeah, right. That actually makes sense. It was supposed to be like connected through the vegetation and like the dividers that are there inside, like indoor vegetation is coming outside and it's like growing. And then the same vegetation is like, we are promoting that, you should buy organic food, like it's good for the environment plus for nutrition. And then sort of I added colors because outside there's like all these flowers that are growing, but inside there's like non-flowering vines, and then they continue to these colored ceilings, and then it's supposed to be like a transition that goes from wood, glass, and empty panels to actually the wood structure and the glass ceiling, and outside is just like the beams and the trellises and the wooden structure that changes itself to a seat and a table where you can actually enjoy the outdoor area. So it's like 2-3 things coming together, and maybe I can look into it more so that
it just explain how to do it. Like that's like, that's so clear, and that's exactly because you prioritized. That statement was a statement of priority, and then you get difference through the plants require different treatments when it's dry land,
and it also articulates what's foreground and what's background. And I think oftentimes where you get in trouble is where there's ambiguity about what wants to be foreground and what wants to be background. And in your case, it's always the plant material is foreground. In some ways, the architecture wants to be background.
But right now they're at the same level, and so they're fighting each other. So maybe having the plants hide that kit of parts, that structure, then makes the vegetation the continuous and primary element throughout.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. I think that, and if all of the three of you were here at our mid-review, we could have really, we've spent a long time talking about vines this semester, haven't we?
A lot of time, like we had to decide what vines go where.
The other thing too, like when you start to put plants into because I've been having this struggle in my studio as well that Allison will see tomorrow. But I think it's like, at what stage of development are we showing the project? Like it seems like these are the photographs that are being taken like right after it's constructed, but before anybody's been there, right? Like I almost want to see it like 5 years in with a little bit more
patina,
a little bit more patina, a little bit more growth in those plants. Some of them feel like they were just kind of sort of placed there ago, right? Which makes sense. I think, your project, especially a project like this, to me is like about absorbing that human interaction, right? So
yeah, I mean, kudos to Deepika, because I gave her a real hard time about it. We had a whole discussion. I said, don't even talk to me about the plants. I want to hear about the dirt. I want to talk about irrigation, and I want to talk about pollinators. So what's going to happen? And she ended up showing me all these night scenes, and she said, this is what it looks like at night. So we're just talking about lighting and the framing, and it was like awesome. It was great. And it was like hitting these strides of really great development. And so I would say that I love how far your projects come. I think it can go further. Of course, any of them can. But I will say that you said that the outside was the most exciting part of your project. And I wish you had highlighted that interior panel because she really did not give herself due credit for the amount of time and investment and thought and design that went into that panel system. It was quite significant. She thought about channels and the like, well, I can't have this be a glass piece and a wood piece with the metal with the temperature change. And so she really thought about all those pieces, the order in which it would be constructed and assembled. And so I think that you should recognize the work that you've really done well and not the work that you've hidden under vines. So I think that goes, because Clay, I'm right there with you, and Augustina too. I was like, as soon as we just jumped into this like interior design and the outside, everybody went plant crazy. And like just plants everywhere. And so I like that, but it's like, but how do we temper that? Let's really think about that if we're gonna do it. But yeah, we'll see. We have one more group scheduled for this session, but since we have Ellie and Chris as a jump over to the next session, and I'm very sad that Clay, that you won't be able to see the Hannahs because they have a great project. You will see it during portfolio review. So I'm going to push them to the third session and move us in a timely manner into our break. And we'll come back at 3 and we'll restart. So apologies. Of
I'm
course,
sure they're very sad about
to
this.
come back.
I think Hannah and Hannah are very sad.
We'll arrange for
I feel
some.
cheated.
We'll arrange for some one-on-one time with you. How about that?
I know.
So,
all right. Good luck.
I'm sorry.
Nice work. Nice work, all.
Yeah. Right. And yeah, so I guess, well, now we're sort of ahead, but we'll go to 2:30, but we will come back on at 3. I'll just move this into that holding window again, take a little break, refresher, and then we'll be back. Thank you for another great session, guys. So, all right. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
So I'm gonna go to Coker's review in the beginning, Allison, and then
okay.
Then I'll come back as soon as I can. So I may not be here at the beginning, which I will also miss the Hannahs. But
oh no, but it seems like we're gonna be okay there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got a plan to get things ready, for the next one, and it's really more of a I think it's more of a process thing than it is like I can't export. I think that it's just a computer being overwhelmed and maybe needing to be.
Right.
We'll see. But they've got a plan to get it going, so I think they're going to be good.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Surprise, we're back. We have Lisa was just here. Yes, there you are. Hello.
Hi.
So Lisa Jansen, please meet Chris Brazier. He's joining us from Clark Nexon and Duke University.
Lisa.
He's not in both places at the
Good
same
to meet
time.
you.
He just represents both. And I think you've met Ellie before.
Yeah.
And so we're actually going to work with, we actually have to get through 5 groups. And so we're going to work with the fact that you already are familiar with the project. And I think we're going to launch in. So I'm going to skip my intro. Chris and Ellie actually were both here for the last session. So they're totally warmed up and should be ready to go. And actually we're starting with the group that would have been the last group, but we ran a little bit long. So because of my babbling, it's just my fault. So that's, standard. But I'm just going to get out of the way and let Hannah jump in so we can get started and we don't get ourselves in a time crunch again.
Well, I'm excited to see the Hannahs. So.
I know, I'm sorry. So yes, we call them the Hannahs and they are the Hannahs, but it's just that they're both named Hannah, but the unstoppable Hannahs. So here they are. So.
Right. Is my screen showing up okay?
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Okay, so for our strategy, the first thing that we noticed was the location of the site to Austin's nearby waterways, and we noticed that the grade was sloping in the direction of the river. So we kind of based our philosophy, design goals, our intent, and our direction for sustainability based on those outcomes. So essentially our philosophy is in service through water and service to water, to create a transit station that connects the visitor to the value of Austin's waterways as a vital cultural, functional, and ecological resource. Design a radically accessible and highly transparent civic center to house transportation services, generous public sanitation, water sustainability offices, and public communal gathering spaces that engage the health of the community and protect Austin's waterways through low impact development strategies. Through this, we'll integrate systems for responsible water use and filtration and bioretention as the dominant themes of the project and connect those with the interior. The intent is to restore the building to last another 100 years, respect its history, and maintain its identity without imposing false history. And that stance honestly has less to do with the merit of the building and more about the access to these kinds of buildings to the public and how that can be a privilege in and of itself to have that kind of access to history. So we did want to maintain that for the public. And essentially we would provide a point of community and visitor outreach for vital water organizations, possibly a place for co-working to happen for different organizations within Austin and in Texas, specifically the Lower Colorado River Authority. But more than that, it's really just a public forum and houses generous public sanitation.
Okay, so it's really all based around the idea that water is central to the quality of life here in Austin. The Colorado River fills with kayaks and paddleboards and rowing crews literally every day, and it really defines our orientation in the city. Tourists hover above it in droves on Congress Bridge to see the bats, and everyone who's tourist or local alike flocks to Deep Eddy Pool and Barton Springs during the hot summer months. Hippie Hollow provides an escape for adventurous nude bathers, and Lake Travis is a haven for party boats and even political rallies, as we saw. Additionally, our many creeks form a network of swimming holes that delight Austinites of every ilk during the summer months. Our waterways really are icons of our city. They have also been focal points for Austin's growing pains and injustices, as we see in current times with the homeless camps along the river, and historically with the civil rights swim-ins that occurred in our public springs and pools during the 1960s. Our water is important as a natural and cultural resource that brings together every walk of life. And yet only recently, with projects like the Waterloo Greenway, are we seeing interventions that both celebrate and protect our water. With all of that considered, we felt with the location of the site that it presented a unique opportunity to play a quiet role in water stewardship. The multi-acre property stands between the pollution of the large swath of downtown and Lady Bird Lake, while perching on the edge of outdoor trails that lead to the water, as you can see in this image. And then we have just kind of some current and historic images of these special area waterways.
So we really started this out like on a macro, and to understand what the intent or the purpose of the project would be, we actually laid out a master plan based on low impact development strategies through research with San Antonio River Authority. They've released like a very extensive document that kind of like lists this out. And essentially the strategy is to return some natural area. The actual building itself sits on 7 acres of land. And the strategy would really be to turn that into a like riparian buffer of sorts, and to integrate bioretention strategies as part of the theme. So in this diagram, you can see that quite a bit of the surrounding property would be rededicated to LID watershed infiltration. And then we're also considering that very likely a housing tower would be built nearby. So kind of understanding how that orientation might change the direction of the building as far as how people are accessing it, and knowing that people might need to access it on both sides of the building. And then it also really inspired us to integrate essentially like a bioretention tank that could be accessed and enjoyed by people on site. So that's really a part of the experience, and not so much just what's happening beneath your feet. And it's also an important strategy to help preserve some of the wildlife that's in the area and kind of bring that naturalness back, and kind of creep that up as close as we can down to the center of the city.
And Chris, just as an aside, there's a type of salamander that only exists in one spring. Like the whole species only exists in Barton Springs here, and they have to shut it down to restore its habitat annually so that we can keep our local species alive.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so this is about materials and our inspiration. For our project, we were inspired by multiple aesthetics and moments in history. Public architecture from the turn of the century was of particular interest to us. Not only is our building from this time, the period also represents the creation of the middle class and new opportunities for leisure like swimming, traveling, and enjoying the outdoors. We also look to our local history for cues for the design of public bathing and dressing spaces, as you can see in this image from Barton Springs from mid-century. And then lastly, we referenced both ancient and recent methods of harnessing natural resources, which we will get into shortly. For our materials, we largely maintained the integrity of the building while adding elements of steel, textured glass, Texas birch, and tile from local artists. So this is in reference to our circulation in plan. Speaking to our plan, we focused on creating a sense of safety through transparent surfaces and open sight lines. This is a public space. We don't want anyone to feel cornered or like, you know, they could be in any kind of space where they aren't visible to lots of people. The circulation is meant to be highly permeable. One can pass from the train station, which is out front here, is where the actual train arrives in front of the building. And you can move directly back to the bathrooms and the public sanitation, the showers that are at the back, or you could lounge in our public parlor, or to the study area, or to, which is really a workspace that is broken up a little bit more. There's also a coffee shop over here in coffee shop seating. We have a ticket desk, and then all the offices for the water authority are concentrated over here. Again, it's a very simple grid-like approach to circulation where it's accessible from many points and very clear. And the plan has been addressed. So what's also important is that this is the site that's facing downtown, and we have our water tank back here, but it also just gives people the opportunity who are coming up from the trails or coming from downtown to just have access to a bathroom and a shower, which is really a simple and very key thing about our project.
So here's just another closer look at the plan, kind of understanding like how that breaks down. And you'll see also dotted a intervention that happens throughout the space of these like really dramatic wooden motifs. And on the exterior, they hold up roofs, which provide infrastructure for our sustainability strategies. And then on the interior, the motif continues as an acoustic veneer of nanoperforations that have the same visual aesthetic, but are applied in an acoustic way. So part of our understanding of it as a site was knowing that there was an opportunity to work with the grade, and that became experiential, and it also became mechanical. So we really were trying to see what kind of mechanical systems we could milk out of this. And we realized that we had a really unique opportunity to create bile infiltration. So you can see at the beginning of the section on the bottom, there's equipment that's put in place where a ponding tank, which is what we refer to as the well, actually delivers water at a site that's occupiable. And then that can actually infiltrate beneath the upper floor, which is in turn an additional water filtration site where water can be filtered locally and through the LID development strategies through permeable paving. And then in the center, you find a second location of bio-infiltration, and then you can continue all the way down to the permeable paving that happens at the lowest point of the site before the train. And it's really just creating a filter that in turn will return the groundwater back in a cleaner state. And that's great because of its proximity to the river, it actually is catching up quite a bit of runoff from the inner city. You can see here that we heavily abided by the grid and understood that there was a logic in place in the current building that we could use to our advantage to manipulate in a modular way. And also, again, to increase ease of circulation and high visibility for safety reasons, but also for experiential reasons. Here in this diagram, you can kind of understand how the water is coming off the roof and is filtrated through these beams and column, and then goes down into the below grade of the upper level as like a kind of mechanical storage processing center. which would be further detailed by a mechanical engineer. And then you can kind of see what an example of the permeable paving would be up here on this level. And then again, here in this area where there's actually a path to cross over a natural space inside of this naturally ventilated area, which houses the public sanitation.
Also of note is the rainwater catchment. We do have the intention of everything that's coming off the roof draining into this underground storage. And it does catch a significant amount based on average rainfall. It would get about 369,000 gallons of water, which would be about 264,000 low flow flushes. So it could get you pretty far. In terms of just placing solar on the front of the building on what is essentially just an overhang for protection for people by the train, you could get roughly 25,000 kilowatt hour per year. Okay.
So, oh, go ahead.
So this is our exploded axon. That is kind of giving you a sense of how things are layered in the space. Hannah, do you want to speak more to that?
Yes, so applying the modular structure and understanding that there would possibly be like a housing development on the other side, we really thought that this would be a cool opportunity to circulate the building that is naturally landscaped. So we wanted to take advantage of the possibility to have these like very long, dramatic concrete, low carbon concrete boardwalks, which essentially carry people throughout the building, and then also bring people off from the platform at the upper level of the train, and then carry them over onto a plenum, which hosts another mid-level floor. And then you can kind of see just like how the building is currently with the trusses that are in place, implementing some glazing, which you'll see soon, integrating cable lights, and then you can kind of understand how the motifs are starting to work along with our ceiling, which is also acoustic. So again, on the exterior, it's structural and it carries systems that then relate to the rain storage that happens underneath the upper level. And on the interior, it's an acoustic motif that has the same aesthetic. And then you can kind of see how the skylights are cut out in the outer area by the showers of the roof, which is of a butterfly profile. You'll see again soon. And then you can see the original roof and then another skylight that we've cut through the center of the building to really emphasize that axial orientation and bring some much needed light into a space that we want to be transparent, and then something that also feels quite grand and kind of nods to some train stations of the past. Do you want to talk about this one, Hannah? Sorry. Go ahead.
This is your plenum and HVAC.
Yes, so you can see again here, just like highlighting the motif that's carried throughout the building. A second look at what that section would look like, and then you can kind of start to understand how our systems are integrated together. Part of the plenum was also kind of understanding how HVAC might be attached, and then trying to keep that inner corridor naturally ventilated as much as possible with operable aperture. And then Hannah, if you want to speak towards the next part of our natural ventilation strategies.
Yeah, so we implemented a wind catcher into our ventilation strategy. So not only are these windows that are helping with ventilation at the top, we're also using this wind catcher to create positive and negative pressure that is pulling air both in and out of the building. This is, of course, not new. This is a very common method of air ventilation in the Middle East. It's also really taking advantage of having this very large cold water storage underneath the building. So being that the bottom of the tower is connected to that, it's really allowing a lot of cool air to enter the building.
So here you can start to see how some of our building details are coming together, and just like get a glimpse of how these things are holding up. So the arch motif then turns the corner at the datum where the skylight is, and that then creates an inner interior which has a barrel ceiling, also of acoustic material. Understanding that it's a very, there's a lot of hard surfaces in there. At every opportunity that we had, we wanted to integrate this acoustic material, which is, again, like nano-perforated veneer, and then is actually like a hollow box inside on the interior and structural on the exterior.
Okay, so here is a section and then some elevations that speak to our strategies of surrounding essentially having this openness, but also creating some privacy by using different types of textured glass. Again, we really wanted to maintain the sense of a very grand hall where you're seeing from one end to the other, and really kind of making our intervention something that is more sitting within the building rather than changing it very dramatically. So yes, maintaining that visual continuity by having these kind of glass structures, creating the separations, but allowing that level of privacy that you might want while working in office, because there's also the River Authority offices down here. So you're just getting a sense of maybe that there's people working back there, whereas in a public space, it's used more decoratively, might be used perhaps higher up to help more with the sun entering than about it being obscuring. So this is kind of your first view of the Grand Hall and what's happening in there. You're already familiar with these materials, and then kind of an idea of what it would look like by day, an idea of what it would look like by night. So this is our concierge area. You can see that there are different types of glass going on. There's some that is more of this wave texture, there's reeded, and there's gridded glass. Our concierge desk is operating similarly. It would have some of transportation times going on in the background, and then a service desk to help visitors and give people information about the building. So this is kind of what it would be like to actually inhabit one of these public spaces that are kind of surrounded by glass and have this barrel vaulted ceiling. In terms of our selections, we really wanted to push back on the idea that a public space, especially a transit station, needs to be super utilitarian, and that perhaps that people deserve kind of the lowest of the low because we're animals or something. So this is much more like treating people like they're in a coffee shop or their living room, or in a big living room where they can talk to people. And then our study spaces on the other side are more desk oriented or more library like, but this is more of the coffee shop vibe. In terms of the furnishing, you know, perhaps it's a little aspirational to have a bunch of Jean Prouvé furniture in our transportation hub, but we definitely wanted to have that nod to metalwork as well as that time and history. And our goal was to have it to be very eclectic. We're not trying to go, everything is one style, everything is matchy-matchy. It is supposed to feel very comfortable and kind of homey. And Texas, kind of the Texas feel of a little bit of polish.
So here you can see how the shower space is operating, and we chose to spec as much local as we could. So we're using Nathan Craven's ceramic extruded tiles to kind of screen the upper halves of the shower and kind of create a dappling effect inside. And then you can kind of see this like ramp promenade that leads you over the like second bioretention tank. And then you can kind of see what our materials are. Again, like really taking inspiration from the building itself and not trying to like go up against the grain on that. And also speccing like Elgin Butler block, structural block, terracotta block. You can go to the next slide. And then here's just like a closer look at the top half and what that might look like with locker storage on the other end. And then some like very heavy duty fans to keep that interior very cooled because it is a naturally ventilated area. And then for strategies for heat, we were thinking about running the hydroponic heating system with the tubing underneath the showers. So that's really just locally controlled during the wintertime. And yeah, that's that strategy for the showers.
Yeah, and to conclude, we were just really interested in challenging the notion of what is both a transportation, what is a transit station like? What should that feel like? And also challenging what does an eco building look like? Again, it's going back to a little bit what was discussed in the previous round of reviews, in that maybe we have a very specific aesthetic in mind of what this type of thing should look like. Something that's all about water and all about saving resources. So with that, thank you, and we look forward to your feedback.
Thank you both. The one word that, I mean, I've got lots of notes and lots of comments. The one word that kind of jumps out at me that just in terms of feeling of your project is comprehensive. And I mean comprehensive from the standpoint of kind of scale and really thinking about the project from, you started with, I love the little site section, the tiny little, what looked like maybe it was even kind of inspired by a hand drawing of the site section that kind of showed us the building as a threshold between, you know, the urban side, the park, Lady Bird Johnson, is that right? The river. So, you know, comprehensive in terms of scale, comprehensive in terms of the way that you think about systems. So while the focus is water, you're also thinking about other building systems and really innovative building systems like natural ventilation, kind of the idea of a plenum for air distribution and return. And then comprehensive in terms of the drawings and the way that you present your case. And there really is just some beautiful drawings that are in your presentation. So that's the one thing that really kind of stands out to me, is how comprehensive you have been. You started with kind of a pretty kind of aspirational idea around water and the way that the building kind of engages. And I think you've delivered on that with the way that you've put your story together and the way you've kind of created this building that in some ways, like that, the diagram of kind of water and filtering serves to inform the design. I mean, I can think about your plan in a very similar way to the way that that diagram looks at the way that water moves through the site, as a layering that exists there. Couple of other things I appreciate kind of thinking about your site. I always, when I look at a project, I ask for the next larger map, and then the next larger map, and then the next larger map to kind of understand what the influences are. And you did that. And you also thought about it in terms of kind of cultural, social, natural, recreational, kind of all these various attributes of your site, and allowed that to influence your approach. The idea of healing, not just doing less harm, but the idea that the project might actually heal in some way, I think is a really powerful idea. So anyway, the exploded axe, I could go on. I've got plenty of notes, but well done. And I really appreciate the way that you took this idea of water, which I think is increasingly important as designers, that we really kind of think about that and really let that kind of be the thing that inspired your solution. So well done.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how you developed this further and how you adapted the truss system to be more integrated in terms of it being a system that's part of the building, also in terms of acoustics, and you changed its proportion so that it's also, I remember before there was a portion where you would hit your head going underneath it, and now it just seems to be just right. I think on one of the sections where you showed the whole truss system, I wish that the one on the left or outside portion connected, followed I wish that they weren't disconnected there. Like I love the alignment from the beginning through the building and then to the outside. So this is just a minor detail that it's just about continuity. You've like done it all throughout, and so I'm like, I wanted to also connect the line through there as well. I think I got a little lost. You started really well from the zoomed out version, but then you zoomed in a lot. So I think in your explanation, just to have inserted more of that middle scale in between the very outside of the building and then the very inside, how the systems are working. So that was a little disconnected in my head. And like the floor plans, I think here you could have used temporary lines that can appear as you're explaining, so that we see the circulation, so that we see how the water runs through. There's so much complexity to the building that I wanted easier visual clues to go with what you were saying. And in terms of I love how the water, and I guess in this drawing, for example, like why isn't like the tank more visible? It's such an important element to the project, and it's like everything's gray, and so I lose I have to remember that the tank is there, or have you remind me that it's there. So I think that just adding a few more colors or arrows or words will just make it even more powerful. And it should be in every single drawing and section and then plan. Everything that you should, it should always
yes. This was the most drawing intensive project I've done, and I really enjoyed it. But yes, I think it definitely challenged me to think about drawings in a different way, and like how to get the most information out with the least information at the same time. It's very challenging.
And my final comment is what was it? My challenge for like, if you were to evolve this is now, how can you remove some of the interventions to simplify it a little more? Like, do you need all the glass partitions? Since this is such a ecologically mindful building, it's like, can you build with less? So that would be like my next revision. It's like, okay, now that it's beautiful, it's working really well. So now can we do the same with a little less?
Thank you.
All right, I'll jump in. Well, I'm really excited to have been able to see the project. So it's really, really beautiful and well done. I think like, I want to maybe just commend you, because I think that, I know we've kind of talked about this a little bit in professional practice, but I think that there's a boldness to your programming that I think is really pretty provocative and important to be thinking about still how interiors can be driving what a building needs to be and its relationship to the city and to an urban context and to the landscape. And to me, I think that like the kind of thoughtfulness that you have in the programming that you've kind of set up for yourself, to me still seems like that's it shows that we can be driving these conversations and be making change. And I think that to me is still like one of the most kind of successful parts of the project. I think that there is a part of me that wishes that, because I know that the technical drawings are kind of the core component of the project, but I feel like you're at a level to me that now like the technical drawings, like they could have told the story a little bit more. And to me, like part of that could have just been, like, do you emphasize in some of your kind of grayscale drawings, where your water tank is, and so that there is a blue or a green kind of like consistent graphic that like helps to tell the story along the lines of the presentation. Because I think that even though you're now kind of drawing at a technical level, you're still wanting to kind of show a convincing story. And I think that like there could have just been a little bit more of that I think would have helped us to also see the levels of importance in the project. And kind of similarly, I feel like now we're at this point where we're seeing like physical materials. And so now we can like discuss, is that exactly the right material in order to fully convey what the concept is? And I kind of want to challenge you a little bit to like think about that more, because like I feel like there's a specificity to the materials, which is really amazing to get to. But like I could see there being maybe a more purposeful kind of conversation about material palette from kind of the West 6 side to like the lake. So is there a transition of materiality that goes from something that's a little bit more urban to something that is more kind of lakeside? Or I know you also kind of have the train station that's on the south side. I feel like there's a sensitivity to the material palette, like the existing like material of the building that feels thoughtful, but I also feel like there's a story potentially to like water and to limestone and the way that, because like water reflects
opportunity
through limestone, like really specifically because it reflects in a green, which is what we kind of love about like Barton Springs, and like there's a color to like the water here. And I feel like you're kind of speaking a little bit to that in some of the palette, but I could see that like in the choices of your glazed brick. I could see that in more of like the kind of decisions about the public showers, that I feel like there's kind of a conversation that you're talking about engaging with local like artists, but that, maybe that there's a way to actually still think about the technical details conceptually, that I think would just kind of add another kind of layer. But I feel like it's really beautiful. So
thanks, that's really good feedback.
Thank you, Lisa. We did a lot of work since you saw us last, huh? Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Hannah's. And sorry, as they were getting to describe their materials, which they were very, very thoughtful with, and in sourcing, I was chatting privately with them, like, you guys gotta hurry up. It's your time for feedback. So I was causing distraction. Apologies for that, but kudos and thank you for moving to this session and being very flexible. It's been really a joy to see this thing grow. And I will, you don't need my 2 cents now, but I will just add that I think that you knocked it out of the park with that original intention of like, we want to make a building that's actually better for the environment, that because it's there, without it being in your face, and because it just is, and that's just how it works. And it also is a really beautiful place to be that people want to occupy. And I think it's been really successful, and it's been wonderful journey to get there. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. And so moving, I guess, officially to the third session. Who is it? Olivia? Mary Claire? You? Okay. Great.
Screen. Hopefully everyone can see it. Okay, I'm Mary Claire.
Hi, I'm Olivia.
We titled our project Grounded Transportation Center. So as y'all know, our project is located in central Austin at 300 Baylor Street. Our building is highlighted in this black in the site plan down here, and a big part of our project was focusing on maintaining the existing building shell and really respecting that. So we started out our design process by outlining program needs, and we really wanted to create a building that was still a transportation center, but also had other additional programs to really serve as a place for people visiting Austin and people that live in Austin to come and congregate as a community. So we included other things such as a restaurant and bar area, also a live music space, and also like private meeting areas and places for you could kind of resort to if you wanted some more private time in the building. And so our building is designed to host a high-speed rail line connecting major Texas cities. And we really wanted the space to preserve and acknowledge the past of the building in order to better connect visitors with the history of the space. So as you'll see throughout our project, our original structure is emphasized through the addition of transparent mesh volumes that don't obstruct the pre-existing elements. And this has really allowed us to create auxiliary programs to be integrated into these additional mesh spaces, whether that be to promote Austin cultures or add waiting spaces, etc. And so we first started out by analyzing Eduardo Trasaldi's work. As you can see on the right, he utilizes transparency of wire mesh to depict structure that was once in a space. And we thought this method would be a really innovative way to respect the old building structure while creating additional program to the space, allowing occupants to learn about how a space and building can change over time. So here are our floor plans, and the first floor, which is the main floor, consists of all program and space for visitors, while the second floor is very small and is mostly just for employees and working spaces. And so here I'll outline the three meshes. And so this one down here that I'm pointing to is the southernmost mesh. And it includes mainly a waiting space, but also acts as a circulation path from the main train platforms. And they also have the ability to enclose for private events or meeting spaces. The central core mesh right here includes booth seating for a restaurant and bar, along with a commercial kitchen in the center. And the northernmost mesh is outside for a flex space and entertainment area. Here you can see these meshes come into play in section. And so the north building section includes that outside mesh, while the south has that waiting area mesh, and the west and east show the core mesh in the center. So the first space you'd go to when you walk in is the concierge and ticketing desk. And as you can see, we really wanted to stick to the existing materials in the building and really maintain that. And so the desk is made out of oak wood and white concrete in order to not take away from what was already there, with LED light panels behind that oak wood. And so this reception desk on the right in the interior elevation is on the main central wall, which includes a lot of our program and focus on our project, which Olivia will talk about more later. But yes, it's on the right entrance. So we wanted it to be the main thing you see when you walk in on that main right entrance for purposes of like helping with ticketing and questions of guests. And we also designed this organic tube light that goes over the reception desk just to add a sense of lightness and an organic quality to the harsh, more industrial feel of the pre-existing building shell. So here's the main waiting area where you see that first mesh I was talking about. So over on this side where my cursor is, there's one train platform, and over here there's another. And so pretty much right when you enter from the train, it takes you into this mesh because we wanted people to be able to acknowledge and observe that mesh and really take them through the space and pour them into the main waiting area. And we use tempered glass doors to encase that mesh for the purposes of those flexible waiting, event places inside the mesh. And we really use the glass because we did not want to take away from that openness and the strong quality of the mesh.
We also designed our own furniture. We wanted to create super heavy grounded furniture to juxtapose from the light, airy quality of the mesh. We thought by having very simple, grounded, curved furniture made out of this orange terrazzo that we would not take away from what was already there of the building. And we also designed these overlays that are actually made out of leather to create softness and comfort on these like monolithic chairs. And as you can see in the south interior elevation, the furniture has the ability to be merged together or put apart. And we just wanted this flexibility and adaptability in the waiting space, especially during a time where we're kind of rethinking our public spaces and maybe not wanting to be so close to other people. And I'm sure y'all noticed the hanging fabrics that make a gradient. And we included this because we wanted to add, again, that softness and light and organic quality to the moreover harsh building. And so we did this by creating more of subtle organic colors that are integrated throughout the entire building.
So along the central wall of the building that separates the interior from the exterior, we accentuated the existing structure through the use of that same mesh volume that we've been talking about. There are 5 existing archways along this wall that we turned into 10-foot wide passageways that go to a courtyard area. We added the mesh structure around the 3 central archways in order to create additional program. This ghost-like extension then creates occupiable spaces for a prep area and booth seating on each side. The center archway is enclosed in glass and is used as a food prep area and a serving point to the booth seatings on the sides. I can't move my cursor, but if you see the 3, just the center one and the 2 sides are booths. And then the booth seating is on each side of the central archways. These booths are carved out nooks within the mesh that allow the customers to be immersed in the ghostly structures. In order to maintain the light nature of the mesh volume, we decided to construct it using minimal structural components. So the 1 by 1 inch white wire mesh grid is welded together on the seams of the volume and connects to the ground using small metal brackets that are 6 inches apart in order to not interrupt the simplistic visual connection of the mesh to the ground. The envelope of the building is sealed through the use of large glass pivot doors within the arched pathways. These doors pivot from the center and when open, create 5-foot pathways on either side, guiding foot traffic. So the furnishing in the booth area reflects the furnishing in the waiting area. They're the same curvilinear shapes made of terrazzo with a matching table and semicircle inlay in the ground. We chose a subtle material change to relate to the existing concrete floors of the building while adding some color throughout. The fabric layovers are utilized in this area too on the booths to add comfort as well as flexibility for visitors. And because they're removable, the workers have the ability to take them off the seats and clean them easily, which was something we wanted to add into there. And then alternative seating, including dining table and chairs, is located on the perimeter of the booths, inside and outside, allowing for more flexible seating arrangement. So here you can see the use of subtle materials as well as the extension of the mesh structure from the inside to the outside in the detail. Along the interior mesh walls of the passageways, there are also 1/4 of an inch powder coated steel strips that create a very subtle gradient of color as you walk through. So they line up with the mesh grid, adding just a little bit more color in a subtle way. So the lighting are pendant lights that are hung throughout the entirety of the 3 mesh openings in the shape of the existing arches. This lighting method allowed us to emphasize, accentuate, and acknowledge the existing structure of the building. Because the wire mesh is a very rigid material, we left the volume in a harsh square shape in order to respect that materiality. And then the hanging LED pendant lights string throughout the mesh and form the curved arch shape, adding implied softness and contrast to the rigidity. Can you go to the next slide, Marie Claire?
Sorry.
It's okay. The lighting fixtures are hung above each arch and are connected by a plate canopy. Could you?
Sorry, I think it got delayed and messed up. I'm sorry. I think it's on the right.
No, you're good. You're good. Because the lights are only connected at the ceiling where they are hung, it promotes movement of the bulbs above your head as you walk through it, adding a dynamic element to a very static structure.
Anyway, you can see it right here. I think we're lagging. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Our last space is the outdoor area. So the mesh volume continues into this area and defines an entertainment space centered in the greenscape. We left the existing steel elements while adding a trellis above, reinforcing our idea of preserving the original building while adding new structures to it. By contrasting these heavy elements of the original building with the added mesh, we are leaving the bones of the old building and inserting the ghost of the new building. So over time, this outdoor area will continue to evolve as greenery grows down from the trellis to the existing structure and also through the outdoor mesh as well. The concrete slats on the floor match the existing concrete floor and also double as a lighting condition, which you can see in the next slide. So every so often a slat lights up with a recessed LED light. We also created outdoor furnishings that feel very heavy and grounded, similar to the indoor furnishings. We designed benches that melt into the slats in the ground, as well as concrete lounges. Similar to the inside, there is also additional movable seating along the perimeters of the mesh structure.
Okay, so with that being said, that concludes our presentation, and we were thinking through our design approach. We hope to rethink the future of transit hubs by creating a space that extends beyond the program of a waiting center for traveling purposes, and we can achieve this by designing spaces that focus on enriching and celebrating local culture, communities, and preserving the history of our spaces and pre-existing buildings. So we look forward to hearing any questions y'all might have, any feedback on our design, like I'll have you.
Thank you. I'll start. One of the things that right off the bat kind of grabbed my attention, and I'm curious you're thinking about how it's manifested in the design solution, was this idea of grounded. And there's a beautiful graphic that you developed. I think the idea of the transportation network and then how that grows into something that's more organic. Was that kind of the idea of kind of the building in some ways kind of dissolving away and this mesh kind of replacing it? I'm trying to think about that transition from that big idea into how it's kind of embodied in the solution. Is that kind of, can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I think we originally started with that because we had this idea of creating like an indoor greenscape that grew on the mesh, and then that transitioned into just an outdoor space, and leaving like the furniture being grounded and heavy, and then having our main design elements hung from the ceiling. And I think, Mary Claire, do you have anything to say on that? I think that's where that kind of started. And
yeah, that's all right.
Something
yeah.
else.
And I definitely get that in that outdoor piece with the kind of like the high line where the furniture just kind of grows out of the landscape. And I think that was very successful.
Thank you.
Was there thought about the mesh? Is the mesh always kind of one plane, or are there places where, it overlaps and so you get differing degrees of kind of density of the mesh? I'm just curious, or is it always one singular plane? Did you think about that as a way of kind of differentiating spaces that might be more intimate? So it's this kind of veil-like quality, and the veil gets doubled up in certain locations, becomes more transparent in others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. So we did end up keeping, for final review, our 3 meshes are all at the same width apart. So they're all, I think it's 1 inch by 1 inch on the grid, but we actually did do a ton of iterations throughout the semester of layering it. We used to have a ton of layering of singular panels of mesh. Yeah. And we did a lot of research on the width between those and how that should change per space. And then we ended up going with more of the volumes. But I think it's an interesting point of like how those meshes could dictate the privacy of spaces and the public spaces from one another, because I don't think that was it was more of, how the mesh looked versus how that could articulate how spaces are different. So I think that's a really interesting point.
I mean, I think you've used it very effectively in terms of a kind of a thread that weaves together the various pieces. I think that's really interesting and effective.
Thank you.
I'm assuming like the mesh has been topic of your reviews throughout the semester. But it's really nice to see the project and to see both of your work. So I want to commend you on that. I will say, like, for me, I think what is really successful about this kind of idea of this kind of softer transparency is, like, to me, I feel like it speaks about like a strategy about dealing with an existing structure, and it's kind of, you know, like a way in which you might also be approaching an addition and something that maybe has a historic kind of preservation kind of strategy, because it allows you to see existing structure, but yet is still kind of defining spaces in a layered way. And there's a softness about that, which to me, I think is really beautiful about the project, because I think it allows you to kind of craft different kind of programs, but yet you see through to the existing kind of materiality or existing structure. And I think, to me, like, that's like one of the most successful kind of concepts of the project. Like, and I'm sure I'm going to repeat things that have been said in probably the past, but like, it does seem like there's still an opportunity to be thinking about like what that opacity is. You know, it seems like you landed on something that was like what, a 1 inch by 1 inch, but it just, you know, like it also, when you kind of set up the original premise, it seemed as though you were describing kind of 3 areas that were kind of defining the mesh space. But to me, if you went to like that exterior space, like that could, like, why wouldn't that be, you know, 12 inches by 12 inches, and let that be like, you know, a vine opportunity, you know, so that now you're kind of like letting the mesh and the scale potentially dictate or reflect perhaps like what the program is, because I think that you could be manipulating that a little bit more. Like, so can you maybe also talk a little bit about the details, because like my mind went to, and I'm sure you already looked at, like McNichols, which is, you know, like McNichols is generally where you go to, I think, if you're ordering like wire mesh panels. Is this like, were you thinking that you're fabricating this? Are you, is this something that is purchased on a roll? You know, like McNichols usually, they might come in a 4 by 8 foot sheet. So then that gets seamed, you know, if you actually are placing it. So I didn't quite understand exactly what your detail was, because it still seemed to me that there might be additional structure to this system. But I know you probably have been talking about that with Allison, but I maybe wanted to hear you kind of speak about that a little bit more.
So we really went back and forth with how to actually construct it, because we really did want it to feel like a ghost structure and not feel so heavy and have all these components holding it down. And so we looked into the precedent that we stated earlier, in that Mary Claire, am I right that they just weld? I guess the meaning is like it's just kind of like an installation, and so just like the art project, they just weld the edges and then put it in the ground. And so that was kind of where we went with that. But I do see what you mean by if you bought the sheets, they would have like square seams, and it would kind of look like a quilted like together.
Well, I think it just comes down to a little bit of cost, because also, you know, like the gauge of the metal also can be thought about, because something that is a really fine gauge, you know, doesn't have structural support. Something that is a heavier gauge is actually still going to be more expensive because it's more metal, and so that has more structural capacity. And so like it's a little bit of, are these like how you're also thinking about them, you know, because I think that you could almost think of it as like it's a curtain, and then could it be a chain link kind of system, or is it truly kind of more of like a metal mesh panel? But then I might kind of still get you to think a little bit more about how could you make this in an economical kind of like way, because you are kind of asking a lot for the height of the system, because how tall is this? It's like 16 something feet. It seems like.
I think it's like
yeah,
17 and a half feet.
Yeah, but I mean,
so it's really tall.
But I think that's the exciting part, to be able to think about that for the studio. But I think that you really handle the details and the concept well, especially in relationship, I think, to working in the existing building. So.
Thank you.
I agree with everything that has been said, and maybe instead of grounded at this point, I would call it connected, maybe, the concept, because the mesh, which is now the primary element of the design, it's so ephemeral and so light, and it connects the spaces. So I think your concept evolved, and so I would change the word with it. I think I agree. I would think about the scale of the material. I would also like to see a little play with the overlay, not just a single layer of mesh. I think having 2 layers will give you quality that you can use to your advantage, especially like in the dining area, maybe. And it doesn't have to be like, it could just be like a section where, like above the seat to where the eyes are, then you give a little more privacy, and then you start creating that sense of shadow and play. And I really love the light fixtures that follow the arch. I don't know how, like, I would want it to be more integrated with the mesh in a way, even though I love what they're doing. It's like to think about it a little more. I'm like, can they be more integrated with the mesh, and then maybe be a little more fixed? I don't, or maybe the material, it's plastic, because I mean, I like the idea that they move, but then it has to be a material that if it's windy and they're really banging against each other, that they won't break. But I love how they preserve and extend that arch through the space. And beautiful perspectives. The drawings are.
Thank you.
One quick thing I wanted to add, because oftentimes as designers, we struggle how to respond to historic structure and existing fabric. And our natural tendency is to want to try and mimic that in some way. And so I think you've very effectively kind of responded by not mimicking it, but like providing a counterpoint, right? So, and that counterpoint is not just in terms of form, but it's, if you think about the robustness of the existing fabric, of the heavy, thick masonry walls, the steel trusses, and then you come in and you provide this counterpoint, which is this very delicate kind of fabric. And so I just wanted to compliment you on that, kind of avoiding kind of the initial probably reaction, which was to try and mimic or to replicate, but rather to provide the counterpoint to that. And I think in many ways it's more respectful to do that. You're not trying to recreate something that was from decades ago, but to rather be respectful and kind of lightly, delicately, with a veil, kind of introduce these new elements. So I think it's very effective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olivia and Mary Claire. The word they forgot to use that we discussed is that all those panels are being held in tension. So it further underscores the counterpoint, Chris, that they are the compressive forces of the masonry building versus the tensile pieces. So yeah. Okay, I think up next we have Holland and Kelly. We'll hear more about the arches. This is sort of the arch segment of our review.
Yeah. Did you share your screen? No, sorry. Hi, I'm Kelly.
Hi, I'm Holland.
And our project, ATX Alive, aims to create a singular location that merges various industries from throughout Austin, creating a space that is inclusive and uplifting to all. The project incorporates spaces for local vendors to sell their goods, while also hosting other auxiliary programs that will assist in promoting community engagement. It includes various opportunities connected to the transit industry, from a bus stop to trains and a DMV, making it accessible for all.
Austin has a major lack of public transportation, so this property will be extremely valuable in introducing new forms of transit while also promoting existing ones.
Here's our plan. So our plan incorporates a DMV that can be accessed from the exterior of the building by bus, bike, car, or foot, or can be easily accessible when you exit the train from the interior of the building. When waiting in line at the DMV, you can either wait inside the main building lounge or outside on our stadium seating, and we have created a welcome kiosk also at the entrance of the building where people can use self-check-in. However, there's an additional reception desk in case people would like to speak with an assistant. And then in the middle of our space are our 5 pop-up shops that connect the indoors to the out. People are free to move from the interior space where the main waiting lounge for trains is located through the pop-ups to the exterior pavilion space where there is a performing arts stage for live performances. And then by incorporating this, it further promotes community engagement and entertainment in the space. There are outdoor stadium steps for the people to relax and listen while also providing a secondary entrance to our space. You will be able to enjoy the performing arts from our coffee and cocktail bar that is broken up between the main interior of the building and the additional glass house that we've added on. Then located in the main interior part of the building, there is a technology lounge for people to log onto a computer for any work purposes, and they can also grab a coffee while they're working from the coffee bar through the arch that opens, allowing access into the main area.
So upon entry into ATX Alive, there are welcome kiosks, as Holland mentioned, to the right for self-check-in, as well as a ticket desk where people can be assisted by a worker. And then to the left, you can see that there's a waiting lounge for the DMV that's directly adjacent to the DMV, allowing people to have a more kind of relaxing experience while they wait for kind of a task that it's a little bit dreaded, but kind of uplifting in a bright, comfortable space.
Okay, so this private lounge located to the right of the doors of the DMV, like Kelly said, allows for a more relaxing and enjoyable experience as they have a space specifically dedicated for them. And then some of the furniture that we've implemented in this space makes it feel a little less conventional, and more like a lounge. So we use this Knoll Rhythm lounge chair and Knoll Amoeba table.
And then moving into the DMV, it has lots of natural light and bright colors as the lounge did to kind of create a more positive experience. And we brought in colorful fabric on the benches as well as the Bernhardt Mezzo bar stools for additional seating, kind of like Holland said, create a not so conventional experience here. And for lighting, we also wanted to bring in more bright colors to emphasize the playfulness of the space and reiterate the idea of creating an uplifting environment. So we used glass pendants over the main desk and these 0 elements, oversized pendants in the center of the space to really brighten it up.
Okay, so this top section shows a west-facing view of the lounge space, 1 pop-up shop, the exterior coffee doors, and a set of stadium stairs. And then this bottom section shows a north-facing view of the 5 identical pop-up shops and 2 exterior doors that also lead out to the performing arts area.
As seen in this render, the lounge space is in the center of the building and it connects the auxiliary components that exist and gives direct access to the pop-ups, outdoor performing arts area, the DMV, the tech lounge, and the coffee and cocktail bar. And we wanted to keep this space bright and inviting while still maintaining the integrity of the original building. And in attempting to do so, we pulled inspiration from transportation hubs like Penn Station in New York, which utilized existing arches and natural light, and Union Station, Denver, which took the existing building and turned it into a more functional train station with restaurants, shops, and even a hotel, creating functionality beyond just transportation. And with these as our precedents, we chose to implement skylights in the main lounge area, allowing light to fill and brighten the space. And we also chose to juxtapose these elements with the original arches and trusses to acknowledge the history of the building while pulling in new pieces like colored glass that we inserted to kind of create bright reflections of light throughout the space and create a very playful area. And the multicolored striped carpeting used on the floor to define the lounge area was intended to help pull out these colors from the glass above and really brighten the space further.
So these built-ins allow for a more private waiting or work area for travelers. And there are outlets for charging electronics located on all walls and the floor near seating arrangements. The orange paint of the built-ins is contrasted with a slightly darker orange paint on this back wall. And then the built-in seats are cushioned with a navy faux leather, so they're very easy to clean.
And then here's just a more detailed look at that built-in seating, as well as the Joni pendant that we chose to use, and the brass kind of connects to the brass sheathing that's kind of seen throughout the entire building, especially on the pop-ups and other lighting fixtures.
Okay, so here is a detail of the pop-up shops and then the elements that are inside. And the pop-ups are an inserted arch that extrudes from the original arch opening in the building, and it runs 25 feet long. And this allowed us to emphasize the original elements of the building while also introducing a new practical use for them. So this wall detail shows how the shelves attach, allowing vendors to host the goods that they bring in bi-monthly. And then the checkout counter that has shelving to display goods is located in each pop-up, and it can be moved based on the needs of each vendor.
And so in these individual pop-up shops, they both are in the interior and exterior of the building. They're wrapped in a brass sheathing as the brass will age and kind of weather over time with the building and add more character and history to the space. And the interiors, we used an emerald green subway tile as it's easy to clean and acknowledges the transportation aspect of the building. And then we have white terrazzo flooring kind of throughout the entire space to really lighten up the areas.
Okay, so this top section shows a north-facing view of the coffee shop and the performing arts area. And then the bottom building section shows a south-facing view of the pop-up shops and the coffee and cocktail bar.
And this is a view of our outdoor area, and it depicts how the performing arts area can be used from live musicians to artists, and people can gather to enjoy the entertainment, whether they're standing here listening from inside the pop-ups or the coffee bar, or sitting in the lounge waiting for their train, since the pop-ups run from the interior to exterior, and as well as on the stadium stairs that lead out to the exterior of the building and allow for a separate entrance besides the main entry by the kiosks.
Okay, so this stair detail shows a west-facing view of the stairs toward the coffee shop, and then the top view shows a detail of the stadium stairs, and the bottom shows a view of the traditional entrance and exit stairs, and then a more detailed drawing of the handrail.
And then here's just an additional view of these traditional stairs, so you can kind of imagine how people can sit on the grass part that are a little bit deeper and kind of enjoy the music and the environment outside, and then the more direct path to the exit right next to it.
Okay, and then we want our pop-up shop to be able to be easily changed based on the vendor occupying the space. So we created a space that allows each to have a checkout counter, and then room for vendors to bring their own goods and desired amenities. So there's room for tables to be added depending on the type of business that will be hosted in the space, making it flexible for everyone. And then the vendors will have a rotating schedule that changes bi-monthly, allowing for multiple local businesses to gain exposure through this ATX Live.
You can see here, you can kind of enter from that outdoor area into the coffee and cocktail bar located on the first floor, allowing for those waiting for a train or a bus or an appointment at the DMV to sit and enjoy the space in a relaxed environment. It flows into the exterior, allowing people to spread out and feel really comfortable. And it also opens up into the outdoor pavilions, like I mentioned, behind the pop-ups, so people can still enjoy the music and the local musicians performing outside. The dining tables are also a Knoll product. The base is made of a brass with topped with glass to really keep the space feeling open. And then we used Bernhardt Remo chairs backed in a mustard faux leather, and the seat cushion is made from the same multi-moons fabric seen in the technology lounge on the seating there to kind of create a connection throughout all of the spaces and really keep all of them bright. And the bar is fronted with a fluted concrete material. And we wanted to continue the colorful feel in the coffee and cocktail bar. So we inserted these glass panels that reflect the same glass that was seen in the trusses in the in the main lounge, as well as sitting behind the performing area to kind of keep flow throughout the entire building while also maintaining that bright and playful aspect of each of the spaces.
Okay, so this booth detail shows the dining booth that line the north wall of the coffee and cocktail bar. And the benches wrap in and out of each of the 6 individual areas in the space. Ideally, these booths could fit 7 people, as it allows for a chair or wheelchair to be pulled up on the end for an additional seat.
And here you can kind of see another view of those built-in seatings. And the booths are backed with a Schumacher striped indoor-outdoor fabric, and the seat is made of that same mustard faux leather seen on the chairs. And this space is lit with brass Smyrna grand suspension chandeliers. And the flooring throughout the coffee and cocktail bar is an 8x8 blue checkered cement tile flooring. And we chose this to kind of pull out the colors seen in the glass and kind of seen throughout the entire building as well. And the colors and patterns were chosen to help connect this space to the main parts of the building, especially with the colored glass inserted behind. As we mentioned before, it resembles that of the trusses in the main lounge.
Okay, so here's our technology space that's connected to the coffee bar and can be used for any work needs. And the counters in both spaces are made of a multicolored quartz. And in the seating are these office walls that are covered in the Schumacher multi-moons fabric that Kelly just talked about to add another playful and engaging element to the space. And then the fabric is also used on the benches and the DMV, just kind of creating a sense of unity and flow throughout the entire building.
And then lastly, just by creating a space where people will constantly coming and going, this will provide exposure and interaction to all of the local businesses that we aim to promote and include in the building. The building will have various interactions, from the ability to interact with educational and artistic opportunities, as well as the chance to dine, shop, and relax. And through the use of colors and light, ATX Alive aims to create an engaging and uplifting experience to all who visit. Ideally, it can be more than just a train station. It can become a hub for the city that people can enjoy and use on a daily basis. And that concludes our presentation. We'd love to answer any questions and hear any feedback that you'll have.
Thank you. Who wants to dive in?
I think it's a fun project, definitely colorful. I almost want to see all the colors and all the materials together, because it's almost like there's 2 clashing sets of colors. There's some very saturated, like these colors on this one, it's like saturated and dark and bold, but then there's the colors of the almost like I'll call it stained glass, which I think the 2 clash with each other, because one is very pastel-y and light, and maybe it's a representation problem with the renderings, but I want the color schemes to be more cohesive throughout. And I like that some of the materials are repeating within the different spaces, but I think I'd almost want a little even more repetition of those materials and colors, just to keep it more cohesive and connected. And maybe it's just because we saw each space separately that I can't connect it all in my head. So having that like one whole project color and material scheme, I think would be really useful in this case, since you used it. It's such an important element in the project. I think the pop-up stores sound really interesting to me, the way you extruded the arch. I'm not quite sure how they close on the outdoor end. I don't think that was represented, and I imagine they need some kind of closure maybe on both ends. So it would be interesting to see how that changes the feel of the space.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, we have doors on the outside that can come in and close, so that if there's like weather or like just to close at night, the pop-up shops can be shut.
We didn't represent them in any of the renderings, but they have like sliding pivot doors that slide into the openings between each of the pop-ups, but we should have represented that better.
I think I had a similar question because I think that's a real opportunity. I mean, I love the way that you've organized it. This kind of the served spaces are at the core, and then the servant spaces kind of migrate to the edge. And the idea of those pop-up spaces changing with time. So there's this element that's constantly changing that I think is really interesting. The question I had was, as was pointed out, kind of the doors. And I actually was sitting here sketching, thinking about the idea of something that occupies that void between the arches. And it sounds like that's similar to what you were doing. And I was also wondering about the performance side. And it looked like in one of the renderings, the performance elevated space was up against the outside wall, kind of the northern wall. I wondered if there's an opportunity to kind of flip that. So when there is a performance, those doors that come out from that void fold back and provide a backdrop to the performance. And then you have this natural kind of cascade of stairs that, and I think there could be variation in that. Maybe there are flat spots where there could be tables and people sitting. And then there are some areas that are stepped. There's a project we did for the Hunt Library we did with Snowhetta that has this yellow wall that kind of makes its way through the space. And there are areas where students can sit. There are spaces where students can have a table, but it's kind of this really active stair, and that being kind of a setting for being occupied when there's not events and used, but then also when there are events, it becomes this natural outdoor amphitheater. And then the backdrop are these beautiful doors that kind of fold out from the pop-up spaces.
I like that because I was also wondering about the relationship of the stairs to the stage. It didn't make as much sense to me. I had thought about like the stairs maybe rotating, but I think if you solved the problem by relocating the stage, and then the stairs can stay where they are.
And the thing that I think could be a byproduct of that is people kind of see and be seen. So when there's not a performance there and there's activity in the pop-ups, there's still something to watch. It's not a live music performance, but it's people watching, and it really creates this vibrant space, I think.
That's a great idea. I really like
that. I'm like looking at my phone because I did your little scan codes. I had like the first render. It was interesting because I think when I saw the first rendering looking in at the reception, and I immediately felt like I was unconvinced by the ceiling and your use of kind of like this line of recessed cans.
And you see it on this image too.
Yeah, but in a weird way though, I'm more convinced about it here because it kind of is more of a decorative kind of like plane. But like I think that your use of like lighting and just like ceiling heights could like there's another maybe layer of kind of investigating that I think could happen. I think like one of the real strengths of the project is this kind of hospitality kind of component that you brought to all of the programming. But I think when you've kind of now taken that on, to me now, like we have to kind of like ask ourselves, how do you continue to like layer in those moments? And, when you kind of do go to that reception area, to me, like you could bring the soffit down above like that reception. And instead of having kind of like this whole plane of recessed cans, do you have a kind of decorative kind of moment, over that reception desk that kind of anchors that space. And it also just kind of creates like senses of like intimacy that I think you're starting to kind of create with a lot of really kind of thoughtful attention to furniture and to fixtures and to textures. But now I kind of want to like ask you to push that like to like one other level, kind of similarly with this like kind of banquette wall that you've designed into the image on the left. There's something that's actually, I think, really nice about its sensitivity and the way that you're kind of still kind of creating these different types of spaces. but I also feel like this whole sorry, it's a really kind of still deep, long space, right? And you kind of repeated this moment, I don't know, like, is it 3 times or 4 times in terms of the kind of grid system? And it kind of gets a little bit monotonous. And there's this part of me that wonders, well, how could you rethink just a detail in that bench seating so that it still had the kind of consistency, but almost created a little bit more interest, like if you imagine it was like double tiered, or did it get pulled out, like in terms of one of those modules, and then does that kind of define a different kind of seating kind of configuration? Because I think that you've started to kind of define different types of seating kind of moments in this space, but I almost think that there's another level of kind of space planning that would actually kind of just benefit the project, because I think there's a real still sensitivity to kind of the FF&E and the materiality. But I think that to me, those things still can go hand in hand with some of the kind of things that you're doing on a more kind of spatial and architectural level that I think would benefit the project. This is like 2 small, like minor things, but I think we all love like the pop-up kind of moment. I love the materiality, but it almost seemed like I think you kind of described it as it was like bronze clad, and then it was lined with the glazed tile. Like maybe you might want to just put the bronze as like an edging, because it seemed like some of that bronze was like inaccessible. And like when you kind of think about that, like that's like really expensive. So you kind of want to put like your luxury moments where you're touching them, right? As opposed to, because I feel like you were really kind of pure about the approach and thinking about these as these kind of extruded archways that then you applied a materiality and approach to that. But I think that now is like a moment where you can think about, well, how do I maybe do that on an economical kind of level, or how do I kind of achieve the exact same thing by just kind of detailing it in a slightly kind of different manner. But I think it's really like a beautiful project, and it's fun to actually now be able to talk about these kind of moments, because I think you got to that place where now we can kind of think about, like, again, like how do you still push the concept through kind of even more kind of detailing. But I think that the thoughtfulness in the details that you have was also really kind of successful. So.
Thank you. Great. All right. Thank you, Kelly and Holland.
Thank you.
Although Holland's a mystery, can other people see her? There she is. Sorry, you were off my screen. I don't know. It's weird. I guess because your sound's coming through, Kelly. That's why. Great. Thank you for sharing. Madison and Camden.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. I'm doing kind of a bad job with timekeeping, so I'm going to try to be a little bit more stringent. So I'll hit you guys in the text if it's going a little long. So.
Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Is that full screen for you guys? Okay, perfect. So my name is Camden McBride, and my partner is Madison Carter. And this is our project. So our project, located at 300 Bailiff Street, is set to reimagine Austin's transportation and hospitality scene. We intend to transform the somewhat dilapidated site into a functional and energetic transit hub that would not only serve the current Amtrak system, but also future transit systems that have yet to come to Austin. Perhaps things like Tesla's Hyperloop and whatnot, who knows? Program would range from primarily transit to hostel spaces for overnight guests, an outdoor restaurant with a bar that serves locally inspired food and drinks. We decided to create a dual level space for the hostel portion, utilizing as much of the back of house space to serve as many guests as possible, while still retaining that quaint, unique Austin experience as other local hostels in the area strive to provide. This is basically an overview of our interior space with our material selections. We tried to go over something a little bit moody, a little bit earthy, And then we have our logo as well. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but there it is. I'll go ahead and go to the next slide for Madison.
So our immediate inspiration after viewing the site is a local hostel in East Austin called Native Hostel. And this hostel not only serves overnight guests, but also provides a restaurant and bar with the similar historic appearance of both buildings. We wanted to use this hostel restaurant idea and translate that into a transportation hub. So on the right, you can see that we started blocking out areas kind of similar to Native, but using our own building shell, with back of house being the hostel area. And then on the interior portion, we wanted to have that be like an indoor, outdoor dining area and bar area. And then we also wanted to provide like a private courtyard for the hostel guests. If you can, I guess you can't see my cursor. So that it could be private dining and a lounge area besides outdoor dining and bar space in the public outdoor area.
So this is our floor plan that also features our furniture selections, and this is showing the second floor option as well. So basically what we strive to achieve is having different types of areas based on, you could say program, I guess. So basically this is the back of house that we were referring to on the west side. So basically hostel rooms and that private outdoor space for the hostel guests that Madison was just referring to. We do have two means of vertical circulation, as well as an elevator, which is here if you can see my cursor. We wanted to have different options for seating, depending on what the guests or travelers wanted to sit at, essentially. So we have more casual seating in terms of like sofas and lounge furniture. And then we also have booth seating for like restaurant patrons. People can order at the bar as well. And then we have like a more temporary seating option, which is these bar stools that kind of surround this whole booth element that sits right in the middle of our transit waiting area. So basically these are the two means of circulation. There's two doors here, so people can kind of just circulate throughout the space, and then also go out to the outdoor portion in which we have a lot of seating for dining or working as well.
So here's a render of the bar detail. You can see it kind of goes, the countertop continues to the outdoor bar area as well. And then next slide.
We tried to kind of like accentuate the vertical elements such as the windows. So while leaving the existing windows there, we wanted to bring these curvy ceiling elements up and accentuate that. And then we highlighted that with like linear lighting elements in between, so that it kind of like illuminates the space in a unique way.
Okay, so here, and the dimensions are not showing up. So here's a detail of the bar area. So basically, we, like I said, made it like indoor, outdoor. It's marble countertop, and then the base has wood panels that surround it. And then we also included LED lighting strips right underneath the bar counter and on the bar kick space. And then we also wanted to include a shelving area that could have drinks where the people serving could grab from indoor or outdoor from those shelves.
And then this is another perspective render of the bar area on the inside, kind of like at dusk. So you can kind of see how these lights illuminate underneath the bar, so it appears like it's floating, similar to how this like inserted interior object kind of looks hanging from these trusses. And so we wanted to do something that really juxtaposed the interior and implied like a sense of motion. And so with this curving detail, it's kind of curving towards the train tracks, which run parallel along this wall. We also wanted to create kind of like a separation between the space, but something that's not too apparent, not too imposing. And so these vertical elements here that run along the span of this booth installation serve as a lighting element as well as a partition, which mimics the back wall, which you can see in the very back here. That also is a partition, but it's a different material. So we're kind of like doing the same thing in different ways throughout the interior space. And then this is also like a section elevation of the space. So you can kind of see how these vertical elements look and how it goes. It varies in dimension from the left to the right. So there's further implied movement. And then we have the hostels on the left. And this is just another render of the booth area with this vertical lighting installation to serve as like a partition. So these spaces feel separated even though there's people sitting on both sides. It creates like an implied kind of privacy in a way, even though the space is still very open and everyone can see out to the train tracks.
And then again, just the detail of the booth seating area. So we have two different types of booths. One ideally can seat like 5 to 6 people, and then the rectangle ones can seat anywhere from 1 to 4. And then there is a little riser on the bottom of the booth so that it can be lifted for the counter height to be like a bar situation for seating on the opposite side.
So basically it mimics the bar across the lobby. And here are some more renders at night. Here you can see the stools and how they kind of wrap around this space. And so this is more like a, sorry about that, more of a like a temporary seating area. So if somebody's in a rush, if they want to pull out their laptop or work, they can definitely do that. Or if they want to stay a while, then they can take one of the booths, have a bite to eat, get something from the bar, and have like a longer respite there. And then here's another render just showing how all of these elements come together. We have these vertical elements in the bar, the wave detail, even though it runs like very horizontal here, it does run vertical on the side, which mimics the back wall. This partition leads back towards the check-in desk, which is where my cursor currently is. That's where the hostel guests would check in. This also serves as like a ticket counter as well because it is adjacent to the door, which leads out to the tracks. And then in the very back where my cursor is, that would be the staircase and the restrooms, which I think will be after this curve detail.
So these curves are mounted to both the ceiling and the wall, and they're using hex bolt and blocking and screws into both the actual curve wood structure and the structure above that.
So it's basically hugging the trusses essentially.
And then there's just two different views of the curve detail facing the interior, and then the bottom one is the curve detail facing the exterior, which is a little shorter and doesn't run all the way across. It just
tried to
the bar area.
Yeah. Here's some more views of the space during daytime, and then you can kind of see how we have this main primary curve detail and the waiting area and lobby, and then we have like a more subtle refined version on the exterior just to kind of keep that that flow consistent, that wave detail over the outdoor bar area. This is that partition wall in the back that I was referring to that leads toward the hostels. We do have these curved walls. Each of these serves as a public restroom. And so you kind of walk through around these curved walls. There's no need for a door because there are hallways that you kind of meander through. And we do have ADA compliant stalls wrapped around the corner as well as other stalls located within. And then this is the exterior, that private hostel portion that we were referring to earlier. It's kind of hard to see in these bottom two renders, but there is like a frosted glass pane railing, so you're not just going to fall off the platform there. You can kind of see it better up here. But this leads directly to the hostel rooms on the outside. So there are stairs and an elevator that the hostel people can access this space. And this is just to serve as like a little quiet space. If somebody's staying for a day or 2 days, however long it may be, they can have like a quiet place to work and just kind of escape to in the heart of downtown Austin. And then these are just a couple renders of the rooms. We're trying to keep the color scheme consistent throughout the space with these leathers and like moody elements, kind of referring to other hostels in the area, kind of like Texas vibes, I guess you could say. Yeah, so we have different elements. We are keeping the exposed brick of the current structure, and then we loved how these trusses kind of came into this space. Yeah, because this was a single story building, we made it 2 stories by adding this level in there. So you get this truss that's running right through, right above. So we think that's like a really cool feature for these hostel rooms. And then I don't know if Madison, if you want to take this, I can take it. It's up to you to close us out.
So this is views of our exterior dining area. Basically, you can just see that we have a bunch of areas for seating larger than the inside that have the smaller booth areas. And then on the bottom 2 pictures, the left is a daytime render, and then on the right you can see how the light strips in between the curves kind of glow down onto the bar from above.
We kind of, I don't know if any of y'all have been to the restaurant Abba on SoCo, but their bar kind of looks like this too. And so we kind of we didn't try to make it look like it, but we just kind of ended up with something that looks similar in the form and overall shape, just in terms of having like a wave, because we were trying to extend that from the inside to the exterior. And so it basically just came out as a little canopy over this bar area in which we could hang some pendant lights and make that like its own little vignette, its own little moment, in juxtaposition to these more cafeteria style dining areas that will primarily serve the restaurant function of our project. So that's pretty much it. And we look forward to getting any feedback that y'all can provide.
Thank you. I guess one of the things that stood out immediately for me when I first looked at the plan was the idea of the bar is kind of a bridge between inside and outside. They're kind of these 2 very distinct pieces of fabric. There's the bar on the front, right, and the bar on the back. And the idea of the bar being the kind of the bridge between the 2. And I understand that programmatically in terms of that particular piece. I'm curious about the hostel component and why the thought of bridging kind of that program piece from front to back. And then also, was there thought about this idea of the wave that kind of forms the ceiling? And you talked a little bit about how that changes. Does it change in 2 dimensions? In other words, does it change in profile? And then does it also change along the length? And is there anything that's different about where we actually enter the building or where circulation occurs through the building that waveform responds to? So I guess front back kind of question, then programmatically, the idea of the hostel piece bridging 2 halves.
So yeah, we did toy around with the idea of having the hostel in the complete like west side, which we consider to be the back of the building, just because you do primarily enter it from that Baylor Street side, which is on the east side. But we thought about putting hostel rooms where we have our outdoor space, and we actually had that in plan and bubble diagrams as well. But we did have this like courtyard area that just seemed kind of underused and underutilized. So we just thought, why not put all the hostel rooms back there, and we could have like a terrace that wraps around like a mezzanine level. So that, go ahead, sorry.
And for privacy purposes, like just because this also is a transportation hub and there will be people coming in and out and probably being loud, especially in the outdoor areas, we wanted to keep the areas separate, or the hostel and public areas separate, so that it wouldn't
noise pollution,
be like noisy. And also originally we were going to put a little stage for live music in the outdoor area, but I guess people still could come perform, but we just didn't build a stage.
And then in terms of the wave detail, I'm trying to zoom in on this. I'm not sure if you can see it, but the lengths and widths do change as you progress through the space. So it does get thicker and deeper as you move towards the back of house. So it's kind of just getting lower and lower and more like tight and compact. Not in a huge way, but just very subtle. So from the renders, you probably couldn't even tell, but in these drawings, you can at least see a little bit that these do. They don't even run the width of the building.
And was there thought about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say there's a render that from the front door, I believe, that we like, right there where there's but
is that okay?
Keep going, maybe.
Tell me when.
Oh, right there on the right.
Okay.
You can kind of see it's going, the curves getting lower towards the back.
And that screen wall is where the entrance is?
That screen wall in the back is where the entrance to the hostel portion is. Where we're standing, the point of view would be where you enter the actual building.
Okay.
And then go to the first slide, Camden, and there's a view of that from the partition wall to the front door.
Oh yeah, that would be the first one here.
Yeah.
So this is as if you were
that's
seeing where the
looking.
hostel portion is.
Okay.
Yeah. And this would be the front door if you can see my cursor. And
I
this
was
is like
wondering
an
if there
office.
was a way of taking that form and helping it kind of reinforce areas of circulation, especially from the front of building through, there seems to be this kind of primary circulation, especially along the right-hand side that takes you from the rail side into the building and then also into the back courtyard. Could that form somehow kind of be differentiated to kind of announce the entrance? Maybe even it moves outside in some way, and then maybe even moves into the courtyard in some way, just so it's at those places, it's kind of this continuous wave that kind of stitches the various pieces of the building together.
Yeah. Do you have you don't have an RCP of the wave structure, do you?
I do in my construction drawing set. If I close this out, I can pull it up.
No, I think to what Chris just said, because I think there is a sensitivity about the relationship of, that anchored existing wall out to the south, kind of facing the lake. But if you could imagine, that if you thought of this as like a topography, that this could also have more nuanced curvatures that could suggest, like what if it kind of tiered up above those kind of like banquettes and that dining, or what if it kind of slightly tiered down in order to find that kind of space, and to kind of create a little bit of intimacy. And so you could almost imagine that if this is a topographical surface, that like the program below could start to imprint itself a bit more onto that surface, and it would start to have a little bit, maybe even more intention, and maybe like start to inform how you could think about manipulating that as a surface. Like there's a few things that I think that like when I see them, because I feel like the project is so beautiful, but some of the details feel like unresolved. And can you go, I don't know if it's fast forward or maybe.
Is it an inside render?
Yeah, it's an inside render where you see the relationship to the trusses. So it's not there. So like it's like the relationship where it stops at the bottom of that truss, but then actually you've carried the system forward like I don't know if it's like 2 feet, where I probably would have capped it at the truss itself. Does that make sense? So basically that if you thought about this as a wall that it was in keeping with the plane of that last truss instead of kind of continuing it on.
So you can kind of see it here in this section.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is like, those to me are like really unresolved like details. And I feel like if you really kind of thought about what is that relationship to the truss, I think you would maybe nuance that a little bit more. And it makes me almost want to think like, is this actually opaque like this, or is this surface more skeletal potentially? Because I think how you detailed it, it looks like it's like a 2x and it's like, you know, like 2.5 inches wide, but I feel like you wouldn't really construct it that way. I think I probably mentioned Bank, which is the restaurant by Office Dot in Boston, which is just done with 3/4 inch like plywood to kind of create that ceiling texture. But it makes me sometimes wonder, like, does it need to be that thick, or and what is the exact spacing? Like, is it, because I feel like I'm assuming you kind of played around a little bit with how many what your module was in order to still create that as a continuous surface. But I think that, to me, also the dimensionality of what that structure is could be kind of refined, because I think you wouldn't, like, if you think about like, how would you make it that thick? I might kind of question you that you're kind of doing some extra work that you don't actually need. Versus if you could achieve it with a 3/4 inch piece of plywood, as you know, like that has again like kind of a seam system. And do you do it every 1 foot or every 7 inches or every 9 inches? Like, I think that to me that would be like an interesting still kind of study.
And you skip where the trusses are so that there's a wider gap and you can see the truss, because I feel that it obscures the existing space and the structure, which is where you get to experience it more as in a bedroom instead of in the bigger great hall. So I wish that that system was more integrated with the existing structure. And then I also wonder if it would make more sense to have that happen at the courtyard, where you'd want a shading above you, and so it would do even more. So it would obscure the sun, but it wouldn't obscure the inside of the building. And I think I would have even played more with the integration of the hostel component. I think that the idea of integrating a hostel and a transportation hub makes total sense. But I think Chris was kind of alluding to this, and you mentioned not wanting to mix the programs as much for noise complaints, but I think with different room types, you could have achieved that. Like if you had extended the whole back wall of the courtyard with shared rooms, which are usually rambunctious, and it's rooms that are for people that are not necessarily wanting peace and quiet. I think that it would have been really exciting to see more of the two programs interact with each other.
I think that's a good note. I actually want to jump in. Timekeeper alert. I'm sorry, we have to move on to the next one. We're like almost officially out of time, so we're so going to bleed into the extra time. But thank you. I think that the underscoring of all the comments is that your project has a lot of potential, and in some places really where the programs meet and where they touch is where I think where in the time in instances where you really dedicated that study, it really did shine. I mean, literally with this light fixture that goes along that banquette when you move from that waiting area into the bar area. And I think that all the comments really sort of underline that. So kudos on your achievements.
And the seating inside is well more thought out than on the outside. Like those tables on the outside are terrible.
We definitely focus everything on the inside. More so. And then the outside was like, oh, you know,
all of the
I don't want to say we're out of time, but
all of the custom built indoor pieces.
Time consuming, but
all right.
Thank
Well,
you
thank
so much.
you, Madison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for enduring my interruption, but we do have one more project, and I don't want to shortchange them just because they're going last. But to bring us home is Paulina and Elvita with their great project.
Hi everyone, my name is Paulina Gallegos and I'm a second year student of the Masters of Interior Design program.
Hi, and my name is Elvira Lathrop and I'm also in the second year of the MID program. So I'd like to welcome you to our project, the Austin Transit Center for Music. So it is a transportation hub serving as the Amtrak station for Austin. But in addition to that, we wanted the center to connect the public with a local music community in Austin and instill the idea that music is synonymous with Austin. The open layout and curved architecture of the center promotes circulation throughout the space where casual visitors are enticed to discover new local independent music at various listening stations and witness live music rehearsals and recording sessions. Visitors are also able to purchase tickets to musical performances and connect to live music venues. And for musicians, it is a one-stop shop for all things they need: a music shop, a community resource center, workshop space, and an instrument setup and repair shop. So that being said, I want to provide just a little further context regarding our programming. So Austin is known as the live music capital of the world, and our client is an entity which we have called Power Austin Music. It is a subsidiary of HAM, which is the Health Alliance for Austin Musicians, which is a nonprofit that helps subsidize healthcare for working musicians in Austin. Power Austin Music is an entity that connects musicians to not only HAM, but to other nonprofit organizations that help local musicians, such as the Austin Music Foundation, Central Texas Food Bank, Integral Care, among others. In Austin's musicians are really the lifeblood of the community, and the space reflects that. As the Amtrak Austin station, it serves as a place to educate the public, local and beyond, about the Austin music scene while discovering new artists and providing access to live music venues. It is essentially a one-stop shop for all things music, right in the middle of downtown Austin, just a few short blocks from historic 6th Street. With that in mind, these were some of our initial explorations in schematic design with a focus on programming and functionality of the space by intended users, musicians, and the general public. So this diagram, we knew we wanted to dedicate main spaces to community resources, transportation, and circulation, and spaces dedicated to musicians were essential. So we had rehearsal and recording studios, the music shop, and an instrument setup and repair shop. In addition to performance spaces, we wanted to include listening stations to serve as a further link between the public and the music community. Okay, and this is our finalized floor plan illustrated here. We ended up with over 17,000 square foot, mostly on the ground level, and a small mezzanine up above in the center. We followed a curved geometry to encourage circulation through the entire space, as well as promote an even dispersion of sound for musical performances and prevent focused reflections. So I'll just walk you quickly through the floor plan layout. So this is what we're considering the main entrance. This would be an information desk, and it also has the community resource spaces. There are 2 of those, one on each corner of the building. So the first one here and the second one being towards the back. These are offices that we would think the Power Austin Music personnel would work at. These are the 2 entrances leading from the train tracks. So we are picturing waiting areas on both ends, along with an information and a ticket kiosk. In the center, we have the music shop, and directly in front of that is an interior performance area. And on each side of the performance area, we have studios, rehearsal and recording studios for musicians to be able to use. We do have listening stations throughout the entire ground floor where people can explore and discover new music. In the music shop area, there's also a coffee shop area, and we have the elevator and the circular stairs leading to the second level, which is the mezzanine area that holds an art gallery. We do have outdoor spaces leading right there and right there to a community workshop space and an instrument setup and repair shop, as well as an outdoor performance area right there.
Here we are showing the existing conditions of the site and the overall integration of our project. We are proposing materials that celebrate the texture of the old historic walls to enhance the original atmosphere. We wanted to incorporate materials that are timeless and resilient like copper and bronze, while also considering natural options like hempcrete for the few new walls. Our main goal is that the color palette comes directly from the materials, and the only color that we are adding to contrast with these materials is green for the hempcrete walls. In these renderings, we can see that the intention is that the material palette and even the furniture pieces are carefully selected to blend with the industrial concept. We also wanted to highlight here one of the key spaces of our proposal that are the listening stations. These are located throughout the building to encourage visitors to explore and discover new local independent music by sitting there while they are awaiting transportation. In this section, we can see more of the interior of the music shop and recording studio spaces. We also wanted to highlight with these renderings some of the important details that we designed, like the arches windows that maintain the visual communication in the building. Then the one in the middle showing the ceiling baffles that we propose to mitigate sound. And the last one showing artificial lighting that is also selected to comply with the industrial design concept. We have here a couple of more important details of the music shop and art gallery areas. In the top left one, we are proposing a free-form acoustic ceiling baffle that will deliver the enhanced acoustic we are looking for, and that also creates a visual rhythm that is uniquely formed in the music shop space. Also, for many areas of the project, we found the opportunity to use the current structure to hang some of the lighting fixtures, as this bottom left detail is showing. And finally, the bottom right detail of the guardrail that goes entirely from the music shop ground level to the mezzanine level to get this clean continuation of the bronze veneer panels.
Okay, and this is a full view of the music shop with all the details coming together that Paulina was talking about. We have the ceiling baffles and the guardrail and lighting elements. And it also showcases one of the most prevalent elements of our design, which is the guitar displays in the center of the ellipse, going through the music shop below and up to the mezzanine art gallery level above. You also see the coffee shop in the back and the doors leading to the outdoor area. And this is where we're located in terms of the floor plan. So this is an elevation view of the music shop that shows a little bit more of the details of those columns. It serves both as a design feature and a way to display merchandise because those guitars are actually for sale. And we did seek to maintain the arch feature from the original wall, which you can see here. And the top of each column displays the Power Austin music moniker and backlit bronze lettering serving as a beacon in the center of the hub. And this is just another angle from the lower level of the music shop looking into the coffee shop. You can see the mezzanine level up above and an outdoor area to the right. And we have porcelain tile flooring with a copper finish, the bronze guardrail, the ceiling baffles, the hempcrete wall, and bronze accents in the trim of the windows and the piping around each of the columns as well.
Here we're looking at a portion of the art gallery in the mezzanine level that is showing this void that serves as the connection to the music shop area below it. The art gallery also has a connection to the outdoor area that we can see in the middle background, where visitors can also experience the performances on the outdoor stage space. Also, it was important for us to work with the artificial lighting conditions and make sure that all of our spaces were considering the nighttime experience throughout the project. We have different type of installation depending on the space, but in general, we are proposing pendant, recessed, and wall lighting fixtures. In this rendering, for instance, we can see the music and coffee shop lighting up from the outdoor area of the project. This is an interior view looking at the coffee shop during nighttime. Also, this space is intentionally located inside the music shop to invite visitors to explore this representative space of the project.
Okay, now we're moving across from the music shop to the interior elevation of the stage. This is the interior stage and the two recording and rehearsal spaces on each end of the stage. And then this is the lighting along the wall, which you can see over here as well. And then this is the recording studio. And then this is a further interior elevation from inside the studio, looking back north towards the music shop, and the detail of the acoustic wall and ceiling of the studios as well. And this is an interior shot from inside the recording studio. You can see the rehearsal space here, and there's seating for spectators to go ahead and take a seat and watch the musicians rehearse and record. This is the indoor stage and the lighting, and then this is the other studio in the background as well. So this is the section looking from the stage back into onto the music shop, and it does show the community resource spaces on each end of the building, and then the stairs leading up to the mezzanine level, and this is the detail of the circular stairs.
We also worked on the details of the ticket and information desk because we wanted to design this space that sometimes is overlooked, but is actually one of the most visited spaces in transportation projects. And you can go next. Thank you. And here we can see how that space is integrated into the building. And overall, the interior has millwork cabinets, and bronze and hempcrete materials are used for the exterior surfaces of the space. This is a view from the inside of one of the listening stations. As we mentioned before, these were intentionally distributed within the building and were designed for occupants who are there to await transportation and will likely spend between 15 and 30 minutes in the space. These spots will allow them to listen to local music and get to know a little bit more about the concept of the project.
Okay, and this is a view of the interior stage, and just like an overview of the entire space with the music shop on the right, the studios and indoor stage to the left, and circulation space leading to the listening stations beyond, and community resource spaces as well. And you can see the train going by as well. So having explored the indoor areas, we now head outside. And so this is a view from the workshop space, which is a communal space that is available for agencies that want to hold workshops for musicians or community events. And we envision this curtain wall being able to be opened up into the outdoor area. And you can oversee the coffee shop and the balcony above and the outdoor stage as well. And beyond is the instrument setup and repair shop. And this is a view of the same space just from the other angle. This is the outdoor stage during evening hours. You can see it looking into the music shop and the coffee shop. And then there's that balcony area that Paulina was mentioning above the coffee shop where visitors can also see musical performances. So this is just an isometric of the full space. Again, just going to highlight the main spaces being the listening stations throughout the whole building, and then you have the studios, one on each end of where the interior stage is, and then the music shop in the center with the coffee shop and the art gallery in the second levels. The community resources on each end of the building, the community workshop, and the instrument and setup repair, and the outdoor stage there as well.
Yes, and I guess with this last drawing, we want to reinforce that our project is meant to connect the public with the local music community at a deeper level. The open layout and curved architecture promote circulation throughout the space, and the program is carefully considered for both casual and current visitors. This is a space where people can connect to the essence of the live music experience, both figuratively and literally, while also providing musicians access to community resources. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's a mature and very dynamic space. I think it's very elegant. There's a few, I do wish there was a little more space. It feels, I mean, it's funny because in a way I love that it feels like you're moving through almost like a musical score. It feels very rhythmical with the both the materials. it's like the materials, the lighting, yeah, dynamic and rhythmical. But part of me wonders, like, is there enough space to move around, especially around the stages? The space in front of both stages seems a little tight. So I would play with those proportions. Another thing I wonder was the location of the recording studios, and even the interior stage are against the south wall, which is the noisiest part of the building. So I wonder if maybe that's where the community resources should have been, and then the sound stages and the stage more on the on one of the east or west, just to think about sound and how that would affect the recordings. But I think overall I love the flow of the space.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to me, it feels like it's a project I could see that Austin needs, and it feels really authentic to the city and to kind of the investment with kind of partner programs that you've been thoughtful about. And so I think that you were really, really strategic and like authentic about kind of the program that you set up in a way that really does like feel believable to me. I think kind of similarly, I feel like you've underestimated like how popular this place would be if I really like think about it. And if you go to your Axon, it really did feel like in both kind of stage kind of components. I could imagine that if you actually thought about if there was somebody there and, you know, let's just still say like, you know, it ended up being someone and it was a South by like pop-up, and you'd have a huge crowd of people. Like, where do they actually all like stand? I feel like those are the kind of moments that don't quite feel like, again, like they're completely thought through in terms of if you really did have 100 people, like what would that interaction be like with the stage? I wondered if you could almost, you know, think of one side of the music store is like, could you do some type of like built-in like stadium seating, you know, on one side? It would kind of change certain kind of components, but it might be able to, you could sneak in some seating opportunities that I think could be helpful in terms of like kind of thinking about like the practicality. Like I feel like you were really specific about kind of the baffling in the store in terms of like the acoustic kind of component, but in a weird way, I felt like you need to now think about like the acoustics in like your stage kind of spaces, which I think isn't quite as thought through. And to me, it feels like it's a project that could really, because I don't know the exact kind of, I looked up hempcrete, I guess, I don't know, does that have any acoustical properties to it? But yes. It feels like you could still, like, this is a theater, you know, that you could play up the theatricality of things. Like, do you want some fabric? Is there a kind of curtain? Are there softer kind of still components in some spaces that, you know, like are movable, that could still kind of add additional like layering, but I think also speak to kind of the program that you've set up for yourself. But I think it's really, really beautifully done. So congratulations.
Yeah, I agree that baffle detail is, I really love that baffle detail and how it integrated into the railing. And I wonder, could you have done a baffle detail that integrates with the trusses of the building as well?
I would agree with the previous comments. The one thing I wanted to kind of touch on that I thought was really particularly well done, and it goes back to the development of the program. I thought the program was very thoughtfully developed, and I really liked how you started with kind of thinking about the various components, thinking about the relationship to one another in terms of the bubble diagram, and then the bubble diagram translated into kind of thinking about how it would work within the context of the building. And then it was subtle, but there was a kind of a key that talked about public, private, semi-private, and how that began to influence the way that you thought about where these program elements resided within the building. And one of the exercises that we do that I thought was kind of right in line with what you're doing is sort of thinking about a day in the life. You kind of had these personas. There was kind of like the person that's the artist, and they're coming for a very intentional purpose. There's that casual person that just, they're passing through, and you're kind of enticing them into the environment and then beginning to engage them. And so I thought that whole programming process and the way that you thought about that and the way that the program spaces were shaped in response to the reality that it's not one size fits all, that there's this variety of users that you're trying to respond to. So I thought you did that particularly well. And the other thing, I think this gets a little bit to some of the commentary around, like, it's going to be really popular. And so maybe going back and thinking about those program pieces that have to be highly tailored. Like, there are certain things like the recording studios that probably have certain dimensions and proportions and characteristics to them that you're not going to change those very frequently. There are other project elements, so that those are highly tailored. And then are there other elements that can have a higher degree of flexibility so they can shrink and swell as demand changes over time, even throughout the course of the day?
The individual sound booths should like lift up onto the ceiling so that they move out of the way.
So I think you did a really nice job, and kudos for the really kind of thinking about program and spending some time resolving the way that the program really works before then embarking upon how it fits into the context. I thought that was particularly well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just the material choices and the detailing, the columns wrapping the arches in the music store. There's so many details throughout that I think are really beautiful and appropriate for the space and for lifting up music, and then also taking cues from music instruments as well. So it all ties in together.
Including, I don't know if you saw it, but the brass plated control switches for all the lighting. I saw those in there.
Awesome.
Yeah, I really also, can I just say one quick thing, like to
what? No. Yeah.
No, just a wee thing, is to just sort of say again how integrated this is into the Austin community, and that ham and the way that this works, like ham is such a critical part of the Austin community, and a lot of people don't know that aren't musicians. Like I have several friends that have actually taken a lot of advantage of that, and that those are the kind of things that really do create a foundation for music here. Even though the scene is a cool thing, but it's like those support systems, and that this is a part of that support system is supporting that. I think I agree to the previous comments that was a very shrewd and intuitive, and it does feel like it's really could be a part of the Austin, music scene, and actually, foster it and not just be like, look, we're cool, So I appreciate all the thought that you put into that, and the resolution of it in your project. So.
And I appreciate all the thought you put into your assemblies and your building systems and your acoustics and all of that stuff. And I love that actually came up as moments that shine in your project, like those baffles under the mezzanine. So thank you for your dedication to that kind of level of integration throughout the entire process. It was very difficult to critique this project because every time they presented an idea to Marla and I, were like, oh, we love it. And they're like, well, can we like get a little bit more feedback?
Lips.
Ellipses, yes. Thank you, Marla. We could not have done it without you.
Yeah,
you put a stare on an ellipse. That was fun.
Thank you.
Thank you
for all your comments. Appreciate it.
So we're well past our time, so thank you to our gracious reviewers for staying a little bit longer. we got through a year of the biggest class. I think I said this before, the biggest class we've ever had, the most projects we've ever had to review, and the biggest building, and
semester.
and the shortest semester. So they took it in stride. So I do want to, they've heard me preach on. So I wanted to, if there are any final comments, and it's okay if there are not, but if there are any final comments from our reviewers, I'd love to have you share, give you the opportunity to share.
Congratulations to all of you. I think thinking about the program, I thought it was a great idea that you all had to pick the program for the building, because I think that makes it more meaningful to you and therefore more meaningful in the way that you design for that.
I was going to say, I also commend Allison, though, because I think having so many different programs, I feel like also makes it probably more challenging. But I think that the projects are really, really beautiful. They're really show your competency. And that's just really, really exciting to see. So very well done.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank you for the opportunity to participate. It's really a treat for me on many measures. And, you know, what I was really impressed by was and I mentioned this earlier, kind of the nature of the project, moving from initial idea, program development, translating program into concept, and then concept being executed to the level of detail. I think that will serve you all very well as you transition from the academy into the profession, because that's what we do. We start with a client that has an idea, it's not really resolved yet. There's no existing program that's handed out. We have to develop that. And so I think that exercise is something that really will help you as you transition into the profession. It's kind of unique for me to sit in on a studio that's focused primarily on interior architecture. And we talk a lot about, as designers, the idea of outside in, inside out. You know, I mentioned kind of always wanting the next larger map, so I can understand outside and context and influences on the site. You all did that. But what was really impressive for me was you started inside out as well. You kind of held those two things sort of in equal measure, and not just from a program standpoint, but really kind of thinking about interior architecture and how interior architecture can then influence what happens beyond the edges of the building. And so the idea of interior architecture kind of migrating into the outside and the outdoor courtyards. And so I thought that was really, really great. And one thing that also stood out to me was, in each case, there was a big idea, a brand, even in some cases, a logo that was associated with the brand, and then kind of holding tight to that original idea. And I would encourage you and challenge you as you continue your careers to always kind of hold on to that. You know, you start with something that inspires you and it'll evolve. But as you continue to develop the design, always come back to that core idea and challenge yourself. Is the next move that I'm making reinforcing that, or is it diluting it? And I think in many cases, subtraction is the right answer. It's not always about adding more, but in some cases, subtraction. So, and then the other thing, your presentations were really good. And that, again, will serve you well as you transition into the profession, especially for those that aren't trained as we are as designers. And so I would encourage you, and many of you, it was clear that you did this, as you develop a storyboard. And the idea of that storyboard is to take us from that big idea and then begin to understand why the moves that you're making reinforce that big idea, and also begin to kind of solve the program piece. So, and the last thing is congratulations. I know from my experience, this has been a particularly unique and challenging semester. And so congrats to you for persevering.
Thank you, Chris. That means a lot. Well, it means a lot to them, but it means a lot to me to hear that coming from you too. So it's great. Well, thank you. Thank you, reviewers. Lisa, see you tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. And all of you should be looking forward to seeing Lisa next semester in person. So Lisa will be their studio instructor in the fall.
Oh, awesome. Good.
Very cool.
You've got a good group.
You've got a good group.
Yeah. Thank you, Allison. And thank you, everyone. It's really, really exciting work.
All right. Well, if the students don't mind sticking around just for a couple more minutes, we just have a couple of things to wrap up sort of on the administrative level. But thank you. And publicly
Great
before I
to
stop the
see
live
you.
too.
Congratulations.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
bye, Ellie. Thank you so much for always helping
Thank
us,
you.
Ellie. You're the best. Okay.
Bye now.